And for those who enjoy this channel and would love to support us financially, please feel free to hit that donate link. We'd greatly appreciate it. God bless.
And could live alongside dinosaurs, and we're starting right now. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Modern Day Debate. I am thrilled that you are here. It is going to be a blast. So the reason that I say that is because we have a brand new guest here. So Bill Morgan has joined us, and we're thrilled. There's an interesting story. If you don't recognize Bill, you might in a second when I tell you where he's from. But just want to mention really quick, we got a few house cleaning things. We also have Standing for Truth helping us moderate. That's how desperate we are. Just kidding. Standing for Truth, you're my boy.
AJ, that hurts my feelings.
Standing for Truth, honestly, I have to say, I really appreciate Standing for Truth for several reasons. One, he was kind enough to introduce us to Bill Morgan, who's debating tonight. And not only that, but Standing for Truth has always made it. He's been willing to step in and guest moderate when I was traveling, stuff like that. Like, I really appreciate it. So thanks so much for your help, Standing for Truth. And he's
no problem, my pleasure.
Even if you disagree, even if you're like, oh, that's Standing for Truth, it just drives me crazy. He's still, he's pretty well spoken, right? He's at least like a clear speaker, and he's got high energy. So he's not too shabby, right? So with that, I want to say, if this is your first time here, consider hitting that subscribe button, as we are trying to build an eclectic community of different people from different walks of life, and we are excited to have you here. So thanks for being here. Also want to mention, today was a little bit busy, so I'm putting the links of the debaters in the description right now. And for Bill Morgan, I forgot to ask for your link, so you can shoot that to me whenever. We can do that after the debate, no problem. But just want to mention, before I hand it over to Standing for Truth to explain the format, we have a couple of other really quick things. First, this Friday, RN Raw is going to debate Dr. Trent Doherty, which is going to be a blast. It's going to be intense, crazy. They are going to debate whether or not Christianity is dangerous. Look at Tom, he's so excited. You can see the excitement on his face. He's like, he can just barely take it. So that's going to be an epic debate. Who knows what's going to happen? And we will have Q&A. So I just want to quick mention, if you have a question, feel free to put at Modern Day Debate in the live chat before you start your question. And then I will read that at the end. And thanks so much, Pig Swill Bucket, for the congrats on the 5,000 subscribers. We are so excited because we honestly believe that we have a vision here, and we are marching forward. We are hoping to have fair debates for everybody. And I want to mention really quick, we also are going to continue to do our charity drives at least one time per month. And our next one is this Friday for RN Raw's debate with Dr. Trent Doherty. Last thing, so a lot of last things that I'm bringing up, is that we're also excited because if you have a super chat, that allows you to make a comment toward one of the debaters. You don't have to do a super chat. You can just do at Modern Day Debate and ask your question, and we're still going to read them. So it doesn't have to be a super chat, but one thing is, like I said, it allows you to make a comment toward one of the debaters. And the other thing is, if you do a super chat, it automatically goes to the top of the list for the Q&A. So thanks so much. And with that, thanks for being here, everybody. It's been a whole week. Honestly, it's been painful to be gone so long, but want to say thanks for the debaters, especially for being here. They could have gone to a lot of different channels. There are a lot of channels that love to host debates, and so we just really appreciate that they decided to come here at Modern Day Debate. And so I'm going to hand it off to Standing for Truth, who will give the format. And as mentioned, given that Bill is taking the affirmative, he will start first. The final last thing is I want to mention, we are going to start sprinkling in political debates more often, because some people are like, yeah, change it up a little bit more. We want a little more variety. And I'm like, hey, let's do it. So we're going to still do a lot of does God exist and creationism type debates, but just want to let people know we are also going to start sprinkling in some political type debates, and not just ethical things like abortion, but we're also going to do things like, debates on who they think is going to win the election and why, all that stuff. So, Standing for Truth, thanks so much for being here. We really appreciate your help. The floor is yours.
Awesome. Well, thank you, James. I'm really, really excited for this debate. So let's get it started. Thanks so much, Tom and Bill. The format for tonight will be 15-minute openings, followed by 5-minute rebuttals, and then 20 minutes of open discussion. That's my favorite part of any debate. And then followed by 3-minute closings and 20-minute Q&A. So looks like we got Bill starting. I'm going to get the timer here. 15 minutes is starting on Bill's first word. Go ahead.
Okay, well, thanks for having me. This is my first debate on this channel. And my hope is it's two guys that disagree having a good time talking about important stuff. Okay, I'm going to go to my PowerPoint now. I have no idea if it's 15 minutes because I haven't rehearsed it yet. Okay. All right, can you guys see that?
Yes.
All right, dinosaurs, away we go. Now, dinosaurs, I think, are a very important topic because I've met people whose worldview was changed by dinosaur teaching. I've met people that believed in God, were fellowshipping, that thought it was a challenge to their faith. So it's an important topic, and I'm honored to be here today. Now, my position on this debate is that humans can live with dinosaurs and that they did live at the same time. I see no physical reason to do it. But my buddy Goofy here has a question. I've wondered why people think they couldn't live together, and a lot of them because they said because dinosaurs are so ferocious. But right now we share the planet with ferocious bears, sharks, lions, and there's really no problem. You just live in a different area. I believe humans have superior intelligence with dinosaurs, and if they were in a bad neighborhood, they would just call Century 21 and move away from them and survive easily. So there's no big problem. Biblically, I am a Christian. The Bible teaches in Genesis 9 that the fear of humans would be put into animals. And I do believe that if you don't mess with animals, you don't mess with their young, 99.999% of the time, they're going to leave you alone and not kill you. Okay? Animals were created originally as vegetarians, not meat eaters. So after the original creation, I believe all land animals were created on the same day. They were created as vegetarians, so they wouldn't look at you as a meal, but maybe as a source of watermelon. Okay? So let's dive into dinosaurs. I have a question that I hope will get discussed. What do you think is the result of intelligent design? A, the skull of the T-Rex. B, the metal stand. C, the skull and the stand. Or D, none of them. During the discussion, I would like to talk to Tom about that, and I'm a friendly guy, and we'll have a good chat about that, hopefully. I believe the skull and the stand are the result of intelligent design. Now, I'm not bragging or boasting. I've been an engineer for over 35 years, and there's nothing I'm more certain of than design in animals and plants and things like that. I've done hundreds and hundreds of designs, and the simplest things in the world take much, much effort to get it right. Every detail, every material, the thickness has to be designed for certain things to work. So I do believe that beautiful skull to the left is the result of design. Now, some people would argue that dinosaurs are the result of time, nature, and chance. And I respect everybody. People can believe what they want, but I question. Time has an IQ of 0. Nature has an IQ of 0. And chance has an IQ of 0. Some complicated math, 0 plus 0 plus 0 equals 0. Can an IQ of 0 make a dinosaur? I argue no. I believe dinosaurs are the result of a designer with an IQ of infinity. I've never met Tom. I don't know his profession. But even if you want to hang a door, that takes intelligent design, research, and knowledge. It doesn't happen by time, nature, and chance. Okay? I believe designs require a designer, and the beautiful dinosaur fossils we find give glory to God. Now, some people might argue that dinosaurs provide evidence that the theory of evolution is true. I argue they don't. There are no transitional forms for dinosaurs. Okay? From what? This is an important question. From what did dinosaurs evolve? I've done a little research. I'm very happy to be here. I've had 2 days notice and I've learned a lot by doing research. I've talked to many, many people about where dinosaurs came from. This is from the Smithsonian Institute of the dinosaur evolution chart. Now, please take note of something. These parallel lines are what's been found. These parallel lines are the creation model. The dinosaurs producing after their kind. The evolution part are the mysterious branches at the bottom, and that is not supported by the fossil evidence. Now you can just say, well, he's a closed-minded creation guy, but if it's not observed, it's not scientific. Science relies on observation. Many evolutionists have had quotes. This is an evolutionist's own word. You don't have to listen to Bill Morgan. From my reading of the fossil record of dinosaurs, there's no direct ancestors have been discovered for any dinosaur species. Alas, my list of dinosaurian ancestors is an empty one. And he attends Johns Hopkins. If I had more time, I could provide many, many more quotes. Dinosaur fossils do exist, and they show stasis. That means they're not changing, and they show sudden appearance. All of a sudden, the screen door opens, boom, there is a fully designed full dinosaur. Now, evolutionists are certain, absolutely certain they evolved from something. We're just looking for the evidence. Well, that's science in reverse. Conclusions should be based on evidence. Conclusions shouldn't be formed and then start looking for your evidence. So, my belief is apes make apes. People make people. Ladybugs make ladybugs, and dinosaurs can only make dinosaurs. Now, a lot of people would say, oh, Bill, that's a religious belief. No, it's not. It's supported by genetics, biochemistry, taxonomy, zoology, paleontology. Your eyeballs support this. Your eyes are a source of science. What you observe, this is what we observe. We do not observe one kind of animal producing another. Let's suppose dinosaurs did evolve over time by chance, okay? See that beautiful image in the lower left? Let's suppose that is a living being and it evolved. I have a very simple question. What evolved first? I've designed a lot of air conditioning systems. You need ductwork, compressors, fans, pumps, piping, power. And as you design and build it, you build it one step at a time. Well, with dinosaurs, if they evolved, what evolved first? Their skeletal system, nervous system, digestive, circulatory, respiratory, immune, muscular. Which one evolved first? Which one evolved last? It's very quaint to philosophically say it evolved by chance over time, but I'm a semi-autistic and I am a mechanical engineer. Tell me the sequence, tell me the mechanism of how this beautiful animal came to be. What evolved first, the hearts or the lungs? That's a fair question to ask and one that people should consider. Now, God does not make things. God makes systems. Systems are made of many, many components that all have to work together for the system to work. Living things are not a car transmission where you can slowly build it together and then you get a transmission. For a living dinosaur to exist, it needs every one of these systems to work. Now, let's have more fun. Is the circulatory system a system? Yes. Is the heart a system? Yes. Is the heart tissue a system? Yes. Are the cells in the tissue a system? Yes. Are the molecules a system? Yes. Are the atoms a system? Yes. What evolved first, electrons, protons, or neutrons? We live in an ecosystem in a solar system. People, systems can't evolve. They have to be, for living things, instantly created. That beautiful dinosaur needed all of those systems working at once, or it's not going to live. Just take a step back and look at that. I couldn't even draw that. God spoke that into existence. That is a fantastic design, and chance could not make it. Chance couldn't make the drawing, much less make the dinosaur. So, Evolutionists teach over billions of years bacteria evolved into dinosaurs. John Sanford of Cornell University, he invented the gene gun and knows more about genetics than perhaps anybody. I asked him, I said, John, do you think it's possible that mutations on bacteria could produce a dinosaur? John's response was no. It would be more likely that dinosaurs would evolve into bacteria because of mutations losing information. Evolution is a downhill path, not an uphill path, okay? So, if dinosaurs did not have bacterium ancestors, which evolutionists think, and they suddenly appear, when did they appear? I believe thousands of years ago and not 230 million years ago, okay? There's many reasons why, but because of time, I cut it down to two. Two reasons I do not believe dinosaurs went extinct 65 million years ago. Reason number one is a real simple one, erosion. That picture is from one day of flooding in Jordan. This is a planet of erosion and decay. Think about this. According to the evolution model, the most recent dinosaurs got surrounded by sedimentary rock. We'll talk about that in a second. 65 million years ago. And for 65 million years ago, that sedimentary rock, which is the weakest rock around, resisted erosion. Erosion is caused by temperature change, the sun, the wind, cooling, heating, friction. 65 million years. Why aren't we making our streets out of sedimentary rock then if it's so durable? Part of my engineering, sometimes I've designed parking lots. You can't get more than 20 years out of asphalt. How are you going to get 65 million years out of sedimentary rock? And then they think some are 230 million years old. The most important fossil discovery in the past 100 years, most people have never heard of it. And I know all you guys have. Soft tissue and dinosaur fossils, okay? Now in 2005, some Montana State researchers found this in a T-Rex fossil. They claimed it was soft tissue, blood vessels. They reported it. Were other evolutionists happy when these people who were evolutionists, Mary Schweitzer, she came out and said, hey, I found soft tissue in a dinosaur fossil. Were they happy? No, they had a meltdown. I remember this. I followed it quite well. I called evolutionists. I called the Museum of the Rockies, and I called them up. I said, hey, is it soft tissue?
3 minutes.
They said, we're not sure yet.
3 minutes.
Pardon me?
Sorry, I was just telling you. 3 more minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, 3 more minutes. Thank you. So the person I talked to, I still remember his name, a very nice guy. His name was Novak. He says, well, we're not sure if it's soft tissue or not. I said, couldn't a police laboratory tell you within an hour? And he laughed and he said, yes, they could, but we can't be too rash. So it wasn't the data, it was the interpretation of the data, whether it was soft tissue or not. Well, finally, so much evidence came out, they've concluded there is soft tissue in dinosaurs, and the Museum of the Rockies even talks about it on their website. So the question is, how could soft tissue be preserved in a fossil that's 68 million years old? Well, when they were resisting it, the evolutionists said, well, it came from another animal. Other evolutionists said, no, it's contamination from bacteria. Well, eventually they've come around and said, well, somehow, amazingly, soft tissue is preserved in a fossil for 68 million years. Never does it seem that they would say, perhaps the fossil isn't that old, okay? Here's an exact quote. Undetermined geochemical and environmental factors caused a special fossilization to preserve the fossil to the cellular level. I maintain it still exists because it's not that old, okay? Evolutionists should be open-minded to where the evidence leads, but they should perhaps say maybe that fossil wasn't that old. So once again, I believe it would have eroded and there would not be soft tissue in something that old. Mark Armitage is one of the leading soft tissue dinosaur experts. I asked him if I could mention him. Check out his videos. He's found many, many samples on his own, and he's well documented and published on soft dinosaur research, okay? So real quick, what killed the dinosaurs? Everybody knows it had to be cigarettes, right? But notice T-Rex's arms are too short to light his own cigarette. So anyways, thank you very much. There's many, many theories on dino extinction. There's a good way to earn a PhD. There's many theories, but the evidence teaches something else. We don't know what killed every dinosaur because you need evidence of what killed them. But we do know what killed the dinosaurs that we have found fossils of. They're buried in sedimentary rock. If you are buried in sedimentary rock, you most likely died by getting buried. I was talking to someone once and he says, well, I think dinosaurs died from meteors. Well, why are they found in sedimentary rock? And he paused and he said, well, the meteor caused the flood. The cause of death is rapid burial in sedimentary rock, which is rock deposited by water. So, in closing, I think that's pretty close to 15 minutes. Dinosaurs are evidence of extinction, not evolution. Extinction is the opposite of evolution. Oh, just 10 more seconds, please. Extinction is you start with a lot of animals and you're running out. Evolution is you start with bacterium and it blossoms into many others. Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Bill. Standing for Truth, I'm going to jump in really quick just because I just remembered something really interesting. I can't help but mention it for those who are like long-term viewers of these creation evolution debates, is that Bill, does anybody recognize Bill? Bill, once you're out of share screen so they can see your face, I'm kind of curious if anybody would happen to recognize you once you're able to click out of the share screen. There you go. Thanks so much. So does anybody recognize Bill? If you love old-fashioned debates, this is from a debate about 20 years ago. I don't think anybody's going to get it. Let me just quick peek on the live chat really quick. Thanks so much for your opening, Bill. And we're thrilled to have you here, and we're thrilled to have Tom here. Tom, we'll give you like an extra 10, 20 seconds, whatever it is, at the end of the intro if you'd like. And just to keep it balanced, doesn't look like anybody's quite picking it up quite yet in the live chat, so I will just mention it. Does anybody remember the debate between Kent Hovind and Michael Shermer? I think was it at Berkeley, Bill?
UC Irvine.
Oh, okay, Irvine. Thanks so much. Bill Morgan was the moderator for that debate. Isn't that awesome? Just really cool that Bill Morgan has been in the game for a long time. He has moderated, he's debated, you can tell he's well-spoken, and so I just thought that was cool. When I just found that out today, I was like, oh, really? That's funny. Like, I could remember what he looked like just because I remember that debate. That was a big one with Michael Shermer and Kent Hovind. But anyway, so thanks, little trivia for you, but thanks so much again, Bill. We appreciate it. We're glad you're here. Tom, we're glad you're here. Standing for Truth, I'll hand it off to you. Thanks so much.
Awesome. Yeah, no, that's one of my favorite debates too, Shermer versus Hovind. So anyways, thanks for the opening, Bill. We are now going to you, Tom. Your 15 minutes starts on your first word. Go ahead, man.
All right, so the question is did humans live with dinosaurs? And with the exception of birds, the answer is no. I mean, birds are technically dinosaurs. One of the things that Bill brought up was that dinosaurs only come from dinosaurs, and in evolution, well, that's true. Anything, if you are a child of, or of the lineage of something, you are going to be of that parent clade. And so all dinosaurs' children are going to be dinosaurs, which is why birds are dinosaurs, because that's how evolution works. You don't ever get something from not its kind. It's just an addition to the kind. So humans have only been around for about 200,000 years at maximum. It's estimated from about 100 to 200,000 years. Dinosaurs lived 65 million years ago. So the answer is, did humans live with dinosaurs? The answer is no. A resounding, obvious no. And we can tell this through geological data, volcanology data, space analysis of time and space, of astronomy, cosmology. Every field of science that has any relation to measure time says, nope, absolutely not. It's completely impossible. If we accept the creation model, it completely refutes pretty much all of science. We just have to get rid of science. We might as well go back and become flat earthers, because that's essentially everything we have to give up to accept the creationism is true. And the reason is we can tell this is because when we're talking about evolution versus creationism, the first thing you need to realize is that debate is not how scientists resolve issues in science. Scientists don't care about debate because all it is words, and science, not scientific evidence. Science cares about empirical scientific evidence. And nothing my opponent has to say is evidence. It's just an interpretation. He's presenting an interpretation of past and present data, which you can do. There's infinitely many interpretations of past and present data that you can come up with. We could say the whole world was created 5 minutes ago by magical leprechauns, and so nope, humans and dinosaurs didn't live together because everything was created 5 minutes ago by the magical leprechaun. I mean, that's an equally valid interpretation as creationism, saying the world was created 6,000 years ago, or we could say 6,001, or 4,000, or 3,000, or 10,000. We just make up numbers and just say, here is where the world was created, and we can explain everything from this point ad hocly. And every one of those infinitely many possible interpretations can all explain all of the past and present data. So this is why science depends on empirical evidence, because we need some way to filter out the imaginary explanations that we can just make up and say the world was created 6,000 years ago, the world was created 5 minutes ago. And we need to be able to filter out those imaginary explanations to leave whichever one is true. So think about it like this. Imagine we see a cup fall over. What could have caused this to happen? Maybe the wind knocked it over. Maybe someone bumped the table. Maybe it was a mouse or a squirrel or a bird. Maybe someone used psychic powers or magic or a god or ghost or leprechauns, unicorns, invisible aliens, anything. There are millions of things that could cause this cup to fall over. So we need some way to filter out all of the imaginary ones and leave only the one that's reasonable to believe caused the event to happen. There are infinitely many of these possible alternatives we can just come up with. So we need some way to filter out these imaginary explanations, and the best way to do that is future testable predictions. Because again, every single one of them can explain the past and present data. So for example, if we saw mouse droppings around the cup, I could explain that by saying, clearly a mouse knocked over the cup and left the droppings. But if you wanted to say it wasn't a mouse, you could say anything other than a mouse. You could say, oh, no. The mouse left the droppings, but just walked away and didn't knock over the cup. So you can always explain the data in multiple ways if you're looking at past and present data. But if you have a good explanation, you can project into the future and say, if my explanation is correct, here's something we're going to discover which we don't know yet, and we're going to look in this area and find this to be the case. Now, if your explanation can do that, you have a good explanation. We have reason to believe your explanation is a plausible explanation of the event. Science can do that. Creationism can't. And science can do it reliably, consistently, millions and millions of times, every day, all over the world, for everyone, which is just every scientific paper, that's what they are, is future testable predictions. So science is like, yep, science works, creationism doesn't. There are lots and lots and lots of future testable predictions that have been made by science. Just to list a few, we have Robert Broom predicted that Enemites with double-hinged jaw joints, a transitional between reptile and mammal, would be discovered, and it was discovered with the example of Probagnathus, which is a transitional form. Richard Alexander, after studying the evolution of eusocial insects such as termites, he predicted that we would find some kind of burrowing rodents in the tropics, which might have evolved the same eusocial system, which was later confirmed in the naked mole rat. So more transitional forms. William Bede predicted birds' asymmetrical flight feathers on their front and back legs, as indicated by embryology, which is found in Microraptor, a transitional form. A feather morphotype was predicted due to embryological data was found in dinosaurs such as Euthosaurus, transitional form. It was predicted that if ants evolved into wasps on the evolutionary timescale, an ant with early wasp features must have existed during the Cretaceous, and they found it exactly and only in predicted layers with some really complicated name I can't pronounce. It's Sphycomera or something like that, transitional form. Neil Shubin predicted that the fish-like tetrapod in the Venostrata of Canada, which was discovered in Tiktaalik, exactly where it was predicted to be, in only that layer and no other layers. And it was predicted that marsupial fossils will be found in the Eocene strata of Antarctica because they moved from South America to Australia when they were connected by Antarctica, and there was a big ice sheet there, and those were found. These are all testable future predictions that was made by evolution before we knew them, saying that if we assume evolution is true, and if we assume all the evolutionary stuff, the timescale is correct, here's a prediction we can make, extremely precise predictions we can make, and we will discover them in these extremely precise locations, and they're right after right after right after right after right. So this is massive evidence for evolution. Evolution is the most supported of all of the sciences. It's essentially impossible to refute at this point. It's massively supported. And there are literally thousands of predictions confirmed every year all across the world in every academic paper you can cite. You just go to academic papers for evolutionary journals and you can just pick one. There's another prediction that was confirmed through testing. Creationism has none of these, not a one. They have nothing. So the only way to overthrow science and evolution is to create a better model. You're going to have to make more successful predictions than science does, which is going to be tough since creationism, as far as I know, has essentially none, and evolution has millions. So it's like if creationism is like arguing that it's impossible to build a rocket, except the rocket's already been built and flying. It's over there. It's called science and evolution. It's working pretty well. So it's kind of a strange argument to come across when creationists say, oh, that's impossible, when it's already happening. It's already been done. So all of the facts that creationists are explaining are essentially looking at past and present data and saying, we can explain this in a different way. Well, I mean, yeah, I grant it. You definitely can. Anyone can. You can explain it in many different ways. But in order to justify that your explanation actually is plausible, you need future testable predictions. You need to predict something we don't yet know that we will see in the future, and we need to discover that. And creationism hasn't done that at all, much less at the level of science. So as I said in the beginning, science doesn't care about debate. The reason is because no combination of words and ideas are evidence. You need future testable predictions in order to be compelling in science. And science and evolution provide that, and creationism don't.
Okay.
I'm done.
Is that it for your opening there, Tom?
Yep, that's it.
Awesome. Okay, so you gave up roughly 6.5 minutes. We can either throw that into the discussion or the Q&A.
Discussion sounds good.
Okay, so thanks for your opening, Tom. We can jump right into Bill's 5-minute rebuttal. Let me just start the clock.
Can I, 1 sec, I just have to really quick plug something. And don't worry, this won't like cut into your time at all, Bill. I just want to do this because Steve has been super helpful, and I just want to make sure I give him a quick shout out. So if you don't know who Steve McRae is, where have you been? Because Steve McRae is the leader of the Great Debate Community. I just want to give a quick shout out because we, like maybe a month or two ago, Steve was like, hey bro, I'd love to, promote you guys, like let people know about your channel, Modern Day Debate. And we were like, hey, that's rad, like we can cross promote. So want to let you know, if you love debates, have to let you know about Steve's channel, the Great Debate Community. Also, Tom Jump's channel, lots of debates. Standing for Truth also has some debates. And have to mention, if you guys didn't know, I just want to really put it out there, I am trying to let the audience kind of decide, like if you guys love debates, we want to let you know wherever they are, and then just have you guys decide, like, oh hey, like do I want to watch debates there, yes or no? And the Bible and Beer Consortium, I don't have a picture for them, sorry about that, how embarrassing, but the Bible and Beer Consortium, that's how it's pronounced, I swear, they actually have a great you could say library of debates in which they host people from all different walks of life. They've got people like Matt Dillahunty. They just had Aaron Ra, which, by the way, so Aaron Ra will be here this coming Friday, and I have to say, I met Aaron, and I thought, this is one of the most personable people. And I know, Standing for Truth, you have this vendetta with Aaron, but I just have to say it. You got to give credit where it's due. Standing for Truth, you're gonna fall in love with Aaron because he's actually a really pleasant, down-to-earth guy. And so, anyway, just want to let everybody know about that. So now I'm going to switch over to Bill. Thanks so much for your patience, as I just forgot to do that at the beginning. And now, Bill, I'm switching over to your PowerPoint. And Standing for Truth, handing it back over to you. Thanks for your patience.
Thank you there, James. Yeah, Bill, I will start the timer. So you got 5 minutes of rebuttal. I'll start the timer on your first word.
A quick question. Can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right, here comes my first word. Okay, I heard Tom say that he hasn't heard any predictions or empirical evidence. Well, I'm not sure if that's true, but let me be the first creationist to share some predictions for you, Tom. I predict every bird that gives birth tomorrow is going to give birth to a bird. every reptile to a reptile, every flea to a flea. Tom, I don't know if you are avoiding the evidence or you just don't like it, but that's what creationists predict. Birds make birds, reptiles make reptiles. Now, I've done a little research on feathered dinosaurs, and Tom made it sound like it's a fact that dinosaurs evolved into birds. Let's take a look. Now, feathered dinosaurs. Hey guys, check this out. Well, that's a kind of freaky dinosaur right there. Very important question though. Tom, I hope you consider this. We might discuss it. Why is the evolution evidence always cartoon drawings and not photographs? I challenge you, if it's so true and so empirical, where are the photographs? Why beautiful drawings, okay? So this is one of many resources on feathered dinosaurs. National Geographic, they don't even question, unearth. It's a bird-like dinosaur. Such detail. A fancy name. I'm not even going to try to pronounce it. The man who found it said, we believe this dinosaur had feathers from its ancestors. The researchers theorize it may have used its feathers for display or eggs. Well, this man admits to having one small problem. What's the small problem? They found no feather fossils with this. It's all theory. He's theorizing it. He didn't find any feathers, but he did get money and he got published out of it. His own words say it had long arms, bird-like legs, a toothless jaw, probably a beak, but his own words, no clear signs it was feathered. Tom, if you're open-minded, really look for fossilized feathers. You won't find them. There were no fossils found, but he did get published. I know people are motivated to promote their career, but let's be honest here, okay? Now, Alan Fiducia, you've probably heard of him. He's perhaps the leading bird expert, hardcore evolutionist. His words, he found no evidence for the existence of protofeathers and consequently no evidence in support of the follicular theory of the morphogenesis of the feather. Tom, this is an evolutionist saying it. You can heed his words instead of saying it's a slam dunk for reptile to bird evolution. Doris Olson, perhaps America's leading curator bird expert. He's retired now. He wrote a long letter. There's the reference if you want to look at it. Much more information what I have. This is a quote from his letter. Sloan's statements, the guy who said they found fossilized bird feathers. We can now say that birds are theropods just as confidently as we can say humans are mammals, is not even suggested, much less demonstrated or proven, as reflecting the views of a particular scientist or group of scientists, so that it figures as little more than editorial propagandizing. Tom, the evolution bird experts don't believe it. Check your resources, okay? This melodramatic assertion has already been disproven by recent studies of embryology, comparative morphology, etc. Let's think. Let's put on our thinking caps, okay? Let's think like engineers, not philosophy or history majors, and I'm not putting them down. We're talking about science. If a reptile became a bird, the legs became a wing. The front legs became wings. Significant differences. How are mutations going to turn a leg into a wing? Has anybody ever seen a living animal with half a leg, half a wing? The answer is no. That's lack of empirical evidence. The scales became feathers. Unfortunately, I skipped one. The solid bones became hollow bones. Reptiles have solid bones, birds have hollow bones. Okay, my slides are out of order. That's a zoomed in image of the reptile scales and bird feathers. Here's an electron microscope image. Not even close. You really can't get two different animals than a reptile and a bird. Yet evolutionists say, oh, they're related. But not the evolutionists that are in the hard sciences. It's the philosophy evolutionists. Cold-blooded reptiles became warm-blooded birds. Please explain to me the step-by-step mechanism for that. Reptiles have the slowest metabolism among animals. Birds have the highest. These are huge leaps that no one tries to explain how they happen. They say it just so happened. Respiration is my favorite. The respiration reptile, pardon me?
20 seconds.
Oh, two pass became single pass. Reptiles breathe like we do, in and out. The bird respiratory system is amazingly complex. How in the world did they lose their diaphragms, gain air sacs, have a different path of respiration without dying in the process? This is fantasy. The hind feet evolved into perching feet. And how did that happen?
Time.
Complete, and solid bones became hollow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Standing for truth, sorry, it's a habit. I will let you moderate.
No problem. You're doing great, James. Okay, well, thank you for your rebuttal there, Bill. We are now on to Tom's 5-minute rebuttal. Tom, I'll start the clock on your first word. Go ahead.
One sec, Bill. Forgive me.
No problem.
If
Bill's still sharing his screen.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. We are switched back over to the dialogue boxes, ready to go.
Tom, on your
All right.
first word, 5 minutes, man.
All right, so just to address the second half of what Bill said, all of those things, those are explained by evolution. It's just that simple. Evolution can explain lots of different changes. It's pretty simple. In the beginning, you asked, is the skull design the stand design, or both? The stand is designed, the skull is not designed. You said there are no transitional forms. Everything that reproduced is a transitional form. So pretty much every fossil we find, the majority of them are transitional forms. You said dinos only create more dinos. Well, yeah, that's true. Because if you're a part of a lineage, you're in the same clade. So yes, that's why birds are dinosaurs. You said not observable, not scientific. Just Google search dinos with feathers. There are fossilized. There's thousands of examples of fossilized of many different species across the spectrum. They're observable. You can literally just see them. You can see the feathers in the fossils. John Sanford, genetic entropy is not a thing. It's made up. It's rejected by pretty much all serious geneticists. Or at least I think it was genetic entropy. Most of the things John Sanford said are just made up. They're not a part of biology. Erosion can't happen in a curve. So nope, most of the things that we see, like the Grand Canyon, were not created by erosion from a flood. It's not even physically possible because the flood would have to weave in and out of itself. It's literally not physically possible. Soft tissue in Texas, there's actually been a number of soft tissue that has been found in dinosaur fossils, and there's many different ways to preserve soft tissue for millions of years. There's no problem with that. Nothing in evolution says it's literally impossible for soft tissue to preserve for millions of years. So there's no contradiction with evolution there. It's just unlikely. And so the fact that it's happened a few times out of the millions of fossils we found is really not that surprising. You said birds. You said you made a prediction that every bird will make a bird. That's not a novel prediction. Like, I can predict the sun will come up tomorrow. If you're predicting something we already know, it's not a prediction. So you got to come up with some prediction that we don't already know. Predict something we don't know yet that we will know in the future. So if you're predicting birds will make birds, we already know that. Just like we know the sun will come up tomorrow. Not a prediction. I can't say, well, the spaghetti monster is real, and I know this because the sun's going to come up tomorrow. Not evidence. You got to come up with a novel, testable prediction, something we don't know yet. Why drawings, not photographs? There are photographs. We literally have the rocks of the fossils with the feathers. There's no problem there. The fact that we have drawings is because it's more interesting. People like drawings better than photographs of dead things. Reptile wing, significant differences. Again, explained by evolution, no problem there. So that's essentially my rebuttal. I just cede the rest of my time to the discussion.
Okay, so is that that's time, Tom?
Yep.
Okay, so that is another 2 minutes going towards the discussion period. So the discussion period is 20 minutes. We've got 6 plus 2, so we can go for 28 minutes. Unless you got something to say, James, I can start the clock at 28 minutes and let them have their discussion.
All set.
Okay. Guys, on your first word, whoever wants to start, the discussion begins.
I got a question. Tom, sorry, I'm a very simple person. I really am. You said, quote, it's explained by evolution. Once you said simple, no explanation needed. And once you said it's explained by evolution, no problem. Please help me. I'm an engineer. I need the mechanism. I just don't need to just say it happened by evolution, no problem. Please tell me how the respiration system of a reptile that uses a bellows two-pass system evolves into a single pass with air sacs and no diaphragm. Just a step-by-step idea.
Yeah, that would take a long time because it's many millions of steps. What?
Just don't say it happened by evolution, no problem. I do have a problem. I'm an engineer. I need evidence, science. The mechanism.
Right, so the mechanism is evolution. It's random mutation to change the allele frequencies, which can change the physical structure over time. So it's millions and millions of those changes. There's no problem there. It's like saying,
there's no mechanism
There's no evolution is the mechanism.
You're saying it's you're waving your arms and saying it's evolution. Please just give me the mechanism. How does the respiration change? How does a leg become a wing? You just can't say evolution.
Random changes in allele frequency in the DNA, which changes the physiological structure of the animal.
You give me the mechanism. Tell me how a solid bone. No, you didn't.
I just
no, you
did.
didn't.
I just did.
Specific. Well, we could go back. Yes, I did. You did. But you didn't provide any living evidence, fossil evidence. You said it just happened by evolution. Basically.
Right. I just gave you a system that can explain all of the complexity of what you just asked. So here's a system that can do exactly what you just asked. Like giving you the exact order in which it happened isn't necessary. This system can do it.
Okay, you're saying, and I'm not putting words in your mouth, and it's a friendly discussion, okay? I want to be your buddy, okay? I like friendly discussions. You're saying reptiles evolved into birds. It happened by evolution, no problem. Well, like from the movie Big with Tom Hanks, I don't get it. Why do you believe it? What's the mechanism? What's the in-between? Are there animals with half a leg, half a feather? The circulatory system changes. The respiratory system changes. I need evidence, my friend.
Yeah, all of those things do change. We have tons and tons of evidence, which is pretty much the entire body of all scientific data and all research in every field of serious science right now. Yeah.
Okay, give me your number one specific. You said millions. Number one strongest reason that you believe a reptile could evolve into a bird. Just one.
Observed evolution through change in allele frequency, which causes physiological changes to the structure of the animal.
That's not a reason. Just give me a reason, please.
How is that not a reason? I'm not. So if I said, how did that ocean form, and I said one drop at a time, that's a reason. If you get one drop at a time for a sufficient amount of time, that will sufficiently explain an ocean. So if you have an order of DNA and there are small changes over time, that order of DNA change can explain the new feature. That's literally what it does. That it sufficiently explains the change.
Well, I'm not going to go on the rabbit trail. I want mechanics and evidence, living animals, etc. You're just giving us philosophy like a big umbrella. What's your number one reason? You're saying allele change.
Right.
Where's the data? How do you know it didn't evolve from a spaghetti monster? You have no in-betweens. It's complete philosophy, Tom, unless you can provide empirical evidence. And you were the one saying you want empirical evidence. Where's the empirical evidence of a reptile evolving into a bird?
Right, that's how induction works. So we see the empirical evidence today in modern animals, in modern species, in single-celled organisms. We can see the genetic change in everything living today, and we can watch evolution happen. And then we can infer it with induction, like we do in all of science, into the past. And say, hey, this thing that's working now probably also worked in the past. Just like we see the sun come up today, it probably came up yesterday too, for the same reason.
Are you willing to say, and my goal isn't an inquisition, to say there is no empirical evidence that a reptile evolved into a bird?
No, the empirical evidence is the fossils where we can see the transitional forms from reptiles to birds.
Which fossil?
Archaeopteryx, the Sinoceraptorix, I can just have a list of them here with the pictures. Yeah, you said there was no, why are there no pictures of fossils with birds or fossils with feathers? Right. So I just Googled it and found some, and here's a list of them, and I'm just reading them. They're that simple to find.
My goal isn't to put you on the spot. My goal is truth, and yours is too, right? But
yeah, absolutely.
How in the world does most evolutionists don't believe Archaeopteryx was anything except an extinct bird? Fiducia, Grismec.
That's false. That's false. Well, that's objectively false. The vast majority of biologists accept that yes, it was a bird, like a significant majority.
They do. But just explain to me how a leg becomes a wing. I'm all ears.
The same way all changes happen. So every single species on the planet, every difference from a bacteria to a whale, everything is a different order of the same ATCG DNA structure. Everything, every difference. So if we take the biggest possible difference we can think of, from amoeba to blue whale, they're all just a different combination of the same ATCG. So if you have some mechanism that can randomly change the ATCG and cause things to survive and then change it again and cause them to survive and change it again, you can explain the entire diversity of life from a bacteria to a whale. So explaining the difference between a small leg to a bigger leg is trivial compared to the bigger difference.
Well,
right.
I want you to go from a solid-boned leg in a cold-blooded animal to a solid feather or a hollow bone feather. I know you're talking about mutation. I know what DNA is. You got a beautiful reptile with a beautiful leg. You're saying it slowly got mutations and changed that leg into a wing?
Right.
I need to have that explained to me. I don't get it, to quote Tom Hanks.
I'm not sure what you don't get. It's pretty simple. Like
Okay.
small changes.
Okay, you got a beautiful reptile with front legs and back legs. Eventually,
Right.
that's the ancestor to a bird with wings, right?
Right.
Explain to me, and I know what a mutation is, how it mutates and it changes a leg into a wing. It's a really simple question. I'm not that smart.
So it gets longer, the density of the bones get thinner, the wings grow, the feathers grow larger, and eventually it becomes useful for new things, which then causes it to accelerate the rate of the mutation, and so it becomes a wing. Like, I don't see the problem here. Small changes
Okay.
cause it to change incrementally, and then eventually it has a new function, and it grows even faster, and then it becomes sufficient for flight.
The problem is your lack of empirical evidence. You're saying a scale became a feather. Do you have any empirical evidence for that? I showed you the electron microscope images. Do you have any
Right, no, we
empirical
can't,
evidence?
we can't directly observe evolution from 65 million years ago. We use induction to
admitting-
support that.
Then you're admitting
No.
if you're not observing it, you don't have empirical evidence.
We have
That's what you
empirical
just-
evidence today, because empirical evidence is what we can see with the senses, so we can observe the evolution today and say with induction that it worked in the past. Like, we don't have any empirical evidence that the Earth has been going around the sun for 4 billion years, or for 4 weeks, or for just any amount of arbitrary time. We don't have empirical evidence of the sun going around the Earth in the past, but we assume it has. Like, for example, Pluto. We just discovered Pluto within the past 100 years. We don't have any empirical evidence it's been there for thousands of years, but it has, but we assume it has because of induction. That's how science works. We have this induction thing that we can infer that the way it's worked now also applies to the past, and we can use that to explain how reality works.
Okay, I know you want to take me on a rabbit trail to Pluto, but I don't want to go to Pluto. I want to go to the bird. Where is your empirical evidence? And if you don't have it, you admit you don't have any, right? I mean, it's pretty simple.
No, this is pretty
So
simple.
what is
I mean, I just
Explain it.
explained it to you. It's called induction. Induction is a pretty simple thing in science, pretty universal. So induction for Pluto is pretty simple. We discovered Pluto less than 100 years ago. We have no empirical evidence of it existing prior to 100 years ago, but we believe it did exist prior to 100 years ago. And we believe it followed the same pattern it does today before that period. So we use the induction of looking at the empirical evidence today, and then we apply that same process to the past, even if we don't have direct observation of the past. So we see the evolution today and how it works, and we use that same process and apply it to the past.
Okay, once again, I don't want to go to Pluto. I'm trying to get to a bird wing.
That's not.
How
That's
does
not.
a leg?
That's,
You don't
that's
want to
not a
answer
rabbit
that.
trail.
I would, how does
That's
a
not a
leg
rabbit
become a wing? If
I've
there's
already
empirical
answered.
evidence, just say you
already
have
answered.
no evidence for it. We can move on. What?
You know, I've already answered this. It's inductive evidence, the exact same kind we used to say that Pluto existed prior to 100 years ago.
That's
That's
philosophy. I want empirical evidence. How
No,
does a
that's-
leg
that's-
become a wing?
No, that's science. Essentially, what you're asking is, how do you know we weren't created 5 minutes ago? It's the same
didn't
level
ask
of
that.
ridiculousness. That's exactly what you're asking.
No.
You're asking that verbatim, because you're
Okay.
rejecting all of induction. Induction is the thing where we take the processes we can observe and verify today, and we apply them to the past and the future, and we say they work the same way. So we observe directly the evolution in the cell today, and we can watch it happen in different species where they make these changes, and we can say, yes, this same process happened in the past for the things we can't directly observe. That's how induction works. That's
I think-
science.
Well, give me one sec. Bill, forgive me. I don't mean to cut in on you. Just so that, given that there's so many different topics that we can cover from what's been discussed in the debate so far, I know that this is one that you guys disagree on, and that you do have a response for Tom. But and so I hate cutting in. But if there's maybe another thing that came up during the debate, just so we can try to run the gamut as much as we can in terms of covering as many topics as possible.
Okay, and a quick summary. I might be way wrong, but I would like to see the mechanics of how a leg becomes a wing instead of induction and assumption, because he was the one saying we don't have empirical evidence. That's what I'm begging for. Our empirical evidence is a reptile makes a reptile, a bird makes a bird, and if the change doesn't tickle your fancy, it's still a prediction, so you got your prediction. Okay,
Well, I think this is an important point here. So you do realize that indirect observation is empirical, right? The induction is empirical.
Indirect observation? That means
Correct.
somebody else is
Indirect-
looking at it?
No, it means we used induction to apply the same kinds of observations today in order to the past, and we can use it. We don't see it directly. Like particles, we don't see them directly. We still have indirect observation of them through computers and things. So
I'm a very simple
Indirect
mechanical
observation-
engineer. Real quick,
Indirect
and I'm not being
observation-
condescending. I'm not being condescending. When I design an air conditioning system for an office, it works or it doesn't work. I can't say, hey, by an induction and by theory, it should be cool in here while the lady is sweating. It works or it doesn't work. That's my semi-autistic state. I'm just looking for evidence. I can't even imagine how a leg can become a wing, and I know it hasn't been seen in nature. And we have billions of birds, billions of reptiles. That's all they're producing. We know too much about genetics. Their genetics are different. Their scales are different. Their circulatory, their respiratory system. It's just quaint to say one evolved into another by induction. I'm just begging for evidence, and I didn't get any. But we can move on.
Well, yeah, you're right. Their genetics are different, which is exactly what I explained. Their genetics change through random mutation. That's why their genetics are different. But you,
Or
like,
they've
your
all
example.
been different. That's
Well,
possible,
no, they
right?
clearly couldn't. No,
Why not?
nope. Because evidence. That's
Why
just like saying, could have the world been created 5 minutes ago? Well, I mean, sure. It's just not supported
No.
by anything. But
Why
to use your
couldn't the
example,
bird have been created? Well, real quick, Tom. Why couldn't the bird have been created with different genetics than the reptile, and that's all they're going to make? Just like those parallel lines in the chart I show. Why can't
because
that
we
be
can see
possible?
genetic mutation. Because we see genetic mutation happen, so it's just not possible.
And what do
We know
mutations
that
do?
genetics do change. They change the DNA of the species.
And what's the result?
New species.
No. Overwhelmingly, a loss of the ability to make proteins.
Nope.
John,
that's false.
Sanford, well,
Is wrong.
Is you're either. Oh, I hate. I
John
don't want to say
Sanford-
it, you're lying, but you are.
Well, no. John
Mutations
Sanford is
are either neutral or lose
every-
information.
No, that's false. John Sanford's genetic entropy is completely false and made up. Actually, Standing had a truth with a biologist a few weeks ago who actually explained this to him in detail. Yeah, John Sanford's genetic entropy is completely made up. It's not a serious thing in biology. So, but you made a great example. You said the air conditioner. You said an air conditioner either works or it doesn't work, right?
Right.
No, that's wrong, because there are different kinds of air conditioners. Some work better than others, some work worse than others, some kind of work some of the time, and they can have improvements. They can get better. So there's some that don't work, there's some that work kind of well, there's some that work really well, and there's incremental stages between these things. And the same thing applies to transitioning between a leg and a wing. They can work some of the time, they can work a little bit better than the other one, they can work for some things but not other things. So the transition between a piece of junk that kind of blows air to a complete system air conditioner or an arm to a wing can happen over stages, as long as the one stage is slightly better at something than the other stage.
Okay, I'm glad you said the word system. What system in the dinosaur do you think evolved first? Circulatory or respiratory?
Either could have evolved, because they can both evolve in different stages on different evolutionary paths. So it's either one is
Do they
possible.
need each other?
No.
Does the respiratory system need the circulatory system?
Nope.
What?
There are some
you take
animals, for
biology?
example,
They're symbiotic, my
for like-
friend.
For example,
The system-
there are certain kinds of worms that don't have respiratory systems. They do have hearts. There are certain kinds of other animals that can have certain kinds of respiratory systems but don't have hearts. And there are certain kinds of animals that have hearts without respiratory systems. So no, they can evolve separately.
Well, I'm asking about the dinosaur. For the dinosaur, did it get the respiratory or the circulatory system first?
Well, it depends which animal they evolved from. So if they evolved from one that had a heart but didn't have a respiratory system, the heart would have been first. And if they evolved one with a respiratory system without a heart, then the respiratory system evolved first. So either one.
And then-
Either way, it could have gotten dinosaurs.
But it would never make it to reptile because it would die without one, right?
No, you can start with
It wouldn't.
C. elegans or something. You don't need both of those things at the same time for them to work. They can evolve separately.
We're talking reptiles, though.
Right,
Okay,
so reptiles are like the
skeletal
end
or-
process of a long series of evolution. So when you start with the evolution, you can have certain kinds of organisms that have one or the other and not both.
Right. Digestive or skeletal, which evolved first?
Same answer. It could have done either one. Started either process, could have come first.
Okay. Immune or nervous system? And you get my point. I get your point, too. And again, I hope we have a friendship and debates like this, but I think you have pure philosophy and no empirical evidence, or else I would have heard some by now. But
Well, philosophy is abstract, like analytic. By definition, the fact that we do observe this stuff in a lab, evolution, and the fact that we do imply it inductively makes it, by definition, empirical and not philosophical. It's literally the definition of the word empirical, observed through the senses. So for it to be purely philosophical, it has to be abstract, like numbers and shapes.
Forgive me for
Sure.
because I definitely enjoy this. I think it's definitely central to the debate. And I also want to mention, I'm curious just to get your guys, both of your opinions on the idea of humans, whether or not they could survive with dinosaurs. And it's true that they could migrate. However, like assuming that there are dangerous dinosaurs, so let's say, I don't know exactly where T-Rex was, if it's like, let's say North America, and then let's say though you maybe venture down toward like Central America to try to avoid T-Rex, but maybe there's velociraptors down there, something like that. Are you both, Tom, like, are you guys in agreement that kind of like, well, I guess that humans like could survive even if there are dangerous dinosaurs, you could say, in the neighborhood? Or is that a point of contention?
Well, yeah, sure, they could have. It's, as far as I know, it's physically possible for humans to have survived 65 million years ago. The only possible challenge would be like, would the consistency of the oxygen and nitrogen in the air be something that could sustain the human body? And I don't know if that's the case or not, but I'm willing to grant it. Yeah, so sure, it's possible humans could physically exist on a planet at the same time as dinosaurs.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I see no reason.
Okay, so
I see no reason.
Gotcha.
The temperature. One interesting thing, and again, not bragging, as an engineer, why land animals can't get too big is heat transfer. Elephants are the biggest land animal, but they cool by their huge ears. They turn them into a cooling mechanism. Whales can get huge because they live in a stable temperature. We have a very delicate temperature to keep life alive, but animals much bigger than an elephant couldn't exist with today's temperature ranges. But creationists typically believe before the flood there was a stable temperature on the entire planet, which Tom mentioned. And again, my goal is not to put anyone on the spot, but Tom, you did mention that there were dinosaurs found in Antarctica, correct?
I don't think I mentioned that. I think I mentioned the fact that there were fossils found because they crossed the Antarctic ice sheet between Australia and some other place that I had written down. Okay. So they crossed where Antarctica used to be, because Antarctica used to be a lot bigger.
Moderator, I'm sorry, I never met the guy. Moderator James, is it? Could I show some slides real quick?
Yes, I'm okay with that.
About Antarctica? Okay. Thank you.
You bet.
I don't want any dead time, but yep. My pit bull has entered the room. Okay, so, and again, this is a pursuit of truth. I like Tom. And honestly, I learn more from people I disagree with than I agree with. Don't you all agree?
That's true, absolutely.
I'd love to be and I do mean that, Tom. True or false, dinosaur fossils have been found buried in sedimentary rock in mountains of Antarctica.
One sec, Bill.
The answer is
forgive me, Bill. If you wanted to show your PowerPoint, you just need to quick switch into screen share mode. It still shows you.
I'm sorry.
No problem.
I'm a computer I've got the timer pause for this, so no worries, guys. We're not losing time.
Thank you, guys.
No problemo. Okay, we can... You bet. Now, once you pull up your PowerPoint, we'll be ready to go. Awesome. Thank you.
Okay,
this is from a different lesson, guys, but that's me last night. I'm sorry. Okay, true or false, dinosaur fossils have been found buried in sedimentary rock in Antarctica mountains. The answer is true. As an engineer, I like to ask, well, how did that happen? What's the mechanism? Glacialsaurus is the name of that beautiful beast. There it is. Now, what would cause us to find dinosaurs in Antarctica mountains? I'd love to listen to other opinions. This gentleman who researched it said, well, for whatever reason, they were still hanging out in Antarctica. That's not too scientific. But I agree with this. Antarctica would have had to have been warm and wet. I believe before the flood there was a stable temperature throughout the earth. Mount Kirkpatrick was the soft riverbed. That's the name of the mountain. I believe the Bible has the best explanation for dinosaurs in sedimentary rock on top of a mountain. First, I won't get into all the verses. Genesis chapter 1, verse 6. I believe there was a greenhouse effect by a lot of water in the environment that produced a nice stable temperature. This stable temperature could allow for huge land animals because they didn't either freeze or overheat. That's very important to consider. No matter what you believe, creation, evolution, everyone should agree the environment was a lot different in the past. And I think evolutionists would agree with that. But I think the Bible explains the difference by the water in the original creation. My favorite Psalm. First there was a flood. That's going to bury Glaciosaurus in sedimentary rock. Amazing geology in this verse. After the flood, valleys sank, mountains rose. So you can get a dinosaur in Antarctica by the canopy. You get a flood to bury it, and then the mountain rises up afterwards. And I don't believe it happened millions and millions of years ago because of erosion. But I don't want to take up all of Tom's time.
Well, it
Okay.
wouldn't have been erosion. It would have been tectonic plates that would have shoved it up to create a mountain. But Pangea, all of the land masses on the Earth were connected at one time, 65 million years ago. Antarctica was connected with Australia and South America. So the fact that there were dinosaurs in Antarctica is not really a big surprise there. And the fact that they're on the mountains, again, that would just be tectonic plates creating the mountains, so that there would be not really a big surprise there. Yeah, the flood model is physically impossible. If there was that much water, it wouldn't be. There isn't enough water on the Earth to flood everything on the Earth. And even if there was, it would cause such a sufficient change to the environment that everything would die. It's not even possible to sustain life on the surface of the water, like a family on an ark, if all of the water is out of the air and in like the oceans. Plus, it's not physically possible to do that, considering the evaporation from the sun, which would cause the water to go back into the air as water vapor. So it's not actually physically possible unless magic for that to happen. Since it doesn't make any sense. Sure, go ahead.
Tom, I love your comments. When I became a young, little, eager creationist many years ago, I asked someone, how in the world is the water going to cover Mount Everest? But Psalm 104 teaches at the time of the flood, the mountains weren't that high. You are right. The mountains are too high now to be covered by water. But Psalm 104, my dog's snoring over there. Psalm 104 teaches there was the flood, and then the mountains rose. And I got some great evidence for that if you want to see another PowerPoint. But you see what I'm saying?
Sure.
The mountains weren't high before the flood. On top of Mount Everest is sedimentary rock, limestone. Limestone is mostly composed of coral and other water organisms. Seashells, fossils of sea animals are on top of Mount Everest. Everybody agrees Everest was underwater at one time. Atheist, creationist, etc. We believe, though, it wasn't two continents slowly raising it because the erosion would have eaten it up. But we both agree. Wouldn't you agree that Mount Everest was underwater at one time, Tom? The evidence indicates?
It was made of material that was underwater. I don't know if the mountain itself was ever underwater.
Well, just the top of it. Right. And that's fine. My goal isn't to embarrass or anything. But limestone, coral on top of Mount Everest. So everyone agrees that it was underwater, but I believe it was a rapid uplift because of erosion. Limestone isn't very durable. It's not going to last 30 million years. And just asking, and it's not a pop quiz. Are you familiar with Genesis chapter 1, where the Bible says, let the dry land appear and the water gather in one place?
I have read the Bible cover to cover, yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with that verse? Let the water gather in one place.
Sure.
You are? What does that imply?
Yeah, I read the... What implies whatever you want. The Bible's ambiguous. You can interpret it in many different ways.
Well, if the water is gathered in one place, that's teaching Pangea, first page of the Bible. I think it's Genesis 1, verse 8. If the water's gathered in one place, the land is gathered in one place. Do you want me to explain it again? I'll be happy to.
Yeah, go ahead.
In
So does that mean
Genesis-
there's no lakes?
It says, let the water gather into one place.
So if
Pangea.
there's a lake on Pangea, that means the water isn't in one place.
I don't know, but to me, it indicates one big landmass. Obviously, people needed water to survive, but it wasn't as high as after the flood, so it's easily to cover it. You can roll your eyes. It's okay. You won't hurt my feelings. But read Genesis 1 again. Let the water gather into one place. There's Pangea right there on page 1.
Pangea is the land gathering in one place, not the water gathering in one place. Like, what?
Right. But take a look in your good old Bible. Genesis 1.
Well, no, I know, I'm not questioning that's what it says, but if the
understand.
land gathers in one place, that's not the same as saying the water gathers in one place. I don't see your connection between those two.
Okay, there's one land mass. There's one water mass. The
No,
water's
because
one
there are lakes.
Sure.
It's not like the land just plucked out all the lakes and there's no water anywhere on land and there's just the water in the ocean. Like, no. And there's water vapor, there's water in the air, there's water all over the place, there's water in every part of the planet. The water is never in one place.
And they talk about rivers. You know your Bible, right? You're a
Right.
Bible scholar. They talked about rivers. It wasn't dry. God didn't say, oops, forgot to give them any potable water.
Right. So when you say the water's gathered in one place, that really doesn't mean anything. Like the water's never gathered in one place. The waters were always everywhere. Like,
Right.
they never stopped being everywhere.
Hey guys, sorry to jump in here. We just got only a few minutes left, and I know, as James was saying earlier, there was a lot of great things brought up about whether or not dinosaurs and man did coexist. I know Tom said that they could have, but did they? I know certain things, like I think dinosaur soft tissue was brought up, among other things. Did you guys want to spend the last few minutes maybe going as deep as
Sure.
can into that?
Sure. So we only find dinosaur fossils on lower layers. We'll never find them with human fossils, and every single species is only on its particular layer, and there's never any transition between them. So, and it seems to correlate perfectly with the evolutionary model and the 65 million years ago were the dinosaurs. There's no overlap between these. Why would you think that somehow humans, which only appear within the last 200,000 years, somehow existed on the same layer as this species when there's no fossils of them there? Like, how did that happen?
That's a great question. And one nice thing about me, I admit I don't know everything. It would be wonderful to have a human with a collar around a dinosaur. I could say, see, but that's a great question. So anything I would answer would have to be an assumption. But I do believe that the overwhelming majority of fossils were marine organisms. You probably agree with that, which would make
Sure, the
sense
earliest ones.
when, pardon me?
Yeah, sure, because the earliest ones, most life started in under. Yeah,
They're the most helpless to avoid a burial, because you agreed to become a fossil, they're in sedimentary rock, so they have to get buried, combination of rock with water. I believe the dinosaurs were more unable to escape than the humans, but I do see that as an argument for your case that they didn't exist at the same time. Perhaps other explanations are the humans were able to resist it, or they lived at different places. For example, a question, could they live at the same time? Yeah, and they could also live at the same time at different places.
where did dinosaurs not live? Like, is there any place on the Earth where we haven't found fossils? Like, because as far as I know, they're everywhere. So the idea that somehow every human being everywhere avoided every fossilization event that all the dinosaurs did seems really ridiculous, especially since we have examples of humans doing exactly what the dinosaurs did, like falling into tar traps. Like, we have those kinds of fossils all over the place in the world. So seeing how they wouldn't have done this 65 million years ago or however long ago when the dinosaurs existed, doesn't make a lot of sense since they do it today. Like, how did they avoid all that pattern? Are they just that smarter than we are today?
Are you saying there's dinosaurs at the La Brea tar pits?
Well, no, I'm saying that humans do stupid things. So the fact that all humans avoided the stupid things that would have gotten them crushed and fossilized is a pretty spectacular claim, since we know they do stupid things today.
Yeah, I'm not going to say I got a great answer to that. I'm willing to do that. And it would be good to every say birds, legs to wings. I don't have a fantastic answer, but I don't. That's a very good comment and question. The beasts, they got buried and washed away. But there are no dinosaur fossils in the La Brea tar pits. I know that for a fact. My friend wrote a book on it. But I believe they lived in different places. The humans might have been more clever to avoid the catastrophe. But I think I wrote it down here. You said Mount Everest wasn't caused by a flood. It was caused by erosion.
No. Tectonic plates.
No,
Not
I'm
erosion.
sorry. I'm sorry. Grand Canyon, the Grand Canyon.
Right. Yes.
Because water wouldn't do this. It wouldn't go crooked.
If it's just a straight flood, there's no way for it to be diverted into directions like that.
Well, water seeks the lowest energy state, just like people and electrons. If that's the lowest
Right.
energy state, that's where the waters are going to go. But-
Right. So there'd have to be something to force that to be the lowest energy state, and there isn't.
Exactly. I agree with you. That's how rivers are formed. And if the Grand Canyon was formed by a little water over a long period of time, why don't we have 10,000 Grand Canyons on the planet? We got a lot of rivers. How come they're not the Grand Canyon, but that one is?
For lots of reasons. One, the rivers weren't as populated because of the changes in the environment, because of the frequency of the water, because of the consistency of the material in the Grand Canyon. Lots of reasons.
But we agree with that, the amount of water.
Want to mention a quick one or two things. First is we will do quick closing statements, but also wanted to say just thanks for being here. I'm excited about one of these super chats, as it's Steven is always a joker. But okay, so if you have any questions, we're gonna have to close the Q&A pretty quick here. So like maybe in a couple of minutes, just to let you know. By close the Q&A, I mean the question intake. So you got a couple of minutes to submit a question that we'll hopefully get to during the Q&A. And Standing for Truth, the floor is yours. Thanks.
Awesome. Okay, thanks guys for that lively discussion. Very enjoyable, very engaging. So thanks for keeping it fun. We're going to jump right into the closing. Since you started, we will let you start off with your closing there. You got 3 minutes, and I will start on your first word. Go ahead there, Bill.
Well, if my first word isn't my first word, I would sincerely like to thank Tom for the talk. I knew I would learn more from this, and I appreciate it. And I like talking to people who think differently than me. So hopefully those aren't my first words. Let's see. Oh, hang on 1 second. Slide 217. There we go. Okay, ready?
Yes.
How many minutes?
You got 3 minutes, and I can start it right now if you'd like.
Okay, great. My conclusion is this. My conclusion is dinosaurs have always have existed, and now they're extinct. My point being, extinction is the opposite of evolution. Extinction is you run out of organisms. Evolution is new ones appear. This is a planet of extinction, suffering, and death. I believe dinosaurs are the result of amazing design by an amazing designer. I wish we had more time. Tom said he thought the metal stand was the result of design, but not that skull with all the teeth and eye sockets. I think they're both designs, and the dinosaur skull is a much better design. I got ahead of myself. Dinosaurs are evidence of extinction, not evolution. This is a planet of death and suffering, which often leads to people being atheists, and I respect that. I've talked to many atheists about the suffering that goes on. Evolutionists admit they don't know what dinosaurs evolved from. I spent the last 2 days calling people up, trying to get them to. I've called many museums, etc., and I gave the best quote I could find in the presentation. Dinosaurs you find today, it's obvious that they got buried in sedimentary rock from a violent flood. These weren't wimpy animals. It wasn't just a little bit of rain. They could have survived that. These poor suckers got buried by mountains of mud, a violent flood. The reasons I don't think they've been buried for all those years is erosion and soft tissue. Just rub your sneaker on a parking lot and it's going to start crumbling. I went to Bryce Canyon in Utah. The docent said the rocks were 50 million years old. I was rubbing the rock as gently as I would pet a kitten's head, and it was crumbling. I said, hey kids, is this rock 50 million years old? They said, no, Dad. And Bryce Canyon won't be here in 1,000 years, yet they're saying it's been there for 50 million years. Reptiles do not evolve into birds. the wings, the respiratory system, the skeletal system, the vision, the feet, many, many hurdles that we just can't wave our arms and say evolution did it. It's as simple as that. We need a mechanism. We need evidence. And I didn't even get to this. That's fine. I believe the Bible describes what could be a dinosaur. I try to be fair. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. But in Job chapter 40 and 41, there are two animals that are described. A behemoth having a tail like a cedar tree. Many Bible comments say this was a hippopotamus. No, they got a wimpy little tail. This animal had a tail like a cedar tree. Man could not tame it. And the Bible said God told Job to look at it. So I believe the Bible does describe a dinosaur, but if someone disagrees with me, I'm not going to have a stroke and pass out over that. But is that 3 minutes? Just in closing, Tom, ask yourself why you think the metal stand was the result of design and not that complex skull. And the complex skull started as one fertilized egg with the information to make that skull. That's amazing design, my friend.
Time.
Okay.
Thank you so much there, Bill. We now move on to you, Tom, for your 3-minute closing. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
All right, so just to answer his question, the reason that we think the stand was designed and the skull wasn't was because we have a process by which the stand is made, and we can observe the process, and we have a process by which life forms are made, and we can observe the process. The process which life forms are made is natural. It's evolution. So we have a natural process that explains it, so it's pretty reasonable to conclude it's not designed. So the reason we can trust science and the reason we can trust that dinosaurs lived 65 million years ago and that humans have only been around for 200,000 years is because science makes testable predictions. Science can differentiate itself from all of the different infinitely many interpretations we can make up of how to explain everything. We can always make up explanations to explain all past and present data, but science can go further than that. It's the only one that can. It can make novel, future testable predictions. It can say, if our theory is right, then we will be able to discover these things in the future which we don't know yet. And lo and behold, we discover them again and again and again and again, over and over, all over the world, in every species, in every culture, regardless of past. It works. Creationism doesn't. So when we look at what we have reason to believe in science, we don't have reason to believe in creationism. And so I believe that humans did not live with dinosaurs for the same reason I believe the sun is going to come up tomorrow, for the same reason I believe water is healthy and cigarettes are dangerous and planes fly and computers work, because science. End.
Thank you very much, Tom. And I've got, before we jump right into the Q&A intake is closed. We have a lot of great questions, so thanks everybody for your questions. I've got one here that, Standing for Truth, I captured it and I didn't get it to put it on the list that I just shared with you, so I just want to make sure that I read it because I don't want it to be missed. And then, Standing for Truth, if you want to take over with the next super chat, which is from J School Account, I just wanted to make sure that I read this one from Steven Steen. Thanks for your super chat, buddy. And by the way, debaters, thanks so much. We appreciate you guys being here. Appreciate your closing statements. And I totally agree with Bill. Hopefully you can disagree and still be friends. That's the whole point of this channel. And so I really appreciate you saying that, Bill, that it's like, hey, we'll disagree fiercely, but we'll still be friends. So Steven Steen, thanks for your super chat. He said, James got me blocked by Joel Osteen on Twitter. That's true, and it was actually, this is like a story that I love. If you're on Twitter, anybody out there in the live chat, you can find us on Twitter. We're on there at Modern Day Debate is our handle. But it was hilarious because basically trolling, basically making fun of Steven because neither of us are fans of Joel Osteen. I tweeted to Joel Osteen, I said, Joel Osteen, Steven wants to be your new disciple. and Steven put a GIF, like basically expressing his disappointment, and Joel Osteen blocked him. But he didn't block me, which is why I'm like, I think it's especially funny that, I don't know why, but he didn't block me, but Steven is right. I saw the screenshot. Joel Osteen, out of all the people, he got blocked by Joel Osteen. Jeez. Not even, so... Standing for truth. Thanks so much. You get the next one.
Okay, so the next one would be, I just got the list, the super chat by J School Account.
Yes.
Okay, so J School Account, his super chat is, he says, don't let this debate distract you from the fact that inspiring philosophy absolutely destroyed Tom Jump in a debate. That's his super chat.
That's brutal. Tom, if you want to give a response, you can. If you want to ignore it, you can too. You got somebody who's headhunting you out there.
Yeah, he destroyed me by listing his one cherry-picked authority while I listed the entire consensus of academia. Like, I'm defeated. What can I do? My interpretation, my new interpretation that has no support is somehow evidence.
Tom, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
That's fine.
Tom's giving you some pushback, J School Account. Thanks for your super chat. The next one is Steven Steen. Thank you so much. He actually said in this one, patiently waiting for Tom Jump's clamshell to close one time. Everybody loves that chair that you have, Tom. That's like every single debate, somebody in the live chat's talking about it. And also, Jason, I think it was in the live chat, said, Bill, you have a beautiful home. That honestly, your ceiling there especially looks beautiful. It's you guys both have got some sweet cribs.
Wow. Wow. Very blessed.
You need to order me one of those chairs, Tom.
They are nice.
Send me one for Christmas.
Yeah, as soon as you pay me $1,000.
$1,000? Oh, I don't make that kind of money. Are we going on to the next super chat, James?
Yes.
Okay, so I got Mr. Cook Jr. super chat. He says, I'm an air traffic controller, but Bill's rationale is like if he was explaining an AC system to Tom, and Tom was denying everything he was saying. So I guess if the debaters want to respond to that.
I'm not sure I understand the question. One thing I was trying to make is that systems, and I have the greatest job. I love giving air conditioning to people and they get happy, okay? But you got to get everything right. You can't get it 95% right. Hey, I did everything, but I put in the wrong thermostat. People aren't going to be comfortable. And it is so minute compared to a dinosaur, but every part of an air conditioning system has to work or it's going to be uncomfortable. You're not going to achieve your aim. And systems can evolve. A living system can evolve. I don't know if that makes sense to you guys or not. You can't evolve everything except kidneys and be alive. The only way that God could have created, he couldn't have created through evolution, step by step by step. Instant male, instant female. 60,000 miles of blood vessels, the right heart at the right pressure, at the right flow rate. God is the greatest engineer, designer, and artist of all time, and the only way he could have made a living being is instantly, not a step-by-step mechanism. And if God couldn't create through evolution, nature with an IQ of 0 sure couldn't.
Gotcha.
You just Google animals that don't have kidneys. You don't actually need them. There are animals without them.
We're talking about people. You need them. You need 2.
Next up.
Oh, actually, you don't. You need 1.
Next, let's see. Forgive me, just so we don't get bogged down. I totally understand that you guys are passionate, but question from Praise I Am That I Am. Thanks for your question, Praise. He says, do you believe T-Rexes, this is for Tom, do you believe T-Rexes evolved into a chicken? If so, how can you call creationism mythical?
No, I don't believe T-Rexes evolved into a chicken. The animals, the dinosaurs, the versions of dinosaurs that evolved into birds were smaller and not like T-Rexes or Triceratopses or the bigger ones. So no, I don't believe T-Rexes evolved into chickens, but some dinosaurs did evolve into birds, and those birds were then cultivated into chickens by humans.
Gotcha. Standing for truth.
If many evolutionists disagreed with you, Tom, would you change your mind, or is your mind made up?
Yeah, if they had evidence. Not if they just disagreed, but if they had evidence, yes.
If you want my email, I'll be happy to give it to you. And again, my goal is just to share information because you're teaching me stuff. I mean that. I learn more from you than I'll learn from a fellow believer. maybe afterwards or now I could give you my email, and I'll show you that most evolutionists don't believe in the dinosaur to bird. The Chinese made a lot of money off it, but American American
yeah, sure,
bird
I
experts.
absolutely love that. I really appreciate you coming on too. I did enjoy our conversation, and I would like your email. If you have a study or citation that shows that most evolutionists don't believe that, that would be very interesting to me.
Good. All right.
Okay,
What city
so-
do you live in? I'm not going to stalk you though.
Minneapolis.
What part of, where?
Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Okay. My best friend lives in there. I'll hook you guys up. Just kidding.
Absolutely.
I'm glad you guys are bonding nicely. We're going to get on to the next question here. This is what I like to see, guys. So this one, I guess, is another question from Praise I Am That I Am. He asks, giraffes, so this must be for Tom. He asks, giraffes can die when they bend over to drink, but they were designed to not die. How can you say long-necked dinosaurs evolved then? They have a 10 times longer neck. And I read that word for word. Go ahead, Tom.
Yes, giraffes can die if they put their head down for too long because the blood goes to the brain and they can't get it out because of the fourth recurrent laryngeal nerve, which goes all the way up and down their head, which is a bad design, which causes the blood to get caught in their head and to kill them, which the dinosaurs didn't have that problem necessarily. And so they didn't have the same kind of issues that giraffes have. They evolved differently, and so they had different kinds of issues.
Can I reply?
I think just
Yes, of course. Go ahead, Bill.
we'll give you a really quick response, just because we've had a good amount of questions yet, and we're a little bit close to being over time if we have too many cross responses. But go ahead, Bill, if it's a quick
I'll
one.
be real fast. Blood needs to get to the brain. Dinosaurs were tall. They needed a huge heart. When they bent over, the pressure, the head pressure, not to get engineering on you, would be enormously high, would give them a stroke. I might mispronounce it, so bear with me. They have what's called meta rearabile, something like that, which kills the pressure when they bend over so they don't blow their brains out. It's not a nerve problem, it's a circulatory problem. And the dinosaurs would have had to have the same mechanism to reduce the blood pressure to their brain when they drank water. Design.
Gotcha. Thanks so much. And next up, Landon Freeman. We appreciate your question, Landon. He says, for Tom, humans lived with a variety of extinct dangerous animals like the Apiornis maximus bird. Forgive me if I mispronounce it. He says, if humans lived with these animals, why couldn't they have lived with dinosaurs?
Well, yeah, like I said earlier, it's physically possible that they could have lived with dinosaurs. Like that's not an issue I brought up. That wasn't one of my points. That was something that one of the points Bill brought up.
Gotcha.
I didn't pick the title of the debate, though.
Yes.
Oh, right,
no
right.
problem.
But I never made the arguments that because dinosaurs are dangerous, that dinosaurs would have just eaten all the humans. That was never an argument I made.
Right.
Gotcha. Thanks so much.
Okay, so next question is from Piggle Pig Swill Bucket. Question is for Bill. The feathered tyrannosaur Dylon, I think I said that right, was discovered after being predicted years before. How would creation explain this find? Go ahead, Bill.
They did not find a feathered dinosaur, I would say. I could be wrong. Again, I don't know everything. I did research. I love debating, and I'm always on evolutionist websites to see what they're saying. And if the pig swine guy wants to give me his email, I can send him all kinds of documentation by evolutionists that are not creationists who say they have not found feathered dinosaurs. So if they predicted it, I would say that they're wrong. The people who are finding the feathered dinosaurs are making money off of it. It's not the independent science researchers that are claiming it.
Gotcha. Thanks so much. Larry Letts, thanks for your question. He said, I'd like to ask both of the debaters if they know what dinosaurs weren't reptiles.
Do you want to go first, Tom?
No, you go first.
Okay, could you repeat the question then? I didn't understand your second last words.
No problem. It was Larry asks, he said, I'd like to ask both if they know what dinosaurs were not reptiles.
I'm going to guess what he's asking. When I was a little kid, I was told dinosaurs were not reptiles. And then when I got older, I heard that they were. And just yesterday, I called a natural science museum. I've prepared for this debate for 2 days. I know a little bit about dinosaurs, but I'm not a world expert. And they say, this guy said they're 80% sure, he's 80% sure that they are reptiles because of their scales, etc. They assume most soft tissue doesn't reproduce, that they have the characteristics of reptilian eggs. So the consensus seems to be that dinosaurs were reptiles, and I don't know if I answered Larry's question.
Gotcha.
I'll give it a shot. So dinosaurs, also to answer Bill's question, dinosaurs evolved from archosaurs, which are pre-dinosaur lizards, reptiles. So they would probably be a classification of reptile. But at the same time as dinosaurs, there were mammals and non-dinosaurs that were alive, and those weren't reptiles. So I think the dinosaurs, or the things living at the same time of dinosaurs that were mammals, were not reptiles. So those existed at the same time, but weren't dinosaurs. I think that maybe that would answer his question.
Okay, I've got the next question here is from Landon Freeman. This one is for T-Jump. So he asks, your explanations of how birds evolved through naturalistic means are imprecise, speculative, and unfalsifiable. This leads to my question. What could falsify evolution? Go ahead, Tom.
Rabbits in the Precambrian. Let's go with the Richard Dawkins. Rabbits in the Precambrian.
What is an ATC? Here's my email. Whoever Mr. ATC is, my email is billyjack1@hotmail.com. Give me an email and tell me where I lied. I would love to hear from you, my friend.
Okay.
I want to be accurate. I've made mistakes. Correct me.
Really?
And I'd be happy to hear where he thinks I'm lying.
You got it.
But you know what?
Give me 1 second. Just the chat didn't hear the question. I'm sorry. I had myself on mute because I've got a little background noise here. Mr. Cook Jr., thanks for your super chat. His super chat was, he said, G-Man is more honest than Bill. I'm just an ATC. So thanks for letting me know in the live chat that I was on mute. I'm getting my own office soon, I promise. So, but Bill, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
So my answer didn't go out. I'd be happy to give it again.
No, they got yours. They just weren't able to hear me because I muted myself because I got background noise.
Anyone listening, if I made any mistakes, let me know. I'm happy to hear what they are.
I think ATC is air traffic control.
Oh, that's right. I think he did mention that in an earlier super chat. So thank you for that, Mr. Cook Jr. And Standing for Truth, if you want to continue, we'll go through the rest of the questions that we have so we can get through the whole list. The only thing is, just to kind of move quicker, we'll do the first question from Justin James Howman, and then right after that we'll jump to Iron Charioteer and so on. Cool?
That sounds good to me. So, first question from Justin James Human. He says to ask Bill, what is it about Australia that is so special that God made marsupials exist there of all places? Go ahead, Bill.
Well, everybody knows Australia are God's chosen people. That's a joke. Thank you very much. I'm 100% a believer in natural selection. Natural selection is an elimination process. If you took a flamingo to Alaska, it's going to freeze to death. That's natural selection. It's not going to evolve into a new animal. I believe that kangaroos, koala bears, etc., are all the product of intelligent, brilliant design. I believe a kangaroo can only make a kangaroo, and a koala can only make a koala. Now we're delving into speculation a little bit, okay? How did they get there and not other animals? I believe that after the flood, there were land bridges and still a Pangea in effect, and that animals migrated. And after the oceans filled, there was an ice age. When the ice glaciers melted, all of a sudden they're like, oh man, we're on an island now. And again, this is speculation, but it makes some sense to me. And after time, those are the animals that survived. And marsupial fossils are found on every continent, but they don't live today on every continent because this is a planet of extinction and elimination, not new animals appearing. So I believe they migrated after the flood and they survived and thrived in Australia, where other animals who migrated there went extinct.
Gotcha. Thanks so much. Just to keep moving as quick as I can, I'm going to try to read through this fast. Iron Charioteer, thanks for your question as well. He asked, what caused the iridium and microdiamond layer found around the globe that correlates with the extinction of the dinosaurs? So my guess is that's for you, Bill.
Okay. Many people believe dinosaurs went extinct because of meteor activity, because they're below the Cretaceous, the KAR level, as I recall. This, I took geology a long time ago, but they're below a certain level. They said it came from iridium, but many dinosaur fossils, at my understanding, are not below that, but every dinosaur fossil is in sedimentary rock. So some people think that iridium all came from meteors. I'd be completely guessing if I said I knew for sure. And I'd rather not guess. Something I could look into more. But it's pretty well spread out, pretty well thin, as I understand it. So just from the little I do know, it would be a stretch to think it all came from meteor activity. But it's a good question that I can look into.
Gotcha.
Okay, so we got a question here from Scuba Steve. Thanks for the question. So he says, this question's for Bill. He says, how do you square using the proof that science has found using science, but ignore the second half of what science has found and inserting your own religion? Go ahead, Bill.
Inserting my own religion. Well, I'll start with a big answer, I guess. No matter what you believe, if people agree with Tom or me, we both believe something amazing has happened in the past. Okay? My amazing thing is that there is an intelligence and power with an IQ of infinity that could design every single hair on my pit bull. Every hair on a dog needs DNA programming to tell it's the location, the color, the length, the thickness, the direction. Massive programming goes into every hair of every dog on this planet and all the other mammals as well. So I believe in a spectacular God, and that's a pretty awesome belief. The atheist believes every hair on my dog and the DNA to program it there got by random chance mutation. Okay? So we both in the past have to admit we believe in something spectacular that is outside the realm of observable science. Okay, I'd like to see, again, I didn't get a satisfactory explanation for the evolution of the birds. I got, oh, it's science, it's easily explained. I didn't hear any evidence for that. So I like to start with the science. There's a design. My dog can only make a dog. My dog can only come from a dog. That's called genetics and biochemistry. Mitochondrial DNA. Everybody listening to the show, I hope you Google mitochondrial DNA. Science has confirmed that all humans have the same female ancestor, and they call her mitochondrial Eve. That's science. Okay, we all have the same female ancestor. Now I bring in my faith. I don't like the word religion. My faith, my belief that a supernatural God made the female with a male. But you can easily distinguish between the faith and the religion. But I love genetics. I love biochemistry. And the logical conclusion to me invokes a supernatural deity, not a blind faith belief.
Gotcha. Thanks so much, Bill. And then last question, thanks so much. By the way, just want to let everybody know, we mentioned it earlier in the debate. A couple of things, actually. One is I have been delayed today. I usually have a little cheap old laptop that I use that is in the shop. And so it's been a little bit hard for me to keep up with the live chat, but I think we did get all the questions. And thanks for your patience with the technical difficulties tonight. Also, I'm stoked. We'll have the laptop fixed for this Friday's debate featuring Aaron Ra. That will be epic with Dr. Trent Doherty. Also, want to mention really quick, the debaters' links will be in the description. That was also a little bit harder because I didn't have that old spare laptop today. And last but not least, that was it. Their links will be in the description. That's Bill's, Tom's, and even Standing for Truth, as we appreciate. He was the one that actually set this up and introduced us to Bill. We're very pleased to meet you, Bill. And last question. So, Pig Swill Bucket, thanks for your question. He said, why are there no crabs in the Precambrian layers? To Bill.
Precambrian layers, not Cambrian. Okay, again, I'm not saying I'm an expert, but my understanding is there's nothing but single cell or very, very tiny organisms in the Precambrian. And I could be wrong. You can't say, oh, creation is wrong because that old guy with the gray beard got this one wrong, okay? Now, in the Cambrian layer, and I'm not dodging the question, so I don't think they would expect it. The Cambrian layer has 100 phylum. Phylum is a body structure, a means of classifying organisms. Okay, so according to the evolutionists, the most ancient layer, it's 50 phylum in the earliest fossils. Today, there's only 20 phylum. That's my understanding. So, does that show evolution or extinction that we have fewer phylum today than in the supposed ancient fossils? I think an open-minded atheist would look at that and say, that is a planet of extinction, not evolution, that we have fewer phylum today. And if I'm wrong with the 50 and 20, please forgive me, but that's what my understanding is. But we have fewer today, much fewer than in the Precambrian or the Cambrian layer.
Okay, I think their question was, why are there no, and maybe they had a typo or an autocorrect, but they said, why are there no crabs in the Precambrian layers? Well,
my best answer was my understanding in the Precambrian, there are extremely few fossils. I read an article on it maybe 7 years ago that there were single cell organisms in the Precambrian. But in the Cambrian, they call it the Cambrian explosion. You've all heard of that?
Mm-hmm.
I think the number is 50 different phylum show up instantly, which is a nightmare for the evolutionist. How do you go from 0 to 50 like that? It should be a slow gradual. And we go from 50 to 20 today, which teaches of an instant creation, a flood, and a planet of extinction and death.
Gotcha. Thanks so much. Oh, we have to wrap it up just because we're about 30 minutes over. And it has been a lot of great questions, though, that we got to ask. So I appreciate everybody sending in your questions. It's been a blast. We are thrilled about the future, as someone was so kind to congratulate on the 5,000 subscribers. We are so excited, and we have a vision. We are going to, as best as we can, host fair debates. We hope that people can passionately disagree, and at the end of it, say, hey, you know what? We can be friends. Don't worry about it. And last of all, we are excited, as we will do at least once a month. We will continue doing our fundraisers in which 100% of Super Chats will go to a charity, something such as the last one I think was breast cancer or prostate cancer, and then we will continue doing those. So thanks for being here. Thanks for your support. This really is, I can't say thanks enough. The debaters really make the channel, and also you, the audience. All the best ideas have come from you, the audience, in terms of like debate topics, stuff like that. And so I just want to say thanks so much. Like, this is the channel is an abstract entity that is owned by you, all of you, and the debaters. So thanks so much. We really appreciate that. And we are so pumped that we are going to start doing some more political debates. So just so you know what's going on, we are not switching into purely political debates. We'll still have like God's existence, creation, evolution. It's just that we are going to start kind of mixing in some politics in there to keep everything fresh and keep some new stuff like that. So want to thank the debaters one last time. We really appreciate you being here. It's been a total blast. Ooh, Rayrard, you're right. I did miss your question. So sorry about that. Let me see if I can find that really quick. Forgive me, guys. I'm sorry. I know I actually took it down. I wrote the question down, but I just want to make sure that I actually ask it because, like I said, it was a little bit hard to get to ask all the questions. Rayrard, if you can ask your question one more time really quick, I will ask it to the debaters. We'll make an exception for this because I missed it and I'm really sorry about that. But want to mention as well, anything from the debaters, we just appreciate you being here. Thanks for spending your time with us.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it. And thanks for Bill for coming on. It was an interesting discussion, and I'd like to see his reference where he says that most evolutionists don't believe in dinosaurs or birds were dinosaurs. That's an interesting claim. I'd definitely like to hear.
Good. I'll email you if you give me your email. You can do it offline.
Sure. Right.
Here, my dog was sister. Come here, princess. Yeah, I'd be more than happy to. Just Google Alan Feduccia, Feduccia, North Carolina State. He's perhaps the top bird evolution guy.
You bet. And then
he hates creation.
You bet. And then Standing for Truth, any last words? Thanks for setting this, helping us set this up by introducing us to Bill. Also, I will be on vacation. I'm really excited. I'm going to, it's kind of vacation, kind of speaking, in Malaysia, which is going to be a blast. My hope is that either Standing for Truth or maybe even Tom, I don't know. Tom, you could put your link in the description and I could say thanks and we could try to promote your channel. Your debate channel, because Tom, really, if you haven't seen Tom's channel, it's pretty much nothing but debates. And so we might have some guest moderators that will jump in for me while I'm gone for that. I think it's like 10 days. So just want to let people know so that way people know what's going on. I kind of want to keep consistent with everybody's, what's the word? Expectations. So with that, Rayrard, so sorry I missed your question. I shot you a question. I just asked, can you ask it again really quick? Because I'm looking for it. So,
well, I googled what Bill asked, and so what I found was the present scientific consensus is that birds are a group of theropod dinosaurs that originated during the Mesozoic era. So the consensus right now is that birds are dinosaurs.
Wikipedia?
Yep. And when it's referenced, it's got academic reference.
Okay. Well, be careful. I'll be happy to send you.
They got the little numbers with the published papers to them next to them to verify this, which is pretty good. So Wikipedia is pretty reliable on that.
Oh, I love it. I go 100 times a day. But I'll be happy to mail you with the curator of the museum, Alan Feduccia, etc.
Yeah, I'll actually send him an email. I'm going to ask him the question. I'll say, what is the consensus among most scientists? And I'm sure he will answer it very, very willingly.
Copy me. Be happy to. Hey,
thanks so
much.
We're
all learning process.
I appreciate your guys' diplomacy. And with that, we will say goodbye. Standing for Truth, any last words before we cut out?
No, thanks so much for having me on to co-moderate. Tom, Bill, great debate. I really enjoyed it. So, yeah, I got nothing else to say. Just thanks so much. It was fun.
Awesome. So thanks so much. I appreciate it. I appreciate everybody's encouragement. It was a blast. I'm so glad to be here. It was a week without it was honestly, it was like I felt like a part of me was missing. So glad to be back. It's been a blast, and we'll be back Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We're thinking about going to a schedule of Friday, Saturday nights, and then maybe Sunday afternoons. And I think we're going to go with that like pretty consistently. So with that, thanks for coming by. Keep sifting out the reasonable from the unreasonable, everybody. Take care.
This is your last warning. We've got Snake Was Right, who believes that pine trees and elephants are related through common ancestry, going up against Bill Morgan, who believes that God created this universe and the life we see in it. Be there tomorrow, Tuesday the 13th at 9 p.m. EST. Hey everybody, this is Standing for Truth, and the debate that you are about to see is between Bill Morgan, who is a creationist, and Snake Was Right, who is an evolutionist. The debate topic is creation versus evolution. This debate was a blast. It was fun and it was really engaging, so I hope you enjoy. Let's get right into it.
This flapdoodle is easily unraveled, so therefore moot in this debate. Schuyler and Josh must supply a definition of slavery that isn't concocted from sheer imagination.
Is portrayed themselves as a Muslim. And ISIS, the name itself, is after a Babylonian false god.
I think you would be a biochemical predestinarian, which would mean all your thoughts and decisions are just predestined as well.
Gamma G kicks on, and then gamma A for the remainder of the pregnancy, and then those turn off, and then the last one turns on.
So if I'm looking at a gene pool, and I agree evolution would be defined as change in allele frequency over time. Obviously in populations, not individuals are evolving, but populations are evolving.
Did your brain have a designer?
No.
I believe you. Go ahead.
Please tell me how the respiration system of a reptile that uses a bellows two-pass system evolves into a single pass with air sacs and no diaphragm. Just a step-by-step idea.
Yeah, that would take a long time.
Welcome to Christian Debate Consortium. This is Praise I Am That I Am. I'm excited to present this enthralling debate between two experienced debaters on the topic of creation versus evolution. Without further ado, here is Standing for Truth.
Awesome. Thanks for that, Praise. Thanks so much, Bill Morgan and Snake Was Right for doing this, for giving us your time. A lot of people are excited. I'm really excited. So this is going to be awesome. Just like Praise said, please subscribe. We got a lot of good debates coming up. We've hosted a lot of debates. Our first one on the Christian Debate Consortium was just last week between Ken Hovind and Adam Heap on the global flood. So a lot of good feedback there as well, guys. Go and check that out. At the end of the month so far, we've got Ken Hovind again debating emotionally stunted emoticon on the global flood versus uniformitarianism. So lots to look forward to on this channel, guys. So we got a formal debate tonight. It is going to be 15-minute openings. We're going to start with Bill Morgan, followed by 8-minute rebuttals, 30-minute discussion. So a lot of fun there. I know that's a lot of people's favorite parts of the debate. We've got a concluding statement of 5 minutes and then a question and answer. So make sure you tag either Standing for Truth or Raw Matt in the chat with your questions, and we will save those and make sure we ask them at the end there. So what we'll do is we will hand it off to Bill, who's going to start with his opening presentation. So Bill, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Bill Morgan. Thank you for sponsoring the debate. Taylor, thank you for talking the subject with me. I've been a mechanical engineer for 35 and a half years, and I enjoy talking about creation versus evolution. And this debate is which is the better explanation. Creationists believe at the core that there is a creator, a designer. Creationists typically believe that the creator is supernatural and has an IQ that approaches infinity, okay? So, some important topics that we can discuss. A question for Taylor that I will discuss. How did matter and energy originate? What is your best explanation? I never ask, how do you know? Because nobody knows. I wasn't there, you weren't there. But what's the best explanation for matter and energy's origination? The first law of thermodynamics teaches that matter and energy is neither created nor destroyed. So a translation, matter and energy does not poof from nothing by natural means. That is a law of science, yet we do have a lot of matter and energy. The second law of thermodynamics teaches us that matter and energy are functions of time and thus not eternal. So if matter and energy cannot appear from nothing and is not eternal, I believe the best explanation is a supernatural explanation, and that explanation conforms with two laws of thermodynamics. Next question for Taylor is, how did life originate? What is your best explanation? Once again, neither one of us was there, but what are the best tools that we can use? Well, we can address the law of biogenesis and the cell theory that teaches that life only comes from life. Now, not only do we have this strong theory and law, we have observation. Everything that we see, life only comes from life. My dead dogs in the past, it'd be great if they could come back to life, but they're not, and we all know that they won't. Okay? Very important question. Do you think humans have bacterial ancestors? Neither one of us were there at the origin. Was there only bacteria in the beginning? And are they our ancestors? Here is an electron microscope image of bacteria on the head of a pin. Thousands and thousands of bacteria. This is not meant to be a smart aleck question, but the debate is really, is this our cousin? I can think of many reasons that it's not. In the time of Darwin, when they thought the cell was a blob of protoplasm, it might have been fashionable or cute to think that it could change into different organisms. But my belief is, with our knowledge of DNA, genetics, and biochemistry, it's undefendable to think that bacteria is the ancestor to humans. So, simply put, I'm a simple guy. I believe apes make apes, people make people, bacteria make bacteria, ladybugs make ladybugs. Many people will say that's a religious belief, but it is not. It's supported by genetics, biochemistry, taxonomy, zoology, paleontology. All of the ologies support people make people and bacteria make bacteria. So, quick address on what science is. The most important part of science is observation. But science starts with an idea. You make more money if you call it a hypothesis, but it starts with an idea. You test your ideas by making observations, and then you reach a conclusion. Suppose I had an idea or a hypothesis that this pen could fly. You would say, show me. Will I drop it? 1, 2, a million, a billion trillion times my pen doesn't fly. That this pen, it'd be unreasonable for me to say pens could fly. The observations don't support my hypothesis. Many people think humans have bacteria ancestors. That's a hypothesis. It's taught as a conclusion, but I feel what's missing is the observational evidence. I feel many evolutionists have the idea, the conclusions, and they're desperately seeking for evidence. Well, conclusions should always be based upon observation, not the hypothesis. Okay? So, I believe microevolution is true. Bacteria plus mutation equals mutated bacteria. That's observed. I have no problem at all with microevolution. I think it's part of the wisdom of the creator. However, macroevolution believes bacteria plus mutation plus time plus natural selection equals blue whales. I believe that to be completely false. I don't believe those little guys on the head of that pin are related to blue whales. Okay? Now, bacteria can reproduce in 20 minutes. You can go from 1 to 2 billion in 8 hours. That is a lot of generations. For many, many years, people have been studying bacteria. It's an important thing to study. And after billions, maybe trillions of generations, bacterium reproduction has been observed, and it's only making bacteria. Now, some people say, well, creationists don't have any predictions. Yes, we do. We predict that every bacteria that reproduces tomorrow will be bacteria. Every fish will give birth to a fish, every human to a human. So we do make predictions that is what we would observe, and it's genetics. Look at all those people, many, many billions of people. What do we observe? Every person in a picture, human parents, human grandparents, human great-grandparents, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. mitochondrial DNA can teach us that everybody in that picture, everybody on the planet, has the same female ancestor. Goes back right to the beginning, and they call her mitochondrial Eve, which I think is a very powerful argument for creation, that people make people. Mitochondria does not go beyond Eve, okay? We're going to get high tech here. Many years ago, my daughters were playing with farm animals, and here comes Dad. And Dad said, "Did you know the pig's mom is a horse?" My daughter said, "No, it's not, Dad." "Well, what is it?" "The pig's mom is a pig." I said, "Well, honey, I'm going to send you to Berkeley and they'll beat that right out of you." I believe many, many people have vast more knowledge, of course, than my kids, but wisdom is important. Wisdom is perhaps more important. I believe a person who believes pigs make pigs, horses make horses, okay? So, can we be 100% certain something is the result of design? My answer to that is no. If it was in the past, you cannot be 100% certain that it was a design. Here's my example. Suppose you come home from school, you walk up your driveway, you see 15 stones in that pattern. Would the best explanation be the pattern is the result of design or chance? Somebody might say chance, it's scattered and random, and that's a good guess, but they can't be sure because they weren't there. Suppose you come home from school, you walk up your driveway, and you see this on your driveway, 6 stones in a straight line. Now you might say, you know what? I'm pretty sure that's a design. In fact, I'm 99% sure, but you can't be 100% sure because you weren't there. So I'd be willing to say 99% sure, 1% faith. But it's not blind faith, it's a logical, rational faith. Suppose you come home from school and you see 150 stones in a circle on your driveway. What would your guess be, design or chance? You can never be 100% sure, but you could be 99.9999 with a lot of nines sure, just a little bit of faith. You will always have faith when you are guessing about what happened in the past. But once again, it's not a blind faith. If you think that happened by chance, it's the inverse of chance or faith versus belief. I believe the chance people have much more faith than the creationists. Let's talk about the human eye. What's more complex, stones in a circle or the human eye? Okay, so polite question for Taylor. Do you think human eyes are the result of design or the result of chance? Let's start at the beginning. The cornea focuses 75% of light in the eye. Pretty cool accomplishment. The cornea is the only tissue in humans that do not get oxygen from blood. The reason for this is if blood vessels were in your cornea, you could not see. Nobody wants me to pour blood on their windshield because they won't be able to see and I'll get beat up. So the creator knew this and gave us a clear cornea so we could see. Design or chance, just the cornea alone, I think, screams of design. Trochlea, I used to call this a trochlea, I'll be honest, but it's a trochlea. Inside our eye socket, we got a little bit of cartilage that looks like an upside down U. Look at this, think, is this a design or chance? The muscle goes through it, goes up the trochlea to the eye. Now, how in the world could this evolve by chance over time? You first get that little trochlea and that muscle weaves its way through and then attaches to the eye. This is the product of fantastic design. At least that's my opinion, okay? Rods and cones. Rods and cones are amazing, and I'm going to be real simple because I'm not that smart. Rods and cones convert light to an electrical impulse. The complexity is unbelievable. And it's just, the concept is unbelievable that light is converted to an electrical impulse. And you've got millions of cones, millions of rods in the area of a quarter. How does that happen by time, nature, and chance? I believe in a designer with an IQ of infinity. So that electrical impulse travels down your optic nerve. You got 1.7 nerve fibers in less than 1/10 of an inch, carries that information to your visual cortex. Now, aren't you glad we have skulls and hair? How'd you like to see that walking around? But anyways, the data goes to the visual cortex and your brain interprets. So think about this. Everything you see on the screen is an electrical signal that your visual cortex translates to vision. I believe the creator, who I believe to be God, is infinitely brilliant designer. This is not the result of chance. Let's talk about urination. Everybody does it every day. Urination does not begin in the kidneys, it begins in the brain. Right now, as we speak, our hypothalamus is measuring how much water is in our blood. If we have too much water in the blood, it releases a hormone to the pituitary gland. The pituitary gland releases it, it goes to the kidney. The kidney receives it and either releases the water to the bladder, or if we are low on water, it recirculates this. This is an amazingly designed control system with feedback. I'm not the best engineer in the world, but I can tell you these things do not happen by chance. Fantastic, beautiful design. Okay? Oh, and not to get disgusting, but you could live to be 100 years old and not once does blood come out in your urine. Imagine a filtration system that can take out the water from the blood, but none of the blood. Once again, great design. Very important thing to know. The human body is not a thing. It's a system. The human body is a system composed of many systems, okay? The human body has a circulatory system. The heart is a system. The cells are a system. The molecules are a system. The atoms are a system. Systems cannot evolve in living things by a step-by-step process. Vision is a system. We just talked about the cornea, the retina, the rods, the cones, the optic nerve. It all has to work. This can't happen by a step-by-step system. What evolved first? The visual cortex, the optic nerve, the eye. Everything has to be there in place. And for the human body, for you to be alive, you need all of your systems in place at the same time. You don't have a month to evolve a digestive system. All of the systems need each other. Systems and living things cannot evolve step by step. So a polite question to Taylor, how do you explain all the different systems in the human body? Which one evolved first? Which one evolved last? Okay. Regarding the eye, what evolved first? The cornea, the lens, the rods, the cones, the optic nerve, the visual cortex? I'm sure you get my point. Okay. Real quick on natural selection. Suppose you had two dogs. You took them to Alaska. One's furry, one's hairless. You come home and you forget your dogs. Well, the dogs fall in love and get married and make puppies. They make some furry, some hairless. Here comes a winter. What's going to happen? Those beautiful hairless dogs are going to freeze to death. The furry dogs survive. They get married, and they make mostly furry dogs. They could make a hairless dog, but the next winter is going to wipe him out. In a short amount of time, the only dogs in Alaska will be furry. That's natural selection. It's 100% true. But is it evidence that dogs have bacterial ancestors? Absolutely not. Science tells us dogs make dogs. So, questions for Taylor. How did matter and energy originate? How did life originate? Do you think humans have bacteria ancestors? Are eyes the result of time and chance or design? Which system evolved first in the human body, and what part of vision evolved first? Okay, I think my time's up.
Close enough. Perfect. All right. Snake, whenever you're ready, I will start when your presentation is up and ready to go.
Okay. All right. Sharing screen. All right. Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay. So I study molecular biology in school. And so evolution, even on the biochemical scale, it's pretty much seems like second nature to me. So it's really interesting to get into, why people don't understand it and things like that. So I'm going to try and address most of your questions. Anything I don't cover, I'm sure we'll get into. But first of all, he asks, how do matter and energy originate? And I'm just going to say this has nothing to do with this debate because of evolution. Matter and energy, the origin of matter and energy don't have anything to do with evolution. Evolution doesn't explain the origin of energy and matter. It only explains the diversity of life. And same with the question of how did life originate? Same response. Evolution does not address the origin of life. It only addresses how life changes. So I'm an atheist, but I will actually grant you, for the purposes of this debate, God created the first life, and that doesn't actually touch the subject of evolution. So we don't know what the first life was. Another question, we do not have bacterial ancestors. We have a shared ancestor with bacteria, but the single-celled ancestors that we do have were not bacteria. And that's why bacteria probably possess some sort of feature that suits them best to be single-celled and not to group up into multicellular types of bodies. We are made up of cells, and single cells can communicate with each other. And so all that really would have to happen on an evolutionary scale would be that single cells learn how to communicate differently and how to adhere to each other. And actually, the immune system is a pretty good example of how we have cells literally just crawling around in our bodies that are still our cells, and they communicate very complex ways with each other. But it's all feedback loops, so it's easy to understand at a chemical level. Not easy to memorize all the letters and numbers that they go by, but okay. And as for apes make apes, yes, that's true. And but the thing that you guys seem to be missing is apes make different apes every generation. They don't make clones of themselves. They make, every generation is different. Every child is different. And so I'm glad that you accept microevolution, so we can skip over some of this stuff. The reason that scientists accept evolution is because it produces results. Cures and materials, we actually can cure diseases, research diseases. We can find fossils that have never been found before. We can predict their features. We can, using the sciences that surround the theory of evolution, such as radiometric dating, we can certainly find certain rock strata, and we can use other geological methods to find minerals and things like that. And so we know that those methods are reliable and make good predictions. So they can be used for other sciences. And so going back to apes will always make apes, fish will always make fish, et cetera, I would not classify that as a novel prediction, which is what actually matters in this. So you can make the prediction the sun will come up tomorrow based on your model, and no one will care because we all know the sun will come up. Same with evolution. Evolution says dogs will produce dogs and fish will produce fish. It's just there's a little bit slight of a caveat there. Each generation will be slightly different. A fish will produce a fish, but the fish will be a little bit different every time. And you already acknowledged this with microevolution. Just touching on mitochondrial Eve for a second, that just refers to an individual whose genes managed to spread across the whole population. It doesn't mean that that was the original or a member of a original bottleneck. It reminds me of kind of the classic Kent Hovind misconception where he thinks that two members of the same species must have the same mutant gene at the same time for a gene to spread, and that's not how genes spread. They can just spread throughout the population through normal breeding. And I'm glad you admit that there's no way to actually know whether something is designed or not. And so your question would be, what's a better explanation? And the way scientists address this question is whichever model produces more results. So as soon as your model starts producing results that are as good as evolution, it will completely destroy and supplant evolution as a science. But that's not happening. Evolution does produce results, and creationism does not produce results. For your example with the rocks in the driveway, if your hypothesis was correct, you might be able to predict when and where someone might come out and start rearranging the rocks. You might predict where a good hiding spot would be to catch them. And this is based on your hypothesis. If I thought it was just raining rocks, then I might be looking up at the sky all day, and I would never find out what the truth is. And so the proof is in the pudding. The proof is in your model. Let's see. And if there's a designer with IQ of infinity, I would question why he makes so many creatures with unoptimized designs. So there's several swimming creatures. Some of them have better designs than others, even though they have the same habitat, same size, same coloration, same prey, and yet they have different swimming methods entirely. A designer using common tools and who understands what they're doing would probably optimize those things. And as for human eyes, it's actually we have animals that exist with every stage of the proposed eye evolution that actually exist. This proves that the various stages in this evolution are stable and while still being able to improve. So the nautilus, for example, has an eyeball that's hollowed out. And so I don't know if you can see this right now, but essentially, once you have light-sensitive cells, the flesh can invaginate a pocket into the main body of the organism, and as long as you still have the light-sensitive cells lining the inside of it, this can actually improve the function of an eye. And we know that this different morphology can take place due to mutation. Let's see here. How much time do I have left?
Sorry, I was on mute. You have 6 minutes.
Okay. So I would like to focus the discussion mostly on this topic of how evolution actually works. And so I'm going to be repeating kind of modification with descent. How things repurpose and refine existing traits and information to create new traits. So for example, in 2016, they did a study on bearded dragons and a few other animals, and they discovered that hairs, scales, and feathers all grow from the same type of anatomical appendage in embryos. And so this exact same skin feature will eventually diversify. And as we all know, hair, scales, and feathers are all made of keratin. So this is just a repurposing of something that already exists. And a scale, essentially, is just a thickening of the skin cells. And a hair is just a very thin version of that. And a feather would be an even further modified version of a scale or a type of hair-like appendage. All made out of the same stuff, all born out of the same same skin growth. And in terms of modification with descent, the only difference between the proposed early birds and late theropods is basically the length of their fingers and the length of the feathers on their arms. We know that theropods already walk on two legs. We know that they already have feathers. So how is it out of the question that a mutation would elongate their fingers and their arm feathers, and this could provide all kinds of benefits? This is a snail that would seem to fly through the ocean. This is just a modification of the flaps that snails already have. You guys probably noticed this earlier. This is called a frogfish. Its legs, if you actually look at the kind of the finger appendages, they look a lot like frogs. I mean, the whole thing looks like a frog to me. But you notice how these fins actually have articulated joints, and you can see that they're using those bones as fingers. So it's just repurposing of something that's already there. It's not a new feature. It's a different feature. It's a modified feature. Same feature, perhaps a different function. So I'm also going to want to try and pin down where the boundaries between kinds are, such as between crustaceans. Anything, really. Snakes, lizards, reptiles of any kind. Can you tell me whether or not crocodiles are related to lizards? Because looking at their morphology, it would just seem that they have larger, thicker scales, larger bodies, larger teeth, and mostly have the same morphology. So modifying a lizard into a crocodile should be easy to understand from a microevolutionary standpoint. And I understand you haven't really gone over definitions of kinds, but I just want to try and nip it in the bud as fast as possible. Most creationists tend to define a kind as something that brings forth with each other, but there are several species which have diversified far enough from their base form so that they can no longer bring forth with each other. And yet we can tell by morphology alone that they are the same kind, as you would say. This is called comparative anatomy, and this is how creationists do baraminology, and this is how essentially scientists do a phylogeny. So, for example, I would ask if you could point out to me at what point are these no longer the same kind? At any point. And so I think that's probably a good point to stop there. I'll cede the rest of my time.
Okay. All right. You were stopped at 12:30, so 2.5 minutes added on to discussion. All right. So we're moving into the rebuttal round, I guess now, right? 8 minutes?
Right.
Okay. Sounds like you threw in most of your rebuttal in your opening, Snake. But we'll do it anyway.
Yeah.
All right. Bill, whenever you are ready, I will start the time for 8 minutes.
All right. Let's see if this works. Oh, trying to get my slides to change again. Oh, last time somehow the screen got a little bit smaller and my slides started to work again.
Yeah, you gotta learn. It's. I have to probably go through this myself. There we go.
Okay, I don't know what happened, but okay. This is an evolution versus creation debate, and evolution. And I have a slide for it. Evolutionists often say, "Well, it doesn't address the origin of the universe or the origin of life." And I say this respectfully. If I were an evolutionist, I would run like heck from those questions too, because they're a big challenge, perhaps a pie in the face to an atheist. But this is a creation debate. I'm a creationist. And so I love to talk about the big picture. This is a slide I invented. Suppose I said, "Hey, Taylor, let's talk about baseball." And he said, "Great, let's do it. But I only want to talk about the ninth inning." Well, creationists like to talk about the whole game. And that's a big part of the picture of how we got here. And I just think it's convenient for evolutionists to save perhaps their pride by ignoring the question. But it shouldn't be ignored. If you're an atheist, Taylor, dig deep into the origin of matter, energy, and life, because truth is our goal, and that's what we need to do. I'm glad you conceded God created first life. I agree with you on that. And absolutely, I have no problem if you say the first life wasn't bacteria, but it was a single-cell organism. And I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I would guess that you would say, yes, humans do have single-cell organisms. As ancestors, the key is, what is the evidence? What have you seen? You may have heard it's true. You may have read an article, but have your eyes seen everything? You talked about the immune system, one of my favorite systems. It works by the sense of touch. A foreign body comes into us, our body touches it and recognizes it as friend or foe. How in the world does that information and data evolve by chance? Apes make apes, they don't make clones. We agree on microevolution. You talked about producing results. my predictions produce results. People make people, apes make apes. If you breed dogs, you're going to make a dog. So I think that's capricious not to say they don't produce results. Radiometric dating, we could do a whole debate on that. True or false, Tyler, you cannot radiometrically date sedimentary rock. True or false, fossils are found in sedimentary rock. Sedimentary rock is rock laid down with water from all over the place. You can't radiometrically date it. And the dates for the geological column precede the process of radiometric dating by 50 years. Radiometric dating came around in the 1950s. They assigned the dates of millions of years, 50 years previous. If the dates don't match the radiometric date, they say the sample must be contaminated. So it wasn't built by science. Okay. Mitochondrial Eve does go way back into the future, that we all share the same female ancestor. You said you can't call something a design by your definition if it produces no results. I think that's a very convenient thing to say. Design is something that is a system, performs a function, has levels of complexity, and we could play English word definitions, but I think you know what I mean by design. And you talked about the IQ of the designer. I love to think about that. He made predators good to catch stuff. He made prey good to get away. It doesn't prove non-design. I believe it proves fantastic design. And just talking about my pit bull real quickly, I believe every single hair on every single dog is the result of design. The right location, the right thickness, the right length, the right direction. I look at my dog, every hair is perfect, pointing in the right direction. Every hair on a dog requires a load full of DNA information just for one hair. I think you kind of ignored the eye argument. You said many different organisms have different types of eyes, and you said, hey, here's the sequence. But here's my point. Every eye has to do three things. It has to collect data. It has to move the data, and it has to interpret the data. I'm not saying there's all kinds of animals with all kinds of different eyes. I'm saying they're not related because the evolutionary process has to explain how you get the collection, the transport, and the interpretation of data. And I hope you understand what I'm saying about that. Okay? To say a feather is like a scale, it's stunning that you would say that. Scales shed, feathers do not. They're completely different arrangements. And to believe that a reptile is the ancestor to a bird, I'll go real slow here. You need to believe scales became feathers. Front legs became wings. Back legs became perching feet. Solid bones became hollow bones. Cold-blooded became warm-blooded. And my favorite was in my last debate, the respiration system. Reptiles breathe in, they breathe out. Birds have air sacs where every time they inhale or they exhale, they're pushing air through their lungs. So they get twice the air movement through their lungs. How in the world does a bellows system of a reptile evolve into a completely different respiration system in a bird without killing it? Chance and mutation messing with the reptile's respiration system is going to kill that poor thing. It's not going to make it better. You brought up kinds, and I don't know how much time I have. Which one of these have a common ancestor?
2 minutes.
Okay. I believe A, B, and C. Which of these is a different kind? I think D. Now, I've heard other debates, and my definition of a kind is on the genetic level. I called John Sanford at Cornell. He invented the gene gun. And I believe if you took the DNA of one organism and in vitro fertilized it with another organism, you could see if it's a different kind. And I can get more detail on that later, but I'm running out of time. Ring species. You look at all of these and people would say they're all lizards. And I know evolutionists say that guy on the bottom left is a little different from the one next to them. You go in a big circle, and they're not able to reproduce. That ring species is proof of speciation. And I agree with speciation, but Jerry Coyne, one of the top evolutionists in the world, and I don't know if you know this, Taylor, he wrote a whole huge article that there are no ring species. He's talking about many gaps between the supposed rings. And I love these debates because it makes me do research and I learn more and more. So I'm grateful to be here. Tiktaalik, you want to talk about Tiktaalik? Look into the details. The fish with the first neck evolved slowly into a land animal. Whenever you read an article, people should ask, what did they actually find? Well, let's talk about Tiktaalik. They have the skull. This is the quote, that Tiktaalik was an intermediate step between fish and land animals. Wow, I guess they proved it. With physical features from both, allowing the fish to live in shallow water. So we should all be excited and say, what was the actual fossil? Was it a skull? Was it legs? Was it the belly button? Oops, I'm sorry. It was part of the skull and a neck. Now, I'm not the world's smartest guy. I know that for a fact. But how in the world do you look at this and say, oh, that's a transition between a fish and an amphibian?
Time.
Okay.
All right, Snake. You are muted.
All right.
There we go.
Okay. So to touch back on to one of the questions you asked, which system evolved first? They tend to evolve together at the same time. So they were all primitive and simple, and they all got more complicated together. So the reason I'm not going to waste time talking about the origin of the universe and energy and matter is because it's irrelevant to evolution. That should be obvious. And that's why I already granted you that I would grant you that God created the first life, because it's actually an irrelevant variable in this discussion. It has nothing to do with evolution. It has nothing to do with whether a single cell can evolve into a multicellular organism, whether God created it or not. Has nothing to do with whether a bird can or whether a dinosaur can evolve into a bird. As for how immunology can evolve, you said by sense of touch. Well, it's all on a chemical basis. It's literally just two chemicals align and they connect. And it's not by chance. It's actually by selected pressures. So if you have a terrible immune system, you're going to die. If you have a slightly better one, you're going to make more babies than the ones with the terrible immune system. That's the basic thing. But the other part about the immune system is that you actually have competitive lineages inside your own immune cells. So the ones that recognize pathogens are going to proliferate. The ones that don't recognize pathogens are not going to proliferate. They're going to die off. And they're not going to have a lineage. As for, other immune cells, they mature they're actually just modifications of other cells in your body. They mature in the bone marrow, and they go through a selection process. If they stick to you, they essentially never make it out of the bone marrow, and then they just flood out into your blood. And if they stick to stuff, they proliferate. And we actually do get glitches in the system. That's how we get allergies. If you have an immune response to, say, peanut butter, that's where you get allergies from. Why God couldn't figure out how to make a miraculous system that didn't accidentally recognize food, I will probably not understand anytime soon. No, I don't think creationism does produce results. What diseases have you cured? We use evolutionary models every year for the flu vaccines. We use evolutionary models for HIV. That's how we found multiple ways to treat HIV. Some people have actually cured HIV in some patients. We've found resistance genes to HIV through evolutionary models. We found multiple fossils through evolutionary models. predicting their date range, predicting their features. Now, you can't just do that randomly. And creationism has not been able to do that because they don't have a model of the rock strata that actually aligns with reality. And I'm going to briefly explain how radiometric dating works. So since, based on the question you asked me, it seems like you really do not understand how it works. So what we do radiometrically date is typically the igneous rock. And what we do is date igneous rock above and below the layer that we're looking at. So we have a date range. So we're not actually dating the fossil. We're not actually dating the rock the fossil is in. We're dating the We're dating the rocks that are above and below that. So we have a range. That's why it's never, it's called absolute dating because of the atomic clock, but it's actually just a date range. It's not an exact year. Let's see here. And when you're talking about every hair on a dog is perfect, it kind of reminded me. So I don't know if this will make sense to you, but is every vertebrate on a pig perfect? Because we have actually bred new vertebra and new rib bones into pigs. So it seems like we can mess around with that stuff. And you mentioned something about how feathers don't shed. Actually, it's called molting. Birds do shed their feathers, exactly like scales. And most basal animals shed their fur. Hair is kind of a more evolved version of fur. Again, everything is a modification of something that existed prior to it. Hair is an extremely thin scale. Feather is an extremely thin scale that has, for lack of a better term, feathering on it. It's broken up. All you have to do is alter the biochemistry of those anatomical placodes that produce hairs, scales, and feathers, and it will produce a different series of keratin connections. As for dinosaurs to birds, you don't actually have to believe that scales can evolve into feathers because dinosaurs already have feathers. Not just theropods, but multiple dinosaurs. They have feathers. So I really want to discuss with you how come a dinosaur that we know already has feathers cannot get elongated fingers and bigger feathers on its forearms. Talking about eyes, again, this goes back to everything kind of evolving concurrently with each other. The brain is going to be basically, primitive brains are just bundles of nerves, and nerves are just electrical connections. So the electrical connection will stimulate something else to happen. In the case of muscles, the electricity creates an imbalance in membranes, and essentially that will flood in calcium, and that will make the muscles start to move. And the same thing basically will happen with an eye. So light will cause some kind of chemical change in a cell, and that cell will give off a chemical to a nerve cell, and that nerve cell, nerve cells do what nerve cells do, and they carry an electric impulse based on the electric properties of the chemicals that are inside of them. You can basically change the polarities, and that generates an electrical signal in a particular direction. And any cell can pick up that signal, and it's just a chemical process, a chemical exchange. Maybe we can talk more about that. But as far as a very primitive eye, it would just be a photosensitive patch, and an animal that would go towards the light for whatever random reason, it would evolve along that. Perhaps there's more food towards the light. Perhaps the animal that hides from the light has a better chance of survival because it's easier seen by predators in the light. And you use 3 very similar bird species in your example, but I would like you to tell me which of all of the birds are related and which are separate kinds. That's kind of more the challenge. Obviously, you think bananas are not like birds. And harkening back to that the frogfish. I'll put it up again.
20 seconds. 20 seconds.
But we know of fish that can walk. We know of fish that have articulated fins. We know of fish that can walk on land. So again, this is just repurposing of traits that already exist, modification with descent. All right.
Okay. Thank you for your rebuttal there, Snake. You were right on time. So thank you, gentlemen, for your opening presentations and your rebuttal round. We're now going to get into the discussion. I do want to remind the audience to tag either Raw, Matt, or myself, Standing for Truth, if you have any questions for the debaters. So I'm going to set the timer right now. I believe that Matt had an extra 3 minutes to go into the discussion. So I've got the minutes set at 30 minutes. And whatever one of you gentlemen wants to start the discussion, I will start the timer then. Go ahead.
All right. So I'm really most curious about what kind of limits you think are limiting a theropod from evolving into a bird, since it already has all the structures and features that a bird has. They just need to be slightly modified.
Okay. Well, the limits is the skeletal system, solid bone to hollow, the circulatory system, cold-blooded to warm-blooded, the physiology of a leg to a wing. And I say this politely, you said just. It's all, you just can't wave your hands and say just. There's tremendous differences, of course, as you know, between a leg and a wing. And Taylor, everything I say is polite. I hear your stories. Where's the evidence? Why aren't they alive today, the transitions between a reptile and a bird? It's got to be real frustrating to think every transitional form is gone. The fossils don't exist. I just did a debate on
the fossils do exist.
Okay. Well, I just did a debate where the man in China who had one of the most famous fossils admitted we had everything except the fossil of a feather. So the respiratory
some
system,
dinosaurs don't have feathers. Some dinosaurs do have
Right.
feathers. Do you accept that some dinosaurs have feathers?
no, absolutely not. But
Okay,
the
that's
man
a
who
problem.
did an article on it admitted they didn't have any feathers. Alan Fiducia, I know you've heard of him.
He was talking about a specific dinosaur. He was not talking about all dinosaurs.
Okay, and I've got lots to learn, but I'm pretty sure he does not, but I could look that up. That I believe he talked that there was no evidence of the dinosaur fossils.
For that particular fossil.
Right. Okay, like I said, I'll look it up. You know,
Well, I can show you fossil feathers on a dinosaur right now. Do you know what a theropod is?
yes,
So it's not its leg is not becoming a wing. It has arms, right?
yes.
Right. So why can't its fingers elongate?
Well, it's already got the same number. It could elongate, but how are you going to change the respiration system, the scales to feathers, the legs to wings, cold-blooded to warm-blooded? You got a lot of Grand Canyons to jump across instead of just getting the fingers longer. Would you agree?
Well,
It's
that's
a
all
challenge.
modification of something that's already there. It's already got blood. But the point that I'm trying to make is, so say that there was a dinosaur that evolved wings, and it didn't evolve hollow bones, and it didn't evolve warm blood or anything. At what point would you say that it looks so much different from a dinosaur that it's not a dinosaur anymore?
Well, that seems to be more philosophical. Birds,
Yeah,
we know.
But that's why we're trying to understand each other.
Right.
So at
I
what
have a
point?
Okay, are you done? I have a definition of birds: wings, feathers, hollow bones, warm-blooded. Definition of reptiles: you gotta. It's almost like a flea jumping across the Grand Canyon. You got about 7 Grand Canyons to jump across to get from a reptile to a bird, and it's not just getting the fingers longer, but the respiration system. This isn't an IQ quiz, and I enjoy talking to you. So it's not a pop quiz. You don't have to answer, but you understand the bird respiratory system, correct?
A little bit, but it's just a modification of a respiratory system.
Okay, there you said the word just again. It's completely different. The diaphragm is lost, air sacs are gained. It's single pass. It's a beautiful design. Sorry, I'm an
So
engineer.
lungs are already air sacs, and losing
No.
features is possible.
No, the air sacs aren't the lungs. The air sacs hold air So it pushes air through the lungs when it exhales.
Mhm.
And my goal isn't, a one-upmanship, but Google bird respiratory system and really ask yourself, could this happen from a bellows system? But the air sacs are not the lungs, where there's oxygen to blood transport. Okay. And honestly, I enjoy talking to you. You're a polite, respectful young man.
Well, that's really not the crux of my question. I'm asking, at what point, how many features need to change? Is a theropod with wings no longer a dinosaur?
Well, are you saying it's a bird?
It doesn't matter what you call it. We're just looking at the morphology. If a theropod gets elongated fingers and longer feathers on its arms, is that still a dinosaur, or is it crossing into something else?
And this is said politely. That's an English literature type question, definitions. I'm a mechanical type person. I want to see it become a bird. I want to see a reptile become a bird.
You can't answer the question.
It's an English question. It doesn't make much sense. What if I said, if the respiratory, the wings, and the bones became hollow, then I would call it a bird?
Well, dinosaurs already have hollow bones. I don't know if you knew that.
I did not know that. They all have hollow bones?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know that. I'm going to write that down and look it up. So the reptiles with hollow bones.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And that's just a modification of a bone.
Okay. Like I said, I will look that up. That is news to me. So to answer your question, I need to see living evidence, fossil evidence of the transition, not a philosophical word and a bunch of drawings to explain it.
But we do have these fossils. We have theropods with elongated finger bones and long feathers on their arms.
Okay. I have yet to see the fossils of the feathers, and I will look that up.
But, I can show you right now.
Okay.
Here you go. I mean, everyone agrees that the Archaeopteryx. Everyone agrees the Archaeopteryx has feathers. And this here.
Yes. Archaeopteryx. Absolutely. Oh, I love Archaeopteryx.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so old. I knew about Archaeopteryx before you were born.
Predicted by the evolutionary model.
You know what Fiducia calls it, right? I even have slides on it. He calls it a bird, a true bird, a strong flyer. He calls it paleobabble to think it came from a reptile. Are you familiar with the paleobabble quote?
No. So that's great. The main point is, if you think that that's a bird, then you already understand how a dinosaur becomes a bird, because that is a dinosaur with feathers. That's not a bird.
Okay. Well, I've got slides and quotes of evolutionists who would disagree with you. And
yeah, but you know that that's not the evolutionary position, which is why you're debating it right now.
Well, doesn't Fiducia have any import?
I don't really care.
Okay, well, I think you're exposed
because we all know that
there.
We all know that evolution says that these are related.
Evolution says. That means every single evolutionist. Come on, you know
that's
this.
That's what evolution is.
Okay. Well, Fiducia, Ellen Fiducia, North Carolina State disagrees with you.
I don't think so. There's some debate. There's some debate about exactly what lineage Archaeopteryx is a part of, but there's no debate in evolution whether they're related or not.
Okay, let's see. I will pull up my.
Otherwise, you wouldn't be arguing against it.
I'm just seeking truth like you. I think you are. Okay, there's my Archaeopteryx. I don't know if that's up there, is it?
Yep, I see it.
Okay. They had very strange traits that birds have today. Stars Olsen, you've heard of him, right? One of the grander hoaxes of it. Are you familiar with Stars Olsen?
No.
Please write it down. He was the Birdman in the United States. STORRS Olsen. He called it a hoax, the equivalent of cold fusion. Ellen Fiducia, world expert on birds. They tried to turn Archaeopteryx into an earthbound feathered dinosaur, but it's not. It's a bird, a perching bird. And here's that paleobabble quote. And again, please look it up. No amount of paleobabble is going to change that. And there's many more evolutionists who do not embrace Archaeopteryx as an ancestor to a bird. Okay. Can I ask a question now, guys?
Mm-hmm.
And we could talk more about that later if you want. Okay, you said it was a waste of time to talk about the origin of life. Is that because you don't want to talk about it? You can't talk about it?
I'll talk to you about it all day. It's just that this debate is about evolution.
Creation and evolution. I'm the creation guy, and creation talks about the whole baseball game, all 9 innings. Creation talks about the origin of life. Could you give me just 1.5 minutes on how you think life originated? And if it's a scientific answer.
But that's not evolution.
But it's creation, and you're talking to the creation guy.
But why would we be comparing creation of the entire universe to the change of life that is evolution?
Well, the title of the debate is creation versus evolution. Creation is.
But I've already given you that God created the first life for the purposes of this debate.
Why did you give that? Because you'd rather not propose an answer?
It's irrelevant.
No, it's not. Truth is always relevant, Taylor. Always.
It is, because if God created the first life, evolution can still occur. That's why most people are both believers that God created life and believers in evolution. Most scientists as well.
So are you going to say God created the first life, or are you just granting it because you don't want to give me an answer?
For the purposes of every evolution debate, I always do that because it's irrelevant.
Well, I don't think so. What is your best explanation? Just deal with the old guy on how life originated. 30-second answer will be fine.
How life originated?
Yeah, what's your best explanation? You weren't there, I wasn't there.
Abiogenesis has explained a lot of features of cellular components.
Okay, could you explain it?
I've already said that I don't want to get into this because it's irrelevant to evolution.
Okay. Well, and again, I respect that. I wouldn't answer it either, because even if chemistry, physics, and biology could make RNA, DNA, proteins, cells, organs, even if nature made a dead dog, it's still dead. There's more to life than physics, chemistry, and biology. And evolutionists can't even explain how the first peptide bond in a protein formed, much less a beautiful dog.
That's not evolution. That's abiogenesis. It's a completely different field of study.
Right, but in the big picture, I know the books in the evolution section talk about origin of life, but I know, and I say this politely, you don't want to answer it because you know you don't have a good answer, or else you would answer it.
No, it's because I don't want to waste time.
It's not a waste of time. Truth is never a waste of time, my friend. And it's
when it's not on topic, that is.
Okay, well, it was creation versus evolution. It wasn't the 9th inning of creation versus evolution.
So creation versus evolution. So obviously the topic is on life, not the origin of life, because evolution doesn't cover the origin of life. I don't know why you're comparing the whole big picture with only a slice of the pie.
Because the big picture matters, and it's the baseball game. The creationist, me, talks about every inning of the game. And I've talked to evolutionists. I know they don't want to talk about the origin of life. If they were playing Monopoly, they want to start on Boardwalk.
Oh, we can have a whole separate debate on that.
On the origin of life?
Yeah.
I would love to. And okay, chalk that up.
Yeah.
I would be glad to. And again, everything I say is with respect. People can disagree. You learn more from people you disagree with than agree with. And I would enjoy having more talks with you.
I totally agree.
Good. You're a good man. All right.
So my main thing is I'm trying to understand where you draw the line here. So you accept microevolution. So if there was a mammal that lost its hair, that moved its nostrils, and that lost its hind legs and got a fatter tail, is this the same kind of mammal? I'm just asking to understand the terminology here, to understand what the limit of a kind is.
You see my picture? I'm losing my hair. Am I changing? No, it's a joke. It's okay. Okay, losing their hair, getting a thicker tail. Is it still cold-blooded, solid bone, scaled, 4-legged animal?
It looks completely different.
Okay, looks different. Once again, I'm not a geneticist, but I would need to look at the DNA to consider how different it is.
So which birds are not related to each other?
I would be lying and bluffing to you if I could answer that. I don't know.
You don't know any crustaceans where the lines are drawn there either?
Nope, I could lie to you. But do you think all birds are related? And I'm asking, do you think all birds are related to each other?
It's unclear whether they all come from a single bird or whether lots of theropods evolved bird-like features.
Okay, and I read it, that the amount of chromosomes in birds is about 80 and reptiles is about 20 to 25. Do all birds have the same number of chromosomes?
I'm not sure about that. I would guess no.
And if they didn't, I would tend to say, again, I'm an engineer, that they're not all related. That's what I would say.
Why is that? Because we know that different numbers of chromosomes can occur from generation to generation.
Well, I've heard of, what is it, lupus or Crohn's disease or things like that. But what's the biggest change of chromosome numbers change? What example do you have? And I'm asking, I'm not setting you up.
I mean, the most famous one is humans and apes.
Well, you're assuming we're related, my friend. I don't believe we are.
Not really.
We're related and we have different chromosomes. I'm saying we're not related.
We have all the same morphological structures. We have almost exactly the same DNA, except one of the chromosomes is fused. It doesn't really matter what series your chromosomes are in, as long as they are basically just balanced in the middle. So you can cut them up. It doesn't matter how many there are. Right. They all get read.
It's the sequence of information in the chromosome, not the number. And I do agree with that. And but you're saying there's no or small difference between man and ape?
Yeah, there's about not even a 2% difference in most of the proteins.
Right.
Most of the differences are a single nucleotide difference.
Which winds them up in a cage where they can't have oral communication. They don't play golf. They don't do drive-by shootings. There's significant differences between us and the ape.
And there's significant differences in ape cultures as well. I mean, they have different behaviors. They have different hunting styles. They have different societies. They have different tool usage.
And do you think a human could reproduce with an ape?
No.
I agree with you.
And there are several rabbits that can't reproduce with other rabbits.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So that doesn't actually mean anything. What we look at for a relation is morphology.
And genetics, right?
Yeah.
Sure.
But typically, I mean, most of the fossils we have no genetic information on.
Let me see if I can find let's see. I'm going to see if I can get my screen up here. Bedtime. Oh, it's not doing it again. Oh, hang on there, guys. Here we go. Now, Taylor, I hope you enjoy this as much as I do. What is the kind? Genetically, they could produce an offspring. It's often called the same kind. Would you agree with that? Well, you don't have to.
By your definition, yeah.
Is this super rich mega model the same species as old Bill Morgan?
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's no way I would reproduce with her because I like happily married. You know what I'm saying? Because of way people or organisms look, act, smell, someone might say, hey, they're not reproducing with each other. They're a different kind or different species. But there's certain humans that will not reproduce with other humans based on ego, money, etc. You see where I'm getting at. But genetically, they could reproduce. I called John Sanford. I'm sure you know who he is at Cornell.
Mm-hmm.
And I asked him, I said, John, could a house cat's DNA be in vitro planted with a tiger and reproduce? And he said, most likely, yes. So to me, they would be the same kind. Now in nature, that cat's going to run for its life if it sees a tiger, but the DNA could produce a viable offspring. And John, I don't want to misquote John, he said most likely. So I think the genetic level is a good place to figure out what's the same kind. Now, do I get a question?
That's a decent starting place, but so for example, with the rabbits or the salamanders that can no longer reproduce, they're the same kind, but things lose the ability to reproduce with each other rather quickly.
Right. This is a cursed creation of mutation and loss. I agree with you 100%. But could I ask a question?
Sure.
Okay. Now, I wrote it down as fast as I could. The question on human body systems, you said they tend to evolve together. Is that a science explanation that's defendable, or is that a philosophy statement?
I mean, it's not just human, it's anything, but yeah.
So the lungs and the heart and the liver and the stomach, they're all on the same journey together?
I'm not quite sure what you mean, but I think I know what you mean, yeah.
Well, you have good lungs, you have a good heart, you have a good liver, a good stomach, good kidneys. How did they get there? I'd like to know how you think they came to be. And they all support each
they're
other.
Just modified versions of something that was there before. So
What were they?
cells going all the way back to single cells when they made the bridge to multicellularity, they can communicate with each other and differentiate each other's function. So eventually certain cells would proliferate pockets of each other that had similar functions. And that would be your origin of an organ.
Okay, I hear words, but where's the evidence of this grand story you're telling?
The fact that the evolutionary model, first of all, can predict what kind of changes that we'll see, where and when, and the fact that we know that mutations can cause these kind of changes, can cause differences in the ways that cells communicate, can cause differences in morphology, and the fact that we have examples of almost every stage in between what we're talking about. We have an example of these very simple organ systems.
But you're not going to be able to tell me how a lung evolves, a liver evolves, and a kidney evolves. You're just going to say evolution, mutation, change, information.
Well,
no hard data. And again, I'm an engineer. I like results. I'm a result kind of guy.
We can start with lungs if you'd like. So a lung is thought to be a modification of a stomach, because fish have stomachs and they also have air sacs. So,
and gills.
They're modifications of something that's already there. So the organism already has the ability to create a sac within itself. It already has blood within that sac. The blood already picks up oxygen. It only takes slight modifications to have thinner tissues, an extra sac. It would just help maybe a fish grab a gulp of air when it goes to the surface, and maybe it gets a boost of oxygen that way. And it's incidental. It just has an air sac that is just a little bit more sensitive to oxygen. And so the fish, we know of several fish that hang out on land. So those fish are going to get selected for more and more sensitive air sacs that are more sensitive to oxygen.
Okay. And again, I think it's like the eye where you talked about all these so-called primitive eyes that already had the entire system in place. And I see where you're coming from, but you're saying, look at all these fish that have a beautiful system of respiration and digestion, circulation, just a few changes. But again, I'm asking how the whole system came to be.
But we could even start with, hey, God created the first fish, but we already have all the systems that are needed to evolve. So,
well, what's keeping you from saying God created the first male and female 100% as they are 46 chromosome with the brains we have? What's keeping you from saying that?
Well, it comes out of a storybook of mythology, and also we have a rich fossil history that shows the further back we go, the human bones that we see start to look more and more ape-like.
So if there was no book, you might believe it? That you disrespected, which is okay. I'm fine with that. The storybook is the problem, not a 46 chromosome human being. We run the zoos, we run the planet. Not well, I'm not saying.
Well, there are tons of other mythologies that have other crazy ways of how humans got on Earth. So.
Right. But again, you granted me the first life. but for some reason, you're not going to grant that the creator, we can call him, made males and females just like they are. Reproduction, I think, is the most difficult thing to explain by an evolutionary process. What if the male evolved 200 years faster than the female? What if the heart evolves faster than the lungs? I think the thing is you're not willing to grant things. Like you said, you're willing to grant the origin of life. And I'm just going to say, I was an atheist at your age too. And that's not condescending. And one of the reasons I was is I thought creationists were a threat to what I loved. And I loved science. And I had been brainwashed to think like these nuts are going to hijack science. But it took many, many years of just looking at the data to just come to the conclusion people make people, apes make apes. The best explanation, no, I didn't say absolute proof, instant male, instant female, every system, every organ working.
But that's not actually a useful explanation. Just saying God did it, and that leaves us where? Nowhere.
What do you mean?
Whereas we can actually find out more about diseases and cure them based on evolutionary understanding.
Well, diseases is microevolution, as you know. The flu virus mutates, it's still a flu virus. Bacteria mutates, it's still bacteria. So I'm with you.
That's why I'm asking you how far can microevolutions accumulate?
Okay, but you did get me on the rabbit trail. There's no way that you granted me the first life, but there's no way you'll grant me male and female instantly created.
5 minutes.
I'm granting that it's possible for a God to do that, but that's not a very good explanation, and it doesn't give us much information beyond that.
Okay.
So looking at the fossil record, that doesn't make sense because we would just see humans all the way up.
Okay, 8 billion humans. They all have human ancestors. Is that good evidence for you that humans can only make humans?
That's only make humans, but each generation is different. And
yes.
That's how evolution works.
Right, micro. And they're still humans though.
So every dinosaur only made a dinosaur, and they only made dinosaurs. And eventually those dinosaurs were so different that we came up with this label of bird.
But why out of 8 billion people are they only coming from human parents, human grandparents, human great-grandparents?
So this is kind of, I've asked you this a couple times. How different would a human have to look before you would say that it's not a human anymore?
I would have to talk to a geneticist that would look at maybe a police laboratory geneticist, a DNA person to say that.
If we turned green and got little elf ears and would that still be human?
I would send the genetic information to John Sanford and have him tell me, because looks can be deceiving, as you well know.
Yeah, so if they lost the ability to breed with humans and they looked different from humans, but they obviously were modified from humans, is that a new kind?
It's a lot of ifs. I would say all the examples that we have of human reproduction supports, doesn't prove, the belief that humans can only make humans. Ladybugs can only make ladybugs. And you do agree flu virus is microevolution. And I'm positive a lot of creationists help fight the flu virus.
But all macroevolution is an accumulation of microevolutions. So the whale evolution, for example, is a mammal who's just losing hair, moving its nostrils, and changing the scale of some of its body morphology.
Well, I've actually studied a little bit a long time ago, and I have slides of it. We won't go to the slides because of time, of whale evolution. And all they have is drawings. And the honest drawings show what was found and what was assumed. And the size and shape of the so-called whale evolution, which is contradicted by many other evolutionists, is far from satisfactory that they were even ancestors to whales. When did a whale get or lose its blubber? The land animal.
Blubber is just fat.
Right? Well, if it had that blubber on the land, it would overheat. If it didn't have it in the water, being a mammal, it would have hypothermia.
Right, so that's why there's transitions. So there are mammals with a little bit of fat, and then, there's like minks, muskrats, otters, they swim in the water, but they're still a bit terrestrial. They have a little bit more fat. And the further you go out, the farther they can adapt. So deep sea ones would, like a seal, looks a lot like an otter, but it's still just fatter.
Okay. Well, when did the whale lose its legs and get those fins? On the leg, or on the land, or in the water?
In the water.
Well, at first it can't swim too well if it's got feet. And if it's on the land, it can't get to the water. And you know where I'm getting at. We're two buddies having a nice discussion, right? There's so many differences between land animals and a whale.
But do you agree that those changes can happen in a population? Can a population of otters, for example, get fatter and lose hair?
Yes, they're still otters.
Okay, so what if they lose their back legs?
If is a very important word.
But I know.
Did they?
But is that kind of change possible in a population?
Is it possible that mutations can cause you to lose things? I agree with you 100%. Here's my little whale thing.
If an otter population lost hair, gained a lot of blubber, and lost its hind legs, are you still going to call it an otter?
Yes, because it would have the DNA of an otter with those mutations. Here's the difference between hippos and whales. Lung capacity, the tail, the eyes, the ears, the skin, the nostrils, the mouth, and of course the presence of blubber. Sonar, how in the world did sonar evolve? Taylor, you got to admit that's a pretty good design.
Those are all just modifications of existing systems. Sonar is hearing. They already have ears. They just need more sensitive ears.
You say just a lot. Just is a big gap.
It's not. It's really not, because we also have in the bat series, we have all of the basal bats. They have claws on all their fingers, and they have no echolocation organs, that the little bones that bats that can echolocate have. And as we go higher in the geologic column, we find bats that start to lose claws on their fingers, and they have little fingernails on their fingers because they came from terrestrial mammals, and they start to gain more sensitive ear bones.
Okay, and echolocation is like vision. Collect the data, move the data, and then interpret the data. To me, that's a system and a design by a great designer, and not a step-by-step evolutionary process.
So did God design humans to echolocate? Because some blind humans can do that.
You know what? It's funny you ask that. I think humans can do a lot more than we realize. That we have more senses than we do. Pheromones. You can sense if someone likes you or not, or doesn't like you or not. So I think God created us more than we understand or we're capable of. That could be a whole nother debate. But I think we're going downhill as humans, don't you? We're devolving.
We're potentially subject to no longer having necessary selection pressures, because the weak are not dying in natural numbers.
Yep. I agree. I was born cesarean. I'd be dead if it weren't for medicine in the 1960s. But I think it's a case of decay, corruption, de-evolution, that things are getting worse, not better, on a genome level. Would you agree with that?
Well, I would say, again, it's kind of irrelevant from my perspective, because we could just get evolution purely from loss of features. For example, starting from a fish, you just lose gills, and you just lose, scales, for example. You just get skin underneath. Things like that.
Yeah.
Snakes losing limbs, whales losing limbs.
Mm-hmm. And again, you're saying just a lot, and living evidence is more important than hand wave and saying it just so happened. What living animal would you say is the best evidence for the theory of evolution?
It's really not just a single animal. It's a interaction of all the data, and the fact that this hypothesis, this guess, actually is able to make predictions. So It wouldn't matter if I pulled it out of my butt or not. if it's able to make these predictions that no other model is able to do, then, well, you're onto something.
Okay, let's say there's 8 billion people, say 1 million apes, 0 transitions. 1 billion birds, 1 billion reptiles, 0 transitions. What happened to them all?
Where?
I'm sorry. I'm just gonna have to step in here. That's been about 35 minutes, so I will allow Taylor here to answer that last question from Bill, but then that will have to conclude the discussion portion. Thank you, gentlemen.
So do you mean evenly distributed in the fossil record?
No, I mean living in North Dakota, Bangkok, Korea. Hey, look at, there's a transition between man and ape. They're not there.
Well, it's simply when we look back into the fossil record, the older the human bones get, the more ape-like they get.
But nothing
until
living.
We find only apes.
Right.
So there's only one logical explanation for that.
That there's no living evidence at all. It's all gone. Science relies on observation, not hypothesis.
And we observe that mutations can make changes to morphology and to biochemistry.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you so much. That concludes the discussion portion. It was very lively, engaging, lots of good topics, lots of good points brought up. So thanks so much, guys, for making it fun. We will now go into the concluding statements. And since Bill, you started, so we're going to let you start on your concluding statement. So you have 5 minutes. I will start the timer on your first word. Go ahead, brother.
Well, not the first word. The thing's not clicking. The other, what? Okay, hang on.
No problem. Whenever you're ready.
Oops, my numbers aren't right. Okay, hang on. Closing. Okay, let me get my clock started. Go. First, I'd like to thank you, Taylor. Like I said, I love learning from people who disagree with me. I enjoyed our talk. My life story real quick. I was born going to church every Sunday, learned a lot of Christian teachings, and I saw this for the first time in 6th grade in a book. I laughed at it. I said, humans are not related to apes. 3 years later in 9th grade, my biology teacher taught it to me. And I love science. I love biology. And I said, wow, humans are related to apes. Why in the world would I listen to that book with all those rules that I don't like? So I said, I'm a man of science. And I thought Christians were dumb people who didn't think. At the age of 26, I got a little bit of creation material. 3 years of research, I finally found it overwhelming that apes make apes, people make people. So it took me a long, long time. What are these? These are cartoon drawings. This is not scientific evidence. Drawings and stories is not science. What you observe is science. Now, the schools teach this. They'll say man came from ape, but they don't teach what the fossils were. Now, I know a lot of these have been proven to be frauds, but for many, many years, the so-called transitional form evidence was taught as a fact. Piltdown man was taught for about 30 years. Question of the day. Why do the school books only show drawings and not photographs as proof of evolution? We just talked about that a minute ago. There's a lot of people, a lot of apes, a lot of birds, a lot of reptiles, 0 living evidence. They would love to show photos, but there's nothing to photograph. A fun question, which came first, the chicken or the egg? 2 chickens, a male rooster and a female hen. They teach that in biology. How in the world could a reproductive system evolve? The reproductive system needs the other systems, and the male and female have to be at the same time, at the same place. I believe the teachings of the Bible that God created male and female, and they had to be adults because babies are helpless. The big conclusion, I believe in a designer because of design. I do not believe the theory of evolution is not scientific. It hasn't been observed. Drawings and stories is not science. No living evidence, no fossil evidence. Dig into the details. Don't just say it just so happened. See if it's empirical. That's self-explanatory. It goes on and on. Genetics glorifies the creator. Going back to the questions, Taylor won. Taylor passed on number 1, passed on number 2. He believes we have single cell organism ancestors. Anyways, I'll just let you guys decide for yourself on how we answer those. I like the guy, I really do. Oops, I'm going the wrong way. There was a man in Indiana who was convinced he was dead. All the townspeople said, "You're not dead, you're not dead." So they collected all the money they could get, and they got a really smart guy from Harvard to come. The guy from Harvard came out to talk to him. He said, "Are you dead?" He goes, "Yes, I'm dead." He said, "Do dead people bleed?" The guy said, "No, dead people don't bleed." The guy from Harvard took out a pin, pricked the man's finger, and it bled. He goes, "Well, I was wrong. Dead people do bleed." Some people are so locked into their conclusion, they don't care about the data and the evidence. My only request is people are open-minded and seek truth. Don't try to prove your conclusion. Seek proof. That's how I found the Lord and God. This is said with respect. I've talked to many atheists over the years. Some people are atheists because of suffering. I understand this. Their mother died. They were physically abused for years. God, please make it stop. God, please make it stop. It didn't stop. And they go to war out of their anger. And I feel compassion for these people. Some people don't like the Bible's rules. Nobody does. It's called the flesh. Some people have too much pride to be humble to a God. A lot of peer pressure to be an evolutionist. Taylor was respectful, but there is a lot of shaming out there. And some people sincerely believe humans have ape-like ancestors, bacteria, because that's all they've ever been taught, and that it's science. So a question, the system of vision. Anybody watching this, ask yourself, does vision appear to be the result of a designer with an IQ of infinity or the result of nature with an IQ of 0? Okay? And in your life, are you going to believe drawings and words, or are you going to believe your eyes? You can trust your eyes. People make people. Apes make apes. Pigs make pigs. Horses make horses. It goes on forever. The end. And Taylor, once again, you're a fine young man. I enjoyed talking with you.
All right,
Okay.
Standing must be AFK. So
I had 5 minutes. It was 5 minutes, right?
yeah.
Oh, sorry there. I had it on mute. Thanks so much, Bill, just in time. So thanks for that concluding statement. We will now move on to Taylor. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay. Sharing screen. All right. You guys see it?
Yeah.
Okay. So the theory of evolution, again, it doesn't work simply by drawing things on a page. We actually do have photographs of actual bones. And again, I'm just repeating myself, but the further back we go into the fossil record, the more and more human bones start to look like ape bones. And if evolution was true, that's exactly what we would find. And so you can see how these are just modifications of the same basic morphology, little tiny modifications. On the right here is just the comparison of human and ape chromosomes. Almost all of them are exactly the same except for these two, which in humans is just missing this little part due to a fusion. This is just to demonstrate how a horsefoot is just a modification of other fossils that we find, three-toed things, and we find transitions between three-toed things and one-toed things. So again, modifications to existing traits can create new traits. So for an example, a colony of single cells can evolve to just preferentially mass up into colonies, and then they can lock their cell number based on genetic relation, and they've become a multicellular single organism. And once that occurs, this is just a demonstration of how cells in a plane can form a tube. So from that, we get worms. Again, every feature of every animal is explainable by the fact that other animals have features that, if modified, can produce those new traits. And again, it's not just drawing lines on a piece of paper. It's the fact that we know traits can be modified, and the fact that when we make these assumptions, these evolutionary assumptions that these fossils are connected, we find and predict the next piece in the series in line. And creationism cannot do that. They can't predict what fossil will be in which layer because they're wrong about why it's there in the first place. They don't understand it. Going back to how a colony or some kind of sponge-like material or organism can form a tube, that's essentially a worm. And then worms, at that point, you can just differentiate cell function and create muscle parts. Legs would be a modification of the skin plus a muscle, and fins would be a modification of the leg. Insects would be a modification of this basic worm with legs form. And the fact that we find the fossils that bridge these transitions and in a date range that produces this pattern of evolution over time just confirms it even more. We have other examples. Embryology shows how morphology can change within the same exact organism, as well as it shows several vestigial traits. Whale embryos, baleen whale embryos, they have baleen, not true teeth, due to a mutation, but when they're embryos, they have teeth that go away, and we can actually find that there are slots for teeth that these whales would have absolutely no use for, because the baleen is a modification of like a dolphin type tooth. On the left here, we have a flying squirrel. It looks a lot like a bat. And that's because this is a squirrel, and I'm not sure if anyone can deny that this is related to regular tree squirrels, except this squirrel just has extra skin flaps. And so this is easily explainable by microevolution. Again, every transition is explainable by a modification of a pre-existing step. For example, this is a mayfly larva, and just like the primitive worms, their legs, the legs of primitive worms sometimes resemble fins, like right over here. So you could differentiate and have legs and fins. And what did these become in insects? They become wings.
Thanks so much, Taylor, for your concluding statement there. Thanks, guys, for an awesome debate. The audience had a great time. It was very respectful, very engaging. So our next portion would be the question and answer. So I do have a few questions for each debater here, which I can get right into. It looks like the first question is actually going to be for Bill. So Bill, we're going to get right into it. The question is from Emotionally Stunted Emoticon. For Bill, from what did llamas and camels descend? If camels produce camels, and I'm just reading this word for word, Bill, and llamas produce llamas, how does your answer affect your dogs only produce dogs argument? End. Go ahead.
Okay, once again, the thing I like about these debates is it encouraged me to do more research. And it was just yesterday that I had read that camels and llamas can reproduce. And I'm not going to lie and say I'm an expert on camels and llamas. So I would say that they are of the same kind, that their genes, their genetic code, their genome allows them to reproduce. So what did it come from? Let's see, camel, llama, a cama or a lamel, whatever you want to call it. It's just an English word. But I don't know if I'm answering his question. Like I said, just yesterday, I understood they are able to reproduce with each other and have an offspring. So I would say they're in the same kind. So, and who it was, I don't know. I wasn't there.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate the answer there, Bill. We'll get right into the next question. This question is for Snake. So Snake, the question is, how do you explain the existence of time and matter? Go ahead.
Well, it has nothing to do with the topic, but I'll humor you guys. So the existence of time and matter. Well, what makes sense to me is the fact that there is something and anything at all means that that absolute nothingness is actually an impossibility. Because if absolute nothingness existed at any time, it could never transform into something, because if in absolute nothingness there is absolutely nothing. There is nothing in it, nothing about it, which can become something. So the fact that there is something means that nothingness is logically incoherent. So where does matter and time come from? I don't know. I don't think you can explain it with a god either. I think we're just woefully ignorant about it. But my view of time is essentially the separation of matter. So from a perspective outside of all the dimensions, all points in time are essentially standing still, or at all time branches, everything is at a single point in time. So it's hard to visualize or something like that, but essentially it's all already happened. Time is stationary, but from our perspective, we can see causation because we're just a part of that entire thing. And to me, it doesn't need a god, because whatever caused it, whether you accept the first cause argument or whatever, I don't think it requires a mind to essentially pick out a point in time and just start seeing what happens within that dimension. So that it's hard to talk about all this quantum stuff, but yeah, hopefully that makes people understand a little bit.
Can I do a 20-second comment, and he can comment on my answers?
Of course, yeah. We will allow per question, quick comment from the other debater. Go ahead.
Okay. Real quick, when I posed my questions, I always said, what's the best explanation? Because typically I'll say, how did life originate? People will say, I don't know. Well, I didn't ask if you knew. I asked you for your best explanation. And so I believe the best explanation is a supernatural God, but I can't prove that. I wasn't there. And I think Taylor and I could agree, no matter who is right in this debate, it's still a mind-blowing miracle. But I believe his miracles contradict natural laws of science, which falsifies a natural explanation.
Yeah, I just don't think the supernatural explains anything, and just trying to stick as closely to naturalistic explanations as you can. That's the best way to go.
Okay, well, thank you, gentlemen. We'll go right into the next question then. This one is for Bill. So, Bill, the question is, how does Bill explain the existence of pseudogenes? Go ahead.
Pseudogenes. Are those the jeans that kids wear and they put holes in them? I'm just kidding.
So. I think I might have to clarify, but I think you're right.
Oh, because they're not real genes. I am not a geneticist. I took college biology classes, and I would hate to give a bad answer. So if I could get a definition, I could try to get an answer.
I guess the best definition would be like inherited genetic mistakes. So, for example, they will say that apes and humans, for example, share the same genetic mistakes in their genome.
Got it. Okay. Now I know exactly what they're talking about. All right. I have slides on this, but I won't go to the slides. There's two explanations. Well, first, you got to learn to separate data from interpretation of data. The data is us and apes could have the same mutation at the same location. That's the data. There's two ways to interpret it. One interpretation is, hey, that means we're related with each other. That's possible. Another explanation could be that point on the genome is susceptible to that mutation. Now, I did a little research, and Georgia Prudhomme from Answers in Genesis, she's a PhD in molecular biology, and that's what she proposed. And for an example, this isn't her example, I could fall out of a tree and break my arm. An ape could fall out of a tree and break their arm. That doesn't mean we're related to each other. It means we're prone to the same deficiencies at the same location. So once again, the data is there. There's two ways to interpret it. I would say the interpretation is that that gene site, which the PhD at Answers in Genesis, Dr. Prudhomme said, is susceptible to the mutation at that location.
So if I could respond a little bit, just here's like another example of a pseudogene. So the baleen in whales is actually a gene fragment of what is the tooth gene in like orcas and dolphins. So I think a better interpretation of that is, since whales share morphology with dolphins, and since they have no tooth gene, but only a fraction of the tooth gene found in dolphins, it's a better explanation that they simply lost information in that gene and gained baleen.
And loss of information is going downhill. The theory of evolution needs to go uphill. Create new information.
I think that's kind of a semantic word salad, but
Okay, well, let's go on to the next question here then. Thank you for your responses and your answers, guys. Very informative. Okay, so the next question here is for Snake. This is from Ray Giordano. So I'm just reading it word for word here. Apes, he says, apes' Y chromosomes are nothing like humans. Y chromosomes are passed father to son, unchanged. Humans and apes' Y chromosomes should be almost the same. Why is this? Go ahead.
well, I think the Y chromosome has a higher rate of mutation than the other chromosomes. So, I mean, that's perfectly compatible with the theory of evolution.
Okay, and
so,
then
some gene elements just are more unstable than others, and they're studying that in the Y chromosome actually has a higher mutation rate.
And do you have a response to that, Bill, or do you want me to go on to the next question?
Remember what Brent Franklin said, right? Better to be silent and be thought of fool than open your mouth and prove it. I don't have any idea how I would answer that question.
Okay,
Could you repeat it? I want to write it down. The Y chromosome in apes is significantly different than humans?
He's pretty much just saying that the Y chromosome in apes is a lot different than in humans. I think it's about 70%. So his question is, if they share ancestry, then the Y chromosome should be more similar.
Yes, I have no comment because I have to research that.
No problem. Okay, well, we're going to jump right into the next question then.
Can I add one sentence?
Go ahead.
They're actually pretty similar. It's just one of them has a little bit extra on one end. So
awesome.
That's all I wanted to add.
No problem. Actually, this is going to be the last question here. It's another one for Snake. It is from Open Mind. So he asks, if evolution is not random, but survival of the fittest, why can you nor anyone predict anything in the future? I mean, evolution is supposed to be predictive, ? And I read that word for word. So go ahead.
I mean, there's lots of non-random things that we don't know how to predict yet. So just because, I mean, the effect that the environment has on selection is not random. But as far as we know, the weather is pretty much random. We have a little bit of predictive ability with meteorology, but we don't have the complexity to understand how whole biomes evolve. We know a little bit. We know, if you take out a top predator, you actually might lose a bunch of foliage because it's no longer eating its prey, things like that. That's why they had to reintroduce wolves into Yellowstone. But it's more complex than it's able to predict. So, but we could predict if we knew what the environment was, we might be able to predict, So if some creature was being eaten by a predator, we might be able to predict that the smaller ones would be able to escape, or the bigger ones would be able to fend off the predator, things like that. But we're not going to be able to predict when the next ice age is going to come, when the next big winter freeze is going to come, things like that.
Could I give a quickie?
Of course, go ahead, Bill.
Okay, great. As I understand it, evolution, the theory of evolution is a three-legged stool: natural selection, time, and mutation. Natural selection is elimination of information from a population. So that doesn't help the theory of evolution. Mutation is a loss of information in the genome. They can produce fewer proteins than they could before. That's not a help for the theory of evolution. And time, from what we know about entropy, is not a friend. So the three-legged stool does nothing to prop up the theory of evolution.
Well, mutation creates new sequences, so that has created new proteins.
New proteins are beneficial.
Both novel and beneficial proteins. Sometimes detrimental proteins in some environment are actually beneficial to others.
Right. Beneficial, I have no problem with, but new, that's news to me. That's something I've read up on, that mutations are a loss of information, but sometimes they can be a benefit to survive antibiotics, etc.
It's just a change to the sequence. So you can get deletion mutations, but sometimes you get substitutions,
right,
which is not necessarily a loss.
Okay, gentlemen. Well, thank you so much once again for your responses. A very good question and answer. Great questions from the audience. Thanks so much, guys. Once again, I want to thank the debaters, Bill Morgan and Snake Was Right. Thanks for giving us your time. Obviously, this debate would not have been possible if it wasn't for you guys. So thanks so much for making it fun and engaging. I want to do one announcement. August 23rd at 4 p.m. EST. We have Emotionally Stunted Emoticon debating Dr. Ken Hovind on the global flood. So it's the global flood versus uniformitarianism. So make sure you guys are here for that. We'll have a couple trailers out before the debate. So I'm going to hand it over to Praise I Am That I Am, who is the host here. And once again, thanks so much, guys.
Thank you, Taylor. Thank you, host.
Yeah, thanks for hosting us.
Having you guys here, I really enjoyed this. I plan to do this more. So yeah, if anyone in the chat wants to get involved in debates, get a hold of Standing for Truth or Raw Matt, because we're going to get this going here. I really enjoy the contestants here. So just look forward in the future to like, subscribe, share, and give us some love by donating or whatever. So I want to thank everyone for showing up. And is there anything anyone else want to say before we end it here?
Could you post my phone number? People can call me if they want to talk about this topic.
Sure, I could put it into the caption. I could do that.
Sure, I love talking about this. Like I said, I learn more from Taylor than people who agree with me. I enjoyed the talk.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think that'll end that. I thank everyone again for showing up, and I want to say good night and God bless.
His name's Bill Morgan, received his degree in mechanical engineering from the University of Buffalo in 1983, and for the past 24 years, he's been a design engineer for the Navy. Mr. Morgan says that at the age of 14, his biology teacher taught the theory of evolution as if it were a fact of science, and he believed it and thought that creation was nonsense. At 26, he was handed some literature with scientific reasons to believe in creationism. He did countless hours of research, and now he believes that creation is much better science than the theory of evolution. Tonight, as we normally bring in different guests with different sides and perspectives, Bill Morgan will talk about why he believes creation is much better science than the theory of evolution. First-time guest. Hi, Bill. How are you?
Great. Thanks for having me on.
So, design engineer for the Navy. I spent 9 years with the Navy. What do you do with them?
I work in a public works department to keep the buildings and facilities and infrastructure going.
Well, is that a difficult job?
Well, if you do a lot of work, you get more work, and so it can be busy, but I love it. I love my job.
I tell you what, I loved my time with the Navy. Some of my dear friends that I met through the Navy stay with you forever. I mean, it's a camaraderie that you really can't get, on the outside.
Well, it's a great job, and not too many people leave here, so that tells you a lot about it.
Now, how did a mechanical engineer begin to get interested in creationism and also looking at the theory of evolution?
Well, I've always found the person shouting strange things on a street corner is more interesting than a person with a microphone and a tie. And I just thought the theory of evolution was sound science accepted by all intelligent people. And a good friend of mine was camping. He found a little comic book on creation versus evolution. I still remember the day. He handed it to me. And on the first page, it said, "Thank you to Dr. Bolton David Heiser, Ph.D. from zoology from Johns Hopkins, for helping to make this book." And I said, "A Ph.D. from Johns Hopkins believes in creation?" And I read it, and the next point that really struck me was the ape man chart. You've seen it, the cartoon drawings of the different apes.
Mm-hmm.
And underneath each ape, it said what the actual fossil evidence was. And I had been led to believe that they had thousands of complete skeletons of each and every fossil. It was a proven fact of science. And I like to do research and things like that, so I started to look into it and see if this was true, that the fossil evidence was so shaky. And I called universities, looked into it, and found it to be true, and that was the beginning of my quest.
Bill, why can't creationists and evolutionists join hands and say, you know what, maybe we're both right?
We could be, or we could both be wrong. First, I do join hands with evolutionists. My best friend at work, his name's Bill Baquette, he loves God, but he believes that the theory of evolution is true, and we talk about it, discuss it in a friendly way. And I think a lot of people think there's a civil war going on, but you can disagree agreeably. I think you learn more from people you disagree with if they're polite than people that agree with you. And another former coworker, Paul Nosek, good friend of mine, disagrees with me, but we do it agreeably, and that is the best way to learn, to be friends with someone who disagrees with you.
Absolutely, and just about anything. Now, for me to get a better perspective of your views on creation, tell me your thoughts on evolution. What do you think? I'm not saying that you believe it, but what do you think the theory of evolution is?
Okay, you asked, first you said evolution, then you said the theory of evolution, and that's very important. The word evolution means change. Suppose I were to ask you, George, do you believe in change?
Yes.
You should say, what type of changes?
Well, I would later. That would be my second response.
So if someone asks me, Bill, do you believe in evolution? I always ask them, what do you mean by evolution? I believe that bacteria can get mutated, people can get taller, and you can breed dogs. But the theory of evolution believes that you have bacteria ancestors, and there's a tremendous difference between that. So during this show, when I say evolution, I'm going to be talking about bacteria to blue whale evolution, not the fact that you can breed cattle, dogs, or horses.
Okay, so the fact that with those who believe in evolution, that we're loaded with bacteria and who knows what else, what's wrong with that?
Well, the goal is truth. We either have bacteria ancestors or we don't. If we don't, there's something wrong with that, because it's an important journey to determine whether we have bacteria ancestors or not. And I think we can use tools of science to come up with the best explanation of whether we do or do not.
So your thoughts are, if I'm putting words in your mouth, you tell me. Your thoughts are that we, human beings, cannot have bacteria, these other animals, as descendants, that's not the chain that we came from.
Well, there is no absolute answer to say 100% because nobody was there to directly observe it. But what we do is use the tools of science to come up with the best explanation. And can I give you a little example?
Absolutely.
Okay. Suppose you walk home from work one day and you see 15 stones scattered all over your driveway. You could look at those stones and you could guess, is this pattern of stones the result of design? Like were they carefully put all over the place for chance? You would probably take a guess the pattern was by chance. Well, imagine you come home from work the next day and you see 6 stones in a perfectly straight line. Now, you would probably say that looks like a design, meaning something that was planned for. And you still require faith to believe it's a design because you were not what?
Well, there's no question about it. You would believe that faith had something to do with it because of the pattern, because it just seems too intelligent for something to just scatter 6 stones and they all go in a perfect line.
Right, but if you stood in front of those stones and said this is a design, you still have faith because you were not there.
Right, that's true.
Let's say you got 3 inches of faith to believe it's a design. If you think 6 stones in a straight line is by chance, your faith is from the floor out to the moon. Imagine you come home from work the next day and you see 600 stones in a perfect circle. you probably say that's definitely a design, but you still got a little bit of faith about the fate's the width of a paper because you weren't there.
Yeah, but I'd say my neighborhood kids playing around on my driveway.
Absolutely, but there was an intelligent design.
Yes.
Even if the kids aren't that intelligent.
Yeah, well, some of them are pretty good, Bill.
Sure, but you see, there's always a degree of faith involved because you weren't there. But I believe it takes much more faith to think a 75 trillion cell human being is the result of chance instead of design.
Well, yeah, but isn't faith based on a lot of things that were not there? I mean, some of us believe, some of us don't believe in the reasons for fighting in Iraq, for example. I've not been there. You probably have not been there. Yet we have a belief system of faith in one way or another. And that's the case, I think, in so many things that, you know, if somebody comes home and says, oh, my God, George, I just saw a person flew from one tree to another and he had wings. Well, you got to make a decision whether you believe that or not based on the person who tells you and everything else. That's a belief system. The same is probably true with the theory of evolution and creation. You have faith even though you're never there.
Correct. There's always degrees of faith. For example, suppose, well, right now you plan on driving home. You still have faith that your car will start and be able to drive you home. A little bit of faith. But if you have faith that your car can fly you home, you've got astronomical faith. And so there's always degree of faith, and you do as much as you can with the tools of science and logic and reason to determine what's the best explanation, which requires the less amount of faith.
All right, with logic and reason, those are two very important ingredients in this, because somewhere along the line, if you study science, if you study faith, you have to decide probability and possibilities as well. I know when I go home, there's a high probability my car's going to start because I'm a stickler on maintenance. But I also can tell you, beyond a shadow of a doubt, I know it's not going to fly. Unless, God forbid, somebody bumps me from behind and knocks me into the air, but that's not what we're talking about.
Absolutely. Yes, degrees of faith. That's the thing to remember.
Okay, now give me your thoughts of what you think creation is.
Okay, well, could I answer that by asking you a question about the chicken and the egg?
Well, I may not give you the right answer.
Well, both sides require faith. George, what do you think came first, a chicken or an egg?
You know what? That's one of those perplexing questions. I don't know. I can't give you the answer because logic tells you the egg comes before the chicken, but if that's the case, you needed a chicken to make the egg. So I don't know. I can't give you that answer.
Okay, we know everyone agrees that we don't know, but what is your best explanation? And that's what creation evolution is. We don't know.
My best guess would be that somehow a chicken ended up on this planet.
Okay, you think a chicken.
Without being in an egg.
Okay, well, I would say you're close, but you're wrong.
How so?
It wasn't a chicken. I believe the best explanation was two chickens.
Okay. Somehow formed without being in eggs, right?
Right. I believe the first chickens were a 100% functioning male chicken, a rooster, and a 100% functioning female chicken, a hen. They had functioning respiratory system, circulatory systems, nervous system, reproductive system. And they were put in a place where they had the right food, the right temperature, the right gravity, the right ozone layer, the right amount of oxygen, etc. I believe, and they had to be adult. My favorite philosopher is my dad. And not to digress into any religious teachings, but he said he believes the first humans, Adam and Eve, had to be adults. And I asked him why. And he said, because babies are so helpless. If the first 46 chromosome human being was a nice little blob of a baby that can't even lift its head, it might last a day or two. But I believe all the animals on the planet were created, male and female, same time. They have to be at the same place with the right food and the right temperature, and they had to be adults in order to take care of their young.
Look, I agree with your father. How they got here, it will be up for our discussion tonight as we talk and speculate and everything else. But I think he was absolutely right. I think Adam and Eve, the first humans on this planet, were adults. I've got some of my own thoughts, and I think when we take phone calls, you'll get a lot also from people on how they might have gotten here. But I agree with your dad. And
I'd like to also add to the conversation the most important part, and that's details. I've talked to many, many evolutionists, and I always try to be as polite and kind as possible. I think I do okay with that. Because they won't listen to you.
Come on, you mean they've never had to hold you back?
Never once.
All right, good.
Never once. Actually, I was threatened a few times, but that's another story. They threatened me, but that's okay. One was a school teacher, as a matter of fact.
He threatened you?
Yes, he did.
He got that upset?
Oh, I should have a video camera. I've seen a lot of eyeballs bulge. I got all kinds of stories for you.
We'll get into the theory of creation when we come back from the break, but I got about a minute or so. You got to tell me what happened. How did he threaten you? Why?
Well, my kids and I, and my wife and other people, every now and then, we enjoy standing on public property off school grounds, and I have a homemade comic book that I offer for free if anybody wants it throughout the world. I'll send it to you for free. It's 100% science on creation versus evolution.
Okay.
I enjoy handing them to kids walk into a high school. I simply say good morning, and if they don't want it, that's fine. I don't block their access. I know what all the laws are.
And you're on the public sidewalk.
Right.
All right.
And at this high school, this teacher came running out with his eyeballs bulging, saying, "You got to stop this. It's against the law." And I said, "Which law is that? You can't pass these out." "Why not? You're on school property." I said, "No, I'm not. I'm across the street from the school." And so he said, "Well, if you don't stop, I'm going to kick your you-know-what."
Oh, my gosh.
I'm like, wow. Boy, this guy needs a hug. And I just said, well, I'd like to see that. I'm not going to stop. Call the police if you want. I'm not breaking any laws. And I carry with me what the laws are. I have constitutional summaries in my pocket.
Did he get your comic book before he came running out? Did some kid go in there and give him one?
A student had it, probably, and he probably said, "What's that?" And he looked at it, and he just blew his cork.
And I assume he didn't pop you one.
No.
And you had to defend yourself if he did. You know that.
Well, I'm glad he didn't.
Well,
who knows? Nothing good would have come out of that.
All right. Well, stay with us, Bill. When we come back, let's get your theory on creation, and then we'll get into this. I have a feeling when we open up the phone lines later that, it's going to be a steamy night. Bill's website is fishdon'twalk.com. That's right, fishdon'twalk.com. If you want to email me, go ahead. It's George at coasttocoastam.com. In just a moment, by the way, I'll tell you about the weekend hosting. I'll be right back. Okay, here's some information for you now on the weekend host. With Art's immediate retirement, we have had an opportunity to chat with our old friend Ian Punnett. And, Ian has been associated with Coast to Coast for a very long time. As a matter of fact, when I did my very first program, April 28th of 2001, well over 6 years ago now, it was Ian that I filled in for that night because he had to take the night off. So he has been an integral part of Coast to Coast even longer than I have. So what we are going to be doing is Ian has accepted our offer to take the spot where Art was Saturday night. So Ian will host the regular Coast to Coast program beginning at 10 p.m. Pacific time each and every Saturday night. Coast to Coast Live, which was the program that we created with Ian, which started at 6 p.m., that will go away, but we will be running the previous Saturday program as we always did in that time period. So that's Saturday for you. Now, as for Sundays, I'm going to do this Sunday, and then I will do the first Sunday on a very permanent basis every month. The very first Sunday every month. And that will leave us 3 Sundays for the rest of the month, of which we will then run some classic programs, some best of programs, and an occasional guest host, people who are very familiar with Coast to Coast AM. And we're going to do that for the foreseeable future. So everything is in place, and it starts with Ian. And by the way, congratulations to Ian for holding the fort for us as well. Back in a moment on Coast to Coast AM. And welcome back to Coast. I'm George Norrie with our special guest tonight, Bill Morgan. Okay, Bill, now that I've answered your chicken and egg question, you need to answer the creation question. What's your take on that?
Well, I thought I did. Creation, at first I won't say I represent anyone but myself, but I know a lot of creationists. Creation believes in instant people, instant male, instant female. instant bears, male and female, etc. The theory of evolution believes everything has bacteria ancestor. And there's many reasons I believe in that. First off, if the theory of evolution was true, there should be millions and millions of transitional forms. Okay? I believe they're absent. For example, if someone said they believe in something that's purple with 600 legs and 38 eyes, what question would you ask them?
Where are they?
Oh, well, they're gone.
Yep.
There's no evidence for that. Well, that's not a scientific belief. Science relies on observation. So living evidence. Supposedly, according to the theory of evolution, birds have reptile ancestors. Now, I've seen thousands of reptiles. I've seen millions of birds. I haven't seen one living transitional form. You can call it a blizzard if it's half bird, half lizard. Once again, remember what we have to look at, the details. I propose evolutionists hate details. What is the process of a lizard evolving into a bird? Well, birds have 2 wings and 2 legs. Lizards have 4 legs. The evolution material I've read, they believe that the legs turned into wings. Think of the details. Mr. and Mrs. Lizard have an offspring. It hatches. Out comes something, and the legs aren't quite right. They're a little bit mutated. Maybe the bones are becoming hollower. Well, what would the parents' lizards do to any mutant child?
Well, unfortunately, we know what they do. They'd kill them.
They kill it. They wouldn't tolerate the theory of evolution, right? But supposedly, let's suppose they do allow it, and slowly the legs are becoming wings. For perhaps millions of years, you've got an animal that can't run and can't fly. It can't catch any food. It can't run away from any food. And if it did occur and lived for all these years, why isn't there one living transitional form alive today? If the theory of evolution is true, there should be millions of transitional forms alive today, and I'd like to just hear about a few. Another thing that should be true is we've got apes in a cage at a zoo, and you pay $50 to look at that ape. There's nothing alive today that gets a $25 discount because that's a close relative in that cage. You follow me? So the key to science, well, I'd like to go through science real quickly and simply. Science begins with an idea. You can call it a hypothesis. Then you test your hypothesis. Then you have a conclusion. George, suppose I told you a pen in my hand could fly. That's my hypothesis. What would you demand next? I said, George, this pen can fly. What would you ask?
Proof. I want to see it fly.
Absolutely. Good for you. You're being a scientist. I drop it 100 trillion times. It falls every single time. If I'm a good scientist, I'll say, I was wrong. The evidence does not support my hypothesis. But if I still conclude pens could fly, I'm a bad scientist. Evolutionists have a hypothesis that everything has bacterial ancestor. Where's the evidence? I propose there's no living evidence. Just look around. 6 billion people all have human parents, human grandparents, human great-grandparents, etc. Every flea came from a flea. Tomorrow it's going to make another flea. Bees make bees, trees make trees, etc. So we turn to the fossils. There are trillions of fossils. They should be littered with hundreds of millions of transitional forms. But there's a few fossils here and there that they propose that I believe creation can quite easily explain. So the body of observable evidence supports birds make birds, people make people, bacteria makes bacteria.
So why do you believe creation is a better science?
Because it's the 3-step method. The idea is supported by the observation. The observation is every bird on this planet came from a bird, and it will make a bird. Every bear came from a bear. Every bat came from a bat. So the overwhelming evidence. And what's good for the creation side is the more they learn about science, the stronger our case becomes. The more they learn about genetics and how DNA works, what mutations are, how proteins are formed, support creation, and that bacteria will only make bacteria. If you mutate it, you'll get mutated bacteria. You're not going to get new organs, new systems, etc. So observation supports birds making birds, people making people.
You changed, though. You changed from being someone who believed in evolution to creation. What happened?
Well, I believe there are 6 reasons people believe in the theory of evolution. And if you don't mind, I'll share them with you.
All right.
Now, some people are an evolutionist for one reason. I think I was one for 4 of these reasons. And first off, People are not evolutionists for a lack of intelligence. There are incredibly brilliant evolutionists. Some of them are evolutionists because of a lack of information. If you love science your whole life...
What about also a lack of faith? Is that possible? Or am I jumping ahead?
Well, I think they have more faith. I think it takes more faith to believe life all is related to bacteria. If they dig into the details, I feel an open-minded person will reach that same conclusion. You see, there's degrees of faith, and I don't have enough faith to be an evolutionist. And I don't say that with snideness. It just takes much more faith when they look for the details. My only goal in life is not to have anyone believe me, but to listen to me and then decide for themselves what to believe. It's up to them what they believe, but many of them, like this teacher at this high school, was horrified that someone might get the information for creation. Why was he so emotional if he's so secure in his belief? I don't feel that he is.
Okay. All right, so let's go through your 6 points.
Okay. One reason is bitterness, and I don't say that snidely. There's been a lot of pain and suffering on this planet, and a lot of people choose to not even acknowledge that there could be a designer or a creator, so they look for a natural explanation and hold tightly to it. Another reason is a lot of people don't like the rules that a creator might give upon us. At the age of 14, I had trouble with some of the rules. I believed science falsified the Bible, and I loved that idea at the age of 14. So emotionally, I was happy for that. A lot of people that are brilliant have so much pride, they don't want to be humble to anything. And a creator who designed DNA and photosynthesis might require a little humility. So some people have a pride issue. There is no doubt there's tremendous peer pressure to believe in the theory of evolution. The inventor of the MRI machine was denied the Nobel Prize. Two of people who did a lot less got it. Some people believe that's because he's a creation guy. I don't know if you ever heard about that.
No.
Very interesting story. His name Raymond Damadian. You can read about that someday. He was left out of the Nobel Prize.
Okay.
And a lot of his evolution buddies thought it was a crime. But there's tremendous peer pressure to believe it. And a lot of reason is people are just apathetic.
Mm-hmm.
They don't care about either side. They've been taught evolution their whole life. They love science. They want to do their science, and they accept it without looking into the other side.
It's the party line, so they just run with it.
Sure. And that was me. I didn't really care that much about it. I bought into it. And another reason, I thought about myself. When I was growing up in Buffalo, and if there's any TV producers listening, listen to this idea. You won't have to give me a royalty. Canada was right next to Buffalo. They had the greatest TV show in the world. It was called The Great Debate. It was a simple set with two stands, very well moderated, and each week they would debate a different topic. Well, every Sunday I waited for the TV guide to come out, and I couldn't wait to see what the debate was that week. I was about 20 years old, and it said creation evolution. And my first response, George, was, good, hammer this creation guy. This anti-science nut is just ruining science. My point is, a lot of people love science with a passion. They see creation as a threat to science, and so they don't like the person who's representing creation because they are threatening something that they love. Well, I love science. It's my career. It's one of my greatest passions, and I believe science embraces creation. So a lot of people think they're defending science, when I believe they're absolutely not. They're defending anti-science. And a lot of people believe in the theory of evolution because they've simply never heard the alternative.
True.
So there's 6 different reasons. I think I was 4 of those.
Well, you know, that's a pretty good number, and I wonder how many people have taken their own quick little poll here and have come up with 3 or 4. In all you really need is a few, and that's who you are.
One will do it, too.
Yep.
Yeah, one will do it. And I always like to ask people politely, why do you believe in a theory of evolution? And more often than not, it's an emotional belief.
If we were indeed created, we'll get into next hour your theories on how. Were we merely plopped down here, Adam and Eve, for example?
Well, I would never be able to say I know because I wasn't there. I would say my best explanation is Adam and Eve were plopped instantly as adults with a fully functioning respiratory, circulatory, reproductive system, etc., with the right food, sitting there waiting for them with the right temperature and the right amount of oxygen, the right amount of gravity. The anthropic principle. I'm sure you know about that.
Now, you don't, though, rule out the possibility that, as we've talked about in this program, Bill, so many times, that maybe another race, another civilization from another planet may have genetically altered, may have helped create who they are, because you don't necessarily know who created them. So are you open to the possibilities that the creation of Adam and Eve could have come from ETs?
It could, but I would always ask somebody, why do you believe that? And I mute myself, and I would listen for as long as they want to explain why they believe that.
Okay, but you're not ruling it out.
Well, I can't rule out anything that happened in the distant past if I'm going to be a true scientist.
Okay.
And there's a corollary if you want to hear it real quickly.
Sure.
Suppose you and I are walking through a Central American jungle. You push some grass, and we find a 100-foot-tall pyramid nobody's ever seen, well, haven't seen in a long, long time.
Which is always possible.
Yes. We see a beautiful pyramid. You and I could debate who made it, when they made it, how they made it, why they made it, but we would never discuss or debate what?
That it was there.
That it was designed, that it was not the result of chance over time. So I believe there's degrees of faith. I believe believing humans are designed is a slam dunk, 99% sure on that. Who did it? That takes more faith. Let's say 85%.
I'll give you that.
Okay.
I will. And I tip more to the creation theory than just evolution, even though I think that there could be a mix there with a divine intelligence behind all of it. That's possible too, but we'll get into it. I'm really curious to see what kind of phone calls we get from people in their thing. My take is that you'll probably have more people who believe in the creation theory than the evolution theory, but we'll find out. Now, you know what? We've got the capability of doing a poll here while we're on the air, so maybe next hour I'll open that up and we'll have producer Tom just write them down, and we'll see what that percent turns out to be.
Can I suggest how you word the question?
Yeah, absolutely. Don't do it now. Let's do it next hour.
Okay.
And then we'll have you phrase the question.
Great.
And then we'll just fire away, and we get the results back on our FastBlast computer system.
Great.
And we will do that. You have a fascinating theory on how old you think good old planet Earth is, don't you?
Define fascinating.
Well, when I hear your answer, that'll define it all by itself.
Okay. Do you want me to do that now?
Yep.
Well, I believe the universe is at least 47 years old. My dad believes it's at least 82 years old.
Uh-huh.
Okay, my wife's grandfather believes it's 90. First, nobody knows. I don't know. The world's most brilliant guy at Caltech, he doesn't know either. We're all trying to come up with
Well, where do we get this 13-plus billion-year-old number then?
Okay, well, how they come up with that? Well, first off, 100 years ago, people would have said, I'm a crackpot for believing the Earth is a few thousand years old. And first, that's a side issue as to design.
Right. When people call up jumping you on that, let's make sure they realize that's a different issue here.
Yes, when I go to colleges and talk to people one-on-one, I say, you know what? I believe thousands. I'm sure you believe billions. I'll give you trillions. I'll give you more time than you even want. You're not going to get matter from nothing, life from non-life, bacteria to a whale. I'll give people more time than they even want, but just stick to the design. But anyways, everyone's guessing based upon hypotheses and assumptions and facts of science, but I do believe there's logical reasons to believe the Earth is only a few thousand years old. How they come up with billions of years is through the distant quasars in the universe, through the light-year distance from them. And I always tell them that's a pretty good argument. That's a pretty good case, but there's alternate explanations to that. So,
well, now what's your definition of how old the planet is? I mean, in terms of it being formed or mankind's existence on it?
Well, I believe due to what we know about ecosystems is a lot of different organisms were created at the same time or within the same amount of time of each other. And I wasn't there, but I do believe if you want me to bring it up at all, the biblical account of a creation for a purpose. The law of cause and effect says every effect has a cause. And not to digress, but the pen on your desk is effect. Was there a cause for that, George?
Of course.
Okay, what about the toothpick in your wallet?
There was a cause for everything.
Was there a cause for you?
Absolutely.
Amen. I agree 100% that there's a cause for people as well as the plastic cup that we use. The law of cause and effect talks about that. So that means there's a cause giver. Maybe he's silent, maybe he never talked to anybody, or maybe he did. And I believe that the biblical account is trustworthy. I have reasons for that. And that everything was created in a short amount of time. And I admit there's assumptions to that.
But, Bill, we know from science that they've been able to measure light, for example, that is billions of years away.
Not billions of years, billions of light years away.
Light years away.
And you know what a light year is a measurement of, right?
Well, too many zeros that I can remember.
Okay, well, a light year measures distance, not time. It measures distance. A light year is a measurement that light travels in a year, okay? So if a star is 13 billion light years away, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, do you mind?
No, because I have an answer for you.
Okay. If something's 13 billion light years away, one-word answer, it's really what?
I would say it's 13 billion light years in terms of distance.
Yeah, right. It's really far.
Yes, but you're saying that it was always there. Oh, hold on. We're at the top. We'll come back. We'll talk about this. Fascinating night tonight with Bill Morgan. You know, a statement by 69 national and international science academies states as evidence based on their fact that the Earth is approximately 4.5 billion years old, not 6,000, and that life on Earth appeared approximately 2.5 billion years ago. So this is going to be interesting as we get into this. We'll be back in a moment. We'll continue our dialogue with Bill Morgan. Get ready for Fast Blasts because we're going to have him put together a question for you that I want you to vote on yes or no. We'll be back in a moment at Coast to Coast AM. Bill, let's get a running start on this question here for our Fast Blast poll, if you want to word it for us. It's got to be very simple, where they would either say creation or evolution, so we can tally them up.
Great. Well, I'm not smart enough to be complicated, so it's going to be a simple question. Do you believe that humans have A, bacteria ancestors, B, only human ancestors?
That's how you want it?
Yep.
Okay. Do you believe that humans have 1, bacteria ancestors, or 2, human ancestors? So the answer, we'd like you to just fast blast us, bacteria or human. That's all you have to say. You don't have to make it wordy because Tommy's got to tally all these up. And we'll have the results for you next hour with a percent. And then we'll have you react to that, Bill. Okay, we're talking about, light years and distance, and I agree with you that, 15 billion light years away means that it's 15 billion light years away from us based on the speed of light. But they still use it as a calculation to measure. Now, unless you're saying that object, for example, that we say is 15 billion light years away, was always there or there within a relatively short time, one has to conclude that it might be 15 billion years older than us, maybe?
That's a rational conclusion, but I believe in an expanding universe. Okay, I believe it's accelerating. A lot of astrophysicists believe it's accelerating at a higher rate than a constant rate. But anyways, I do believe the universe is huge. I have no problem with that. Maybe it's old. Maybe it's not old. Shaquille O'Neal is a lot bigger than me, but I'm older than him.
Mm-hmm.
Science doesn't always have to do with age. And it's your show. If you want me to bring up a little Bible possible explanation, I will. If not, I'll be happy to. Now,
we'll get into that. But why do you, and you were starting to distinguish a difference, but why can't you believe in creation and also a 4.5 billion year old planet?
Okay. Well, I'd like to make the point that not everyone who believes in a theory of evolution means they're an atheist. Okay, I'm sure you're going to get some callers that might say, he's claiming I'm an atheist. Never, never, never. Many people who believe in God believe in evolution. Many people who believe in God believe the Earth is 4.6 billion years. Okay. The reason I don't is first, I wasn't there. I look at what I would see as biblical teaching, and I look at scientific teaching and see if there's possible explanations to both. And it's always fair to acknowledge other people's perhaps good points, that they might have a good point. But I do feel that the science supports the Earth. It has not been here for 4.5 billion years, and I could give you science reasons for that.
I'd love to hear them.
Okay, if the Earth is 4.5, actually they say 4.6, but I always say 4.6 billion in 30 years, because 30 years ago they taught me 4.6 billion years. Okay, that was a joke. Okay, so 4.6 billion years. Thank you very much.
There you go. Little delayed laughter there.
Tough crowd. Okay. If the Earth is that old, a recent phenomenon to me makes sense that the Earth has not been around that long, and that's global warming. I do believe the planet is getting warmer. It's debatable if it's your SUV's fault. I believe the temperature is mainly a function of the sun, the wind currents, and the ocean. Well, let's suppose the Earth is 4.6 billion years old. Evolutionists believe the sun is older. That means the sun's been beaten on this planet for 4.6 billion years. Do you acknowledge that so far? I would propose that by now we'd look like Mars. I believe, and I've talked to PhDs in genetics, plant biology, I can reference their names if you want, but the sun causes mutations in plants. A mutation is the rearrangement of the DNA. DNA makes proteins. The more mutations you get, the less likely you're going to be alive a long, long time. And there's a lot we can talk about mutations. I believe that over billions of years of solar radiation hitting plants, causing mutation, we'd be as lifeless as Mars and look like the Sahara Desert with no life on it by now. I believe as we observe the Earth, we see plush areas before our very eyes becoming more and more lifeless due to weather effects. So I think that's a pretty rational explanation that the Earth has not been around 4.6 billion years and it's only been around a few thousand.
So I think every planet eventually will end up looking like Mars, where maybe it started with oceans and vegetation, and it was lush and green, and then after time, things like that happen. Now, we've got some great people who have been on the program believe that Mars was involved in a celestial collision. That's very possible. But I think the evolution of a planet is that eventually it just decays and it's gone, maybe because of its sun or its star.
I agree with you. I believe the Earth is decaying before our very eyes, and I don't think it's been a 4.6 billion year process. I believe a much shorter time frame.
But scientists have said an asteroid hit us 63 million years ago. I mean, even if they're wrong by 62 million years, it's still almost a million years older than what some creationists believe the planet is.
Or they could be wrong by 63 million years.
Well, you really think they are, Bill?
Well, and the key word is think. I sure don't know that they are, but I think they are, and there's assumptions to both. For example, a lot of evolutionists think the Grand Canyon was formed by a river over time, correct?
Yes.
Let's say there's 600,000 rivers on this planet. Why don't we have 600,000 Grand Canyons by now? Why is it that one location? If erosion over time is going to make a canyon, why don't we have them all over the place?
Well, I guess that one was rushing through at a quicker pace.
I agree with you 100% on that.
Do we need to believe in...
I'm sorry to interrupt you. So you believe in a rapid formation for the Grand Canyon?
Well, the definition of rapid is faster than some other spots, but I still think it could have taken millions of years.
Okay.
If not billions.
Okay.
All right. But why do you have to believe in creationism and the 6,000-year-old planet theory? Why can't you believe in creationism, but the planet still could be 4.5 billion years old? That's my question.
What the have is a key word in your question. Well, I don't have to. I do believe in it. Okay? And believe it or not, I believe this.
Well, let me rephrase it. Isn't it possible that we were created and the planet's 4+ billion years old? Possible.
Absolutely.
All right.
And would you agree it's possible at 6,000? I just said possible.
Very unlikely, but possible.
Okay. Right.
All right.
Because neither one of us were there.
No, we weren't.
Right.
So sometimes I think I was there.
Right. But what do you think about my plant mutation postulation?
Possible, but I'd like to know, what does a mutated plant look like?
Well, eventually, it looks like a dead plant because its DNA to make proteins is rearranged. It makes fewer proteins, and over the long haul, not a good thing.
Yeah, I think the sun beats down on things. I think it destroys after a while.
It does. It's a killer.
Okay, so all right, let's step back a little bit as we talk then about the creation. We'll come back to the planet in its age in a moment, but the creation versus evolution, the theory of evolution as well. In your opinion, because that's why you're on the show, it's your opinion, tell me how this creation might have occurred. You weren't there,
right?
But you got to speculate on it.
Okay, well, we could look at something like flowers. And flowers need insects. Insects need flowers. There's hundreds of symbiotic relationships in nature. Parasites need their host. Host needs their parasites. The main thing that I believe in is a quick creation, not a long process of, well, the plants need the sun. Again, the flowers need the insects. I believe in a recent creation of everything. But going back to the chicken and the egg, to me, it's very, very clear. For sexual reproduction, you need the male and the female. Now, I know what evolutionists do every time. They say worms and other animals use asexual reproduction.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, but we're not talking about worms. We're talking about chickens and bats and fish and insects. And if you think about it, some insects that use sexual reproduction live for only a week. They don't have millions and millions of years to evolve their equipment to cause sexual reproduction. They would have a matter of weeks. And it's scientific. I would like to give you the chicken and the egg perspective from the evolutionist, if you don't mind. It's your show, though.
Well, no. You're the guest.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. My theory of the chicken and the egg is you instantly have a male and female chicken with the right food, temperature, water, oxygen, etc., gravity.
Okay.
The evolutionists, if they began at the beginning, would say, well, billions of years ago, there was nothing. And from nothing came matter and energy. Now, no one believes that any scientists that I've met do not believe in an eternal universe. Universe being all matter and energy. So matter and energy had an origin, and that agrees with the second law of thermodynamics, which teaches matter and energy are functions of time. So matter and energy is not independent of time. Thus, everyone I know, no matter what your belief is, the universe had a beginning. The evolutionist believes it was a natural beginning. You had a continuum of matter and energy. For some unknown, unexplained reason, it expanded. And it just didn't expand. It filled the universe with hydrogen and helium gas. And that's a lot of energy when you look at some of these distant stars. And that energy came from nothing. But anyways, then they believe the hydrogen and helium gas came together because of gravity. And over time, it formed stars. So the mathematical equation is they believe hydrogen plus gravity plus time equals a star. And inside the star, you got fusion. Now, to me, that's the biggest free lunch in thermodynamics, the study of energy, from gravity among hydrogen to stars. But they need the hypothesis of fusion to make the heavier elements. You go from hydrogen to iron and lead. Inside the stars, there's fusion. You got iron, lead, uranium, oxygen, carbon. Then they believe the stars blew up and threw the heavier elements into space. Then the heavier elements came together and formed our Earth. And the Earth, of course, was lifeless at that time. And they believe some energy mixed somehow. They don't have an explanation. I've read their writings.
Mm-hmm.
They believe matter plus energy plus time equals life. And they can believe that if they want, but it's anti-science because it violates the law of biogenesis, which they're trying to say is no longer a law, which is interesting. But they believe life came from non-life by natural means. Now, just a fun quiz. Suppose, by chance, the first life happens on Earth, and it's sitting there. For the theory of evolution to be true, George, what three things does that first blob of life have to be able to do?
I'm convinced you're trying to stump me tonight on something.
Not at all. Not at all. It's a fun conversation. But, and it's not meant to stump you or make you look bad by any means. But that first life has to be able to do three things. Number one, it has to be able to metabolize. You and I call it eating.
Right.
Photosynthesis takes in the sunlight. Metabolism is you take energy from your surroundings, synthesize it so that you can live. So not only do you get life from non-life, that first little blob has to be able to metabolize by chance. It also has to be able to reproduce.
Mm-hmm.
Incredibly complex chemistry, even in a single-cell organism. It has to be able to metabolize and have the chemistry to reproduce. The third thing that first little life has to do by chance is mutate and survive. So the chicken and the egg for the evolutionists is that first life could metabolize, reproduce, and then mutate, and made a 2-cell organism, 4-cell, 8-cell, let's say eventually a fish, then an amphibian, then a reptile, and over billions of years it makes a chicken. Well, it's got to make a female for sexual reproduction. And again, we're not talking about worms, we're talking about chickens. The male equipment and the female equipment have to be 100% capable of reproducing. Suppose the female is fully evolved, but the male isn't. Does she walk over to him and choke him and say, hurry up and mutate, we're dead in 2 years, right?
She might.
Yeah. It's called henpecking. Another bad joke for you. But again, some animals live only a week. They'd have to happen within a week. They would have to evolve also a respiratory system, a muscular system, an immune system at the same time. And they have to evolve it at the same place. If the male is in Germany and the female is in Canada, no eggs. If there's no food for the chickens, they can't do that. If it's too hot, too cold, no eggs. The list of things that the evolutionist has faith in, if they look at it, is tremendous. Food happened by chance. Gravity happened by chance. The temperature happened by chance. And do you ever think about how perhaps lucky or blessed we are with the temperature on this earth? Because humans can't tolerate too much of a swing.
If there's too much of a swing, we're history.
Yes. Anthropic principle again. I believe that's all by design, and the foundation of creation is there's a creator who took care of all this for us.
Do you believe there could be creation followed by evolution? That, everything starts by being created and then it evolves thereafter?
When you say evolves, I believe in adaptation. I believe in speciation. But I believe that a bird can only make a bird and a horse can only make a horse.
And that a horse was always a horse.
Absolutely. I believe the first horses were equine with a lot of DNA in them to make the different traits. And if you don't mind, I'd answer how the races may have originated, if you want. It's a good question people ask sometimes.
True.
Okay. I love to teach free lessons on this subject. I'll go anywhere. I don't care if it's 2 people or 200. I teach free lessons. And one of my slides is a picture of my boss's kids. I went into my boss's office. I said, hey, Dan, can I have a picture of your kids? And he said, what, are you weird or something? I'll fire you. And I said, well, he's a Christian guy. My boss is of Chinese ethnicity, and his wife is European.
Okay.
He has a picture of his son, who looks 100% Asian, and his daughter, who's blonde-haired and blue-eyed. My point being, as I ask people, guess who these people are? I don't know. I said, they're brother and sister of the same people. But they look tremendously different.
Right.
The fact is the DNA of him and his wife has the genetic potential to make a wide variety.
Sure.
And if over time people hung out with their own type and then were separated even more, that's all they would produce. Asian people would make Asian. But if Noah and his wife had the genetic potential for all the different traits, it's an easy explanation. It's simple genetics that they had the genes to produce the different traits.
Okay, I believe that, but to a point. In the beginning, if you had Adam and Eve, that's it.
Right.
How then did we end up with all these different races?
I believe the germ cells, the sperm of Adam and the eggs of Eve had the genetic potential to make all the different races.
From the get-go?
From the get-go.
Okay.
Yes. And some people believe, it was really hot, and some people got darker skin. That's Lamarckian evolution, which believes if you lifted weights, your kids would be stronger, and that's dismissed by anyone in the field of genetics.
Okay, but now, the question I asked you about 10 minutes ago was to kind of give us your thoughts on how this first grouping of man and woman, Adam and Eve, how did it happen? I mean, how did they just, as you say, they were adults first, they were adults from the get-go. How did they get here?
By something more intelligent and powerful than us. And he he or she, I believe it's a he, but people get all excited about that. He wanted it to. It's simple as that. I would ask you, why did God make you, George? He wanted to. Cause and effect.
I mean, were they just beamed aboard? I mean, basically, they were just sent down to the planet. They woke up one day going, how did we get here?
Well, I think they were talked to. If you read Genesis, and again, if you read it, it makes more sense than the chicken and the egg, so it gives it credibility. That they had communication with the Creator, given instructions and all that, what to do, what not to do. That's my hypothesis. So they were given instructions, I believe, instantly showed up, and I had communication.
Do you believe there's life like ours on other planets?
There could be, but I have not seen a shred of evidence for that. So at this time, being the empiricist that I am, and the skeptic that I am, and a skeptic is why I'm a Christian today, because I tested everything.
Well, yeah, but why do you believe in a God?
Well, because I believe there's a designer with more power and intelligence than us.
But you don't know for sure.
I wasn't there. There's some faith involved.
Exactly. Stay with us, Bill. We'll be back in a moment. I like you. We shall open up the phone lines next hour. We'll get your questions for Bill Morgan. We'll also have the results of that fast blast poll, bacteria or human. And don't forget, also, tomorrow night, July 4th, that evening, we will have a live coast-to-coast program for you. Bill, why is this such a hot topic in that, as you mentioned, the teacher who wanted to come out and pound you? Why can't people just sit back, whether we agree with each other or not, and have an honest dialogue rather than people getting upset and fuming and attacking and everything else?
Well, everyone has to answer for themselves. I think I'm pretty tolerant towards what other people believe, but this is not just a debate about science. It's a debate about worldview, how you look at yourself, what you should be doing, what you shouldn't be doing. And I'm convinced this biology teacher at Pacifica is emotion-based in his belief. If he was intellectually believed, he wouldn't blow a cord when he hears that somebody's passing out scientific information for creation. So remember I gave the 6 reasons I believe perhaps.
Of which 4 you believe in, right?
Well, I did when I became an evolutionist.
Right.
I believe perhaps this gentleman perhaps went through some tremendous amount of suffering, which a lot of us have, and he's dealing with his suffering by just going to war against the Creator. That's my belief.
That's an interesting thought. Something might have happened to him, and it kind of flipped his views, or it pushed him in another direction.
That's my belief. And sometimes people say, why me when it comes to suffering? Well, I always say, why everybody? Because you've gone through suffering, I would bet. You're not.
Oh, absolutely. I'm a human being. Of course I have.
And, well, you're older. Like a 12-year-old kid sometimes think they're going to sneak through life without suffering, but we all do, and I believe this gentleman hit him really hard, and he's at war.
Part of living is suffering, Bill, and going through the trials and tribulations of life.
Yep, I've seen a lot of death in my day, too.
Long time ago, they found a fossil that they've called Lucy, I believe from Ethiopia, millions of years old, according to carbon dating. That's way beyond your 6,000-year-old planet Earth theory.
Okay, first, carbon dating doesn't go back that far. Carbon dating is got a fast half-life. So it wasn't carbon dating. It would be radiometric dating. And we could talk the whole show about this, but there's a lot of assumptions in assigning the age to a bone or a rock or a fossil. If you saw a 6-foot-tall melting snowman on your way to Big Bear to go skiing, and your daughter, I don't know if you have a daughter.
Yeah, I have 2.
Okay, say, Dad, how old is that snowman?
I would say, not too old, maybe a few days.
Are you sure?
Pretty good guess.
Right. The only thing you could do is look at it in the present. You could measure the snowman being 6 foot tall now, composed of snow now, but there's 2 things you don't know about that snowman.
How tall he was when he started.
Exactly.
And what the temperature was when he was made.
Exactly. What are the conditions after? What was the original conditions and what happened to him afterwards?
Yep.
Everyone has to make the same assumptions to assign a date to something. Now, science can tell you height, weight, density, magnetism, many other things like that, but it cannot tell you the age. It leads to assumptions in that.
If they're wrong, how could they be so wrong?
How could they be so wrong? Well,
And we're not talking about you're off by 1,000 years or two. We're talking about if they're wrong, they're really wrong. How could they be so inaccurate?
Okay, well, I'll give you some examples where they really were wrong. There were some mollusks in the Mediterranean that were sent to a lab for carbon dating. They looked at it and they said, and I'm paraphrasing here, they said, there's no carbon-14 in these mollusks. They have to be 26,000 years old. Now, the science end of that is there is no carbon-14 in the mollusk. The assumption is that means it's very, very old. The person said, no, they were alive a week ago. And they say, oh, well, I guess we're wrong. Lava was taken from volcanoes in Hawaii that they knew the volcano erupted 100 years ago. People sent them to a lab, and they came back with dates of like 380 million years old. And I have stuff like this I'll mail to people for free that's referenced and documented. Soil from Mount St. Helens that they knew was only, 25 years old was dated to be hundreds of millions years old. There's many, many cases. When they date a rock or a sample, they ask for more information. It's not an empirical science at all.
So you're saying their dating is flawed?
Yes. In a one-word answer, yes, because there's assumptions involved in it.
Intentional flaw?
Well, once again, some people are deadly sincere, kind, well-meaning people that have never heard an alternative. So I'm not going to say, they're evil and got an evil plot.
No. I'm not saying that you are.
So I can't get to their motive. Some of them are convinced that the theory of evolution is true. They're just looking for the observational evidence for it, but I'm not saying they're trying to cause deception. I believe the adamant people, like my friend at the high school, would not mind deception, but I think most people, here's my theory, 5% are passionate atheists, 5% of this country are passionate Christian, and the other 90% are apathetic about it. They just want to get on with their lives. They think about other issues, perhaps.
Okay, if we had a divine creator and everything in this universe was created by him, who created the divine creator?
That's an excellent question. I get asked that a lot. But, of course, the first question is who made you? Okay. Would you at least table or concede for now that something more intelligent and powerful than you created you?
Yes.
Okay, great. Then we can look into that. If we found that pyramid in the middle of Central America and we figured out it was made, we really probably wouldn't care who made the people who made it. It's a good question, George, but it's often people trying to avoid the question of who made them, but you acknowledge something superior to you made you. Here's my answer. I don't know.
And I can accept that as an answer.
I don't know, but I know what the Bible teaches. And I'll tell you my assumptions. I'm assuming the Bible is true. I'm assuming the translators were true. I'm assuming I understand that the Bible is teaching what it means to say. But I do believe it, and the Bible teaches several times in the book of Isaiah that there is no one before God. So when I'm on a college campus, I say, you know what, brother? That blows me away. I can't comprehend an eternal God. But I can't comprehend someone with the ability and the knowledge to make DNA, proteins, amino acids, photosynthesis, the water cycle. You follow me?
Yeah.
Fleas and kangaroos. So it's beyond my comprehension.
Did you see the movie Contact with Jodie
I
Foster?
did.
Okay, one of my favorite scenes when she ended up being on the planet that she was on, and the alien turned itself into her father so she wouldn't freak out. And they were talking on the beach, and she wanted to know about the machine that got her there because they sent her the plans. And so she basically said, so you made that? And the alien said, no, we didn't make it. It was given to us. And his assumption was nobody knew who made the machine because it was handed down from, I guess, ETs to ETs. And it's almost like what you're saying now. We don't know who made it. We don't know who made God.
Right. But the first question is, someone made you. Okay, did this maker communicate to us? The answer, if there's a flow chart, is yes or no. Some people say no. I respect them for that. I believe the answer is yes. and you can look at the different holy books. And because of science, I believe the most accurate holy book is the Bible. And I could give reasons if you want.
Well, I'm going to have to ask you this, though.
Sure.
Because if you believe in the divine creator and you believe in the way things have been created, you have got to believe then that there's also another life form somehow called the angelic realm, the angels.
The Bible teaches that, yes.
So you believe that?
Yes.
Created?
Yes.
Fallen? Maybe came down to this planet as well?
Well, the Hebrew word for angel means messenger. So often when the Bible says angel, it's simply a messenger. It could be of the natural world, like a human being. Sometimes those people are called angels, or it could be a messenger from God. So I'm afraid to answer your question yes or no because I don't fully
All right, I've got the results, so I might as well tell you of our poll. So once again, please phrase the question that you had all of our Fast Blasters answer.
Do you believe that humans have bacteria ancestors or only human ancestors?
Okay, and then when I give you the results, tell me what your interpretation is on what they said, okay?
Okay.
70% said human ancestors, 30% said bacteria ancestors. What does that mean?
Hey, well, I study polls. It's above the national average. Only about 6% of Americans, according to the polls I've read, are atheists, that there's nothing out there. And I typically hear about 45% believe in the bacteria ancestor.
All right, and we had 30.
And about 50% believe in a divine, special, instant creation. So
it was close to 50-50 for a while, and then all of a sudden, the longer the show went on, the more people picked the human ancestors. So there's been a change, maybe a mindset.
Good. Well, the change happened, but they're still humans.
Okay, so basically this poll, if it's accurate, plus or minus, I don't know how many percent because it's not scientific.
Correct.
70% of the responses say that they believe in human ancestors, which means creationism, right?
A creation, not ism.
Okay.
Creation.
Creation.
Well,
that's a high number.
You see, when you ask someone, do you believe in evolution, that you can't answer yes or no. Because what do you mean by evolution? Like natural selection, I agree 100% is true. And that's something we really should talk about. Natural selection is very, very important.
So, well, what do you do, though, with someone who says, okay, Bill, I believe that we were created. I believe that what happened is that the divine creator formed the bacteria that then went on and we evolved from it. How do you answer that? Because basically he's agreeing with you and then he's not.
Right. Well, like I said, my best buddy at work believes that, and we're great buddies. We disagree on things. Like, it's a shame when people only hang out with everyone who agrees with them. They're little minions. But it's fun to disagree. I ask him for his evidence, and a typical conversation would be, well, science. What in science? Fossils. Which fossils? I'll tell you a funny story. I was at a high school, Taft High School, and
where's that?
In Central California in the oil country.
Okay.
And I still remember it was at lunchtime. I only had 15 minutes, and I said evolutionists believe humans have bacteria ancestors. Creation believes people make people. Bacteria makes bacteria. She raised her hand. She said, you're really oversimplifying this. And I said, ma'am, I've got 15 minutes. I said, do you believe you have bacteria ancestors? She said, yes. I said, why? She said, I could fill the room up full of books, full of reasons why. I've heard that answer from a lot. And I said, could you give me your best reason why? She said, fossils. Remember I said evolutionists hate details?
Yeah.
She said, fossils. Guess what my next question was?
Oh.
Which fossils? She said, I don't know. I'm not a fossil expert. And then the highlight was she called me a swear word in front of the whole Bible study.
No, you're kidding me.
Oh, no. I'm telling you the truth. And the student leader apologized, and I said, don't apologize. I worked construction for 7 years. I've been called worse by better, and it'll be great for my lesson.
I got to get you in a great debate with one of our wonderful guests, Michael Cremo, who believes that humankind might be hundreds of millions of years old, and that past civilizations annihilated themselves, and it's gone on over and over and over again.
I would debate an evolutionist once a week, but I don't. You know why?
Well, actually, he's a devolutionist. He believes that we came more from consciousness. He's more of the divine than the evolution, but he believes we've been around a long time.
Okay, well, I would be happy to. But I would debate evolutionists once a week, but do you know why I don't?
Why?
They won't debate.
Why not?
They're too smart.
They're too smart to debate you, or just too smart to get or they believe that there's no reason to debate a creation.
They say I'm too busy. He doesn't deserve an audience. One guy said that's like defending the Holocaust never existed. And like that Geico commercial, the caveman, I said, what? They say too busy, doesn't deserve an audience. It's been proven, it's been settled. But the fact is they passionately really do believe it. They'd be happy to shred me in front of an audience. But I've had 3 debates with 3 professors over the last 15 years. I would love to debate more. And I would like to say to your audience, if there's someone in Dover, Delaware that would debate, I'll fly there at my own expense, take my family, and we'll sightsee, see Philadelphia, whatever. But I'd be happy to debate people in front of an audience. And I'll give you a little secret. After my first debate, the first 2 people said, Bill, you were so nice. And I said, well, what about my arguments? Well, they were okay, but you were so nice, and he was so mean.
Well, most people will believe that we were created. I think most people want to believe we were created. So I don't think you get the argument with that. I mean, I believe that we were created, but I also believe that we may have been around for millions and millions of years. That doesn't, by any means, slap your theories at all. It just means that I believe in a different timeline.
It does believe that we have different beliefs, and one thing I wanted to make sure, no way do I call an evolutionist an atheist just because they have
I understand. I understand.
How would have you answered the poll, the 70-30?
Well, I would have said human.
Okay. Okay, instantly created as male and female a long time ago.
I believe that I think 2 things happen on this planet, Bill. 2 things. I think that this was a planet that did not have humans on it, but had everything else that came from a divine creator through the evolutionary cycle. But I believe human beings were planted here and plopped down. You name it. They were put here. They were maybe genetically altered here, but that they were created aside from the fish, the bacteria, and everything else. So I look at it in 2 different facets. I don't know how many people do that, but I see it really as almost 2 distinct possibilities.
I have a chart of all the different beliefs, and there's many, and there's geniuses who believe in each different theory. So it's not a case of intellect, it's interpreting data.
Absolutely. Your website, fishdon'twalk.com, what can people find there?
Well, there's a lot better websites than mine, I'll say. This past weekend, when I was honored to be invited to your show, I did a lot of work on it. It's been sitting there for 2 years. I don't
spruced it up awfully fast, did you?
If I'm on a computer, I'm going to be on ESPN, not working on my website. But so I tried to put on more articles. But the nicest part, perhaps, of my website is I link some creation websites, and these guys are into it. They look at every fossil that's found and interpret it and things like that. A couple websites that are great are ICR.org, AnswersInGenesis.org. Safari, Creation Safaris is a great one, and he lives near, he's in the 818 area, Dave Coppage.
Oh, yeah.
You know Dave?
Yeah, no, I don't know him personally.
Oh, you should get to know him.
I know of it.
He's a great guy.
All right. Well, stay with us, Bill. And I tell you what we're going to do is open up the phone lines next hour. I started Bill Morgan early, part of our floating format. So the final hour tonight, we'll have just open lines. Haven't done that all this week, so we will do that for you. But next hour will be your phone calls with Bill, who believes in the creation theory. And then you can ask him a question or 2. Tell us your theories as well. No need to get into an argument. Because, you know what, this is America. You have a right to talk. So the phone lines are open. We'll be back in a moment. Okay, the phone lines are open. And you're next with our guest, Bill Morgan, on Coast to Coast AM. Bill, if you had the ability to pop into a time machine and go back into time, where would you go and what would you want to see? What would you want to witness?
Do I have to stay there or can I come back?
You can come back.
Okay, I love being alive right now. Wow. Kind of like to hang out with Robert E. Lee. I'm a Civil War buff.
You wouldn't go all the way back to the moment of creation?
Well, I never thought about that, but history is probably my biggest passion. I'd like to hang out with Bull Halsey. Actually, it is Bill Halsey, World War II. But it'd be, of course, fascinating to go back to the moment of creation, sure.
So what time period would you go back to?
I'd watch Adam and Eve get tempted, I guess.
So I was trying to get you to give me a year.
Oh, okay. I have a paper here that I'll send to people for free if they want. This is one nice thing. Is one of my strengths, perhaps, is I worked construction, and by golly, I don't think just because you have a degree you're smart. If you don't, you do
I
not.
agree. Hey, you know what? You know what intelligence is? Being street smart.
Yes, intelligence
Let me tell you.
is not a function of education always.
Nope.
It could be. But a buddy of mine who hangs signs for a living got out a calculator and a Bible, looked up some verses, and added up to, pretty much like what Usher did. And if somebody wants it, just go to my website, Fish Don't Walk. I'll send it to you. And let's see. We're looking at about 6,192 years. And, of course, there's tons of
Can't get you to go back to that million-year period or back there, huh?
Oh, no, the sun would have cooked us by now. We'd be a cookie floating through space by now, I think. The sun's been beating on us that long.
Let's take some calls. You ready?
Sure.
West of the Rockies, you're on the air with us. Where are you calling from?
Las Vegas.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. First of all, Catfish Walk. We got walking catfish in Florida. They closed down Homestead Air Force Base. Next, the Earth isn't at the center of the universe. My father worked on the Saturn V, put men on the moon. This is the work of man, not any divine miracle. There's no reason for anyone to need a god, but men seem to need gods and invent them all the time.
So what are you saying?
Wow, I love everything you said. First off, there is a walking catfish, and there's also the northern snakehead that's called the walking fish. And there's the mud skipper that's called the walking fish. But guess what they don't do? They don't walk. They crawl. Walking is where you have a limb supporting your vertebrae. None of these fish walk. They're crawling. And it's a very different skeletal structure. And the caller does not have to believe me. He can look it up on the Internet and evolution websites. I've done it. They admit that they're crawling animals. They're not walking. And there's a big difference.
But there's a lot of intermediate forms which you've totally ignored, especially among whales. They have more whale intermediate forms. If you just study the fossil record, there's been many published papers about it. I've been a scientist all my life, and you can't be a paleontologist unless you understand evolution.
Well, I disagree. I've studied the whales a little bit, too, myself.
What'd you find?
Well, if I mispronounce them, let me know. The mesenchide is a hoofed animal, size of a hyena. This is one of the whale ancestors, George, and its teeth resemble some whale. No other anatomical part of it resembles a whale.
Anatomical,
right. The Amblyocetus, very fragmentary.
That's a good one. I'm glad you know that one.
Right.
Okay, and then the chicken and the egg, the egg came first. It doesn't require a chicken to lay it. There's lots of things that lay eggs. You need a chicken-like animal that had a mutation in the egg would produce a chicken.
Well, you'd need two eggs, wouldn't you agree?
Huh?
You would need two eggs. You need a male and a female.
A male and a female egg?
Well, you need a male and a female after the egg hatches.
Well, there are some species that can breed with other species, but the fertility, unless they're closely related, doesn't work. And by the way, the DNA of a human being is a lot closer to a chimpanzee than that of a gorilla. We're just we're just animals, just like other animals. There's nothing scientifically to distinguish us. If you got a soul, bring it into the lab. We'd all like to see it.
Okay. Well, you brought a lot of stuff up. But do you agree that it's possible the fish that you brought up is crawling and not walking?
You got to crawl before you can walk. Evolutionary evidence is that most beings prefer to fly, I believe, among the insect population.
Right.
And according to science, by the way, science always changes. When we are in error, which humans make errors all the time, we revise our theories. But your creationism is always perfect, and you're never wrong. And by the way, your beliefs are based on stolen Jewish documents. I'm a Jew, and I resent the fact that most creationists are Christians. It's not even their religion or God, and they've appropriated it all and now profess to tell us what to believe, and even convert us because we're not perfect or saved, and we don't even need salvation.
Okay, well, I never brought any of the salvation up. You did, and
right.
Well, at least you did admit that it could be possible. Well, I think you did admit they're crawling and not walking, so that's good. Never did I say the Earth is the center of the universe.
But you did say you were threatened, and Galileo...
Threatened?
Before, yeah, by your biology teacher and by people that you debated with.
Well, no, not his
threatened.
No, by
Okay,
the
what
by
I'm
the
saying
teacher
is
at the school you meant.
Oh, I was physically threatened by a biology teacher at high school. I'm 47 years old. I'm not in high school anymore.
Me neither, but the thing is, Galileo was threatened with a lot more than you were, and a man named Bruno during the Middle Ages, who postulated there could be life on other planets, he got burned by creationists. Now, I think that's more of a threat than a harsh word here and there.
Okay, what we have to do is get away from the emotion and look for what's true. Now, you have 60,000 miles of blood vessels in your body, sir. Do you think that's the result of design or chance?
Well, go ahead. No questions.
Why not?
Because he's on hold.
Oh, he is.
Yeah, go ahead.
But should I ask my question?
Well, you can't answer you.
Oh, he's gone?
He either hung up or what. But...
Okay, I didn't know that. Okay, and the Saturn V rocket was built where I work at Seal Beach Naval Weapons Station, and that's a design. He brought up the Saturn V rocket. It's a beautiful design.
Sure.
And the DNA similarities, can I touch on that? George?
Bill, you can answer and respond any way you want.
Okay, I want to defer to you. It's your show. He said human DNA is most similar to ape than anyone else, and I would answer, of course. DNA makes proteins. I have more in common with an ape than I do an insect. I eat bananas. I have hair. I have 4 limbs. I have lungs. I would expect the similar amount, a lot of similarities in the proteins. But when you're talking 2%, we have 2.4 billion base pairs in the human DNA. You're talking about 140 million differences, and that's quite a bit. And what's fun about genetics is humans have 30,000 genes, and typically they say genes make proteins, which is true, but we have 300,000 proteins. So the genes do not just make one protein. And I hope I'm not losing everybody, but just because we are perhaps 1.5% similar to apes, first off, I would predict that. By no means does that data mean that we're related to them. The differences are overwhelmingly different.
All right, next up, Wildcard Line. You're on the air with us on Coast to Coast. Hi.
This is Jean calling from Northfield, Ohio.
Hey, Jean. Thanks for calling.
Years and years ago, when people first started talking about having like an out-of-body experience, but or near-death experience, and they would talk about seeing the light and everything. I don't know if this is urban legend or not, but I remember hearing that some kid's father went through that, and they asked him, "Did you see the light and did you see angels and everything?" And he said no, he saw aliens and that Earth was an experiment. And I was wondering what the guest thinks about that.
Okay, well, I think when you die, you can have a lot of things going on, including lack of oxygen to the brain.
But what do you think about the possibility of Earth being an experiment controlled by another planet?
I don't believe that. I simply don't believe that. I believe you're either dead or you're alive. You might be near death. But I believe, the other guy talked about a soul, and it might have to do with this lady's question, too, if you talk about death. I wouldn't mind touching on the soul. Do you mind, Gene, if I talk about that for about 1 minute? First, George or Gene, or everyone listening to the show,
go ahead. Yeah.
Wiggle your eyes. Just wiggle your eyes to the left and the right and up and down, okay? Okay. Now, what initiated that movement? It was a mechanical movement of your eyes through muscles, nerves, and little trochlea you have in your eye. But the initiation of that was a thought. You said, how I'm going to move my eyes, you moved your eyes. You can lift your arm based upon thought. A non-physical thought is what initiated you to move. To me, that's a soul. And I heard a quote that I like, and it's not, and this would shock Christians and believers at first, is you don't have a soul. You are a soul. You have a body. Your body is different from the day you were a fertilized egg to the day you die. Your body is changing constantly. But the soul is the part of you that decided to move your eyes, decides to love or hate, to kiss your wife or cook dinner or clean up the dishes. Your soul is the real Gene and the real George Norrie, and our body is just a temporary thing, and our body is going to be dead a lot longer than it is alive. So that's why it's an important issue to look at, like what is the truth? Not what is the religious bias, what is the truth? Do we have a soul?
Do you believe in reincarnation, Bill?
No, I do not. I believe once the soul leaves your body, it does not come back. There is a biblical verse for that in the book of Hebrews.
Next up, east of the Rockies, you're on the air with us. Hello there.
Hello, George. Hello, Bill.
Hi.
Hello. This is Glenn calling from Texas.
Yeah, Glenn, go ahead.
Say, Bill, two quick questions. Do you know where the chicken comes from?
The first chicken?
Well, we know where giraffes come from. I was just wondering if you know where chickens come from.
The first chicken or the chickens we see today?
Yeah, the chickens we see today.
From roosters and hens.
Okay. Second question is, you would concede that we're sitting on tectonic plates on the Earth?
Absolutely.
Okay. How about the old cliche, the continents are, what is it, an inch a year drift?
That's what I've read, perhaps even less.
And you would concede that Africa and South America mesh together?
Absolutely.
You run that back, and how many, what is that, 150, 75 million years?
Great point, Glenn. That's a very, very good point. And respectfully, can I ask a question, and I'll try to answer yours, okay?
Yes, of course.
Suppose you're in Texas, and you and I are hanging out, and a car drives by at 60 miles per hour. And I say, hey, Glenn, that car was in Seattle 2 weeks ago. What would you say?
Well, I just have a problem with, God lining that up just to play a joke on us.
Okay, well, do you want to answer, or do you want me to just...
Well, okay.
You'd say, how do you know that?
Yes, but the chicken comes from the wild chicken.
Oh, okay.
Still there in large numbers in the jungles of Southeast Asia. Just wanted to let you know that.
Cool. Well, regarding the tectonic plates, if I saw a car going 60 miles per hour to the east, I couldn't say it was in California 2 weeks ago. All I can do scientifically is know that at this moment, at this time, it's going this direction at this speed. Plate tectonics is the same thing. We can measure it's moving a quarter of an inch today. It doesn't mean it was moving a quarter inch 100 years ago, 1,000 years ago, or 157 million years ago. All we know is what it's doing now. Science deals in the present. Anything else in the past has hypothesis. Here's my belief, and you can disagree. The longest mountain range in the world is under the water. It's under the Atlantic Ocean. It's the Mid-Atlantic Ridge. If you look at the geography, it's like a zipper all the way from the north to the south. And it's got active volcanoes. So whatever caused that ridge, I think, happened fairly recently because it's got active volcanic activity still in it to this day. My hypothesis, and I wasn't there either, is that in the past we had a sudden split of the continents, and we get what we see today. Now we get, like, they talk about the skim on the top of the pudding. It's wiggling a little bit, perhaps. But I believe we had a catastrophic separation in the past, and that the Mid-Atlantic Ridge is evidence of that.
And that would explain the early whale bones in the Himalayas.
Oh, I'm glad you brought up geology. Good friend of mine said, come on, do you believe the Himalayas were underwater at one time? And I said, absolutely. But they weren't, because there's seashells on top of the Himalayas, the Grand Tetons in Yellowstone, and everybody should go to Yellowstone. I hope you've gone there, George.
Well, I've scattered through it, but you better get there before the caldera goes. Let me tell you.
Well, there's no place like it in the world. The Grand Tetons are huge mountains at Yellowstone, and on top of the mountains is a different colored rock, sedimentary rock, which means rock deposited by water. All the mountain ranges in the earth have some kind of evidence that they were underwater at one time. Now, a person would say, well, the mountains weren't as high in the past. And I say, I agree 100%. The mountains weren't as high, but they were underwater at one time. And the Bible even discusses this in Psalm 104, that the mountains were lower at the time of the flood. But by some mechanism, the Himalayas were underwater in the past at one time. And I believe after the flood, the mountains rose and the valley sank.
Bill, would you agree that it's very possible we may never, ever get to the correct answer? It's based on, as you said earlier, your faith and other people's faith, but we may really never know.
We'll never get to 100% knowledge because there's faith involved in anything that happened in the past.
Do you wish that most schools would balance their teachings of evolution with creation?
I wish the schools in the science class would teach science. I wish they would teach hypotheses, observation, and what different people conclude. I might get people mad, but I don't think they should teach the Bible or Jesus or salvation or Genesis in the science classroom. I would be happy if they brought up the data, state that many geniuses in science believe that this is the result of design. Many geniuses do not believe that humans have bacteria ancestors. They don't believe 60,000 miles of blood vessels happened by chance. And then say, but a lot of people do. And they say, students, if you think there's a designer, on your own, you can try to figure out who it is. You can think it's the God of the Bible. You can think it's the Force, Fred Flintstone. But they can leave it just that a lot of people believe there's a designer. And as we talked earlier, the first law of thermodynamics supports that. The second law of thermodynamics, biogenesis, piles of evidence support a designer, and that should be taught in the science classroom.
Do you believe the designer gets involved in our day-to-day lives or simply just backs off? Because if he gets involved, why do we have so much hatred on this planet?
Because of free choice. A cow can be a little bit bad or a little bit good. A dog can be more good or more bad. A human can be incredibly bad or incredibly good. There's degrees of freedom, in my opinion, because I think most people do a lot of great things, and the bad is what makes the news headlines and causes a lot of suffering.
Well, the old saying, news is the bad. It's the tragic. It's the breaking story.
Yeah, they want to sell and make news, and it's a shame you don't hear about breakthroughs in cancer research as much, but that wouldn't sell newspapers. Paris Hilton sells newspapers.
Very rarely have you heard a positive story as a lead on any newscast.
Yeah, and there's such heroes in these hospitals and researchers, and everybody likes Kobe instead of the cancer researchers.
I agree with you. All right, Bill, stay with us. We're going to come right back. We're going to take final phone calls with you, and then next hour, because of our floating format tonight, where Bill started earlier, I will have open lines with you. Give you an opportunity just to sound off tonight. And don't forget, we will have a live program on July 4th as well. In just a few moments, I'll tell you who those guests will be, because they will celebrate the holiday with you. I'm George Norrie. We'll be back in a moment on Coast to Coast AM. Okay, we'll have open lines next hour, and we'll be back in just a moment with more of your questions for our guest, Bill Morgan. Our program tomorrow, yes, live on the 4th of July, 2 guests, George Ure and a fellow by the name of Cliff, no last name. I have no idea why we don't have his last name, but he will not give it. But we're going to talk about their WebBot technology, which looks into the future. So that's pretty fascinating stuff. So we'll be back in a moment on Coast to Coast AM. I've got to believe, Bill, you believe in the devil, right?
Yes.
Well, I do too. I think there's evil out there like crazy. Let's take some final calls. They're going to go by quickly. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Bill Morgan on Coast to Coast. Hi there.
Hi, George and Bill.
Hey.
This is David. I'm calling from Yakima, Washington.
Okay, David.
I'd just like to point out the fact that the Genesis 7-day story of creation does not state that the earth cannot be millions or even billions of years old. First, if you look at the Hebrew text, you'll note that it does not say on the first day, but rather on day 1. day 2, day 3, so on and so forth. The only time in Hebrew you put the article after the noun is when speaking in a figurative sense. So each day could rather be just a phase in creation, could be millions, billions of years, who knows. Secondly, the amount of time it takes for a day, 24 hours, is the amount of time it takes for the sun to rise and set. And according to the Genesis account of creation, the sun was not created until the 4th day. I'd just like to take the rest of it off the air, I guess.
Oh, no, stay on. It's up to George, though.
No, go ahead. As long as you don't hang up, go ahead.
Sir, what do you think of the Ten Commandments? What's your opinion of the Ten Commandments?
Well, that's interesting you bring that up because, within the Ten Commandments themselves, there's a contradiction. You have God saying, "You shall not worship any graven image, for I am a jealous God." Yet if you go down the list and you look, it says, "Thou shalt not covet." So here we have God admittedly coveting a false god of your creation, yet you're not allowed to covet your neighbor.
Okay, do you think the Ten Commandments are true?
I think that there's some good morals within them, but I don't think the Bible is true, no.
Okay, the people who believe that the days in Genesis were long periods of time instead of short 24-hour type days have a problem with the 4th commandment, Exodus 20, verse 9 through 11. I'll summarize. It says, "Work 6 days and rest on one, for God created everything, the heavens, the earth, and the sea, in 6 days, and rested on the 7th. Now, he brought up the Hebrew, which is a great point. The Hebrews always believe those days to be a 24-hour day. Now, he talked about day 1. It's day 1, and then it's 2nd day, 3rd day, 4th day. Then it says evening and morning. After each day, it says evening and morning. David, would you agree with that?
I don't know about all of that, but how do you get around the fact that the sun was not created until the 4th day?
Right. A day is a period of time, but there was light on day 1. The sun was created on day 4. But to get back to my question, each day has an evening and morning. It's very, very important that the evening was mentioned before the morning. And the reason for that is a Hebrew day. The Hebrews knew Hebrew better than me. I'm not picking on you at all. They knew Hebrew better than David. And for thousands of years, they always taught it was a literal 24-hour day. Now, the days are divided into time frames. You can have a 24-hour type period without the sun. Today, we have the sun. But on day 1, there was a source of light, and it was separated by the darkness. And the whole purpose of the week, the 7-day week that we have to this very day, is from the Ten Commandments, the 4th commandment that says work 6 and rest 1. So, and that's what the Hebrews have always believed. It's okay to defer to them when it comes to a Hebrew question.
Bill, so you're taking the literal sense, I guess, in terms of time chronology.
Well, because of the context of the writings, I take it to be literal. I know a lot of people say Genesis 1 is not literal. To me, it's the most literal chapter in the Bible because it quotes God 10 times. And I always tell people, don't believe me. David, don't believe me, but read it. It quotes God 10 times. It says, and God said, and God said.
Next up, first-time caller line. You're on with Bill Morgan. Hi.
Hi, how you doing?
We are well, thank you.
Good. It's nice to hear from you, Bill. I just want to bring up 2 things here. One, you said before that we come from bacteria. Well, in evolution, we don't come from bacteria. We come from cells. And there's a big difference there. There are 3 types of cells in this on this planet. There's eukaryotes, there's non-eukaryotes, and then there's the archaea. Now, I don't understand why you took that poll because it's a fallacy in itself. If we come from bacteria, it makes no sense. We came from cells. We are made up of cells. Every cell in our body is made up of cells. We share the same eukaryotic cells between animals as well. I just wanted to just say that and get a comment off you about that. But I also want to say, I want to just talk about the endosymbiotic theory. Do you know what that is, Bill?
Yes, I do.
Okay. It's the idea that, well, it's not, it's actually what happens. You have an organelle in your cells. It's called mitochondria. Right. And mitochondria produces ATP. Now, mitochondria is bacteria, and it is in your cells, and you live with it. And, you know, I tell me this is kind of weird, but, I mean, to support that and what you're saying, we don't come from bacteria. You're absolutely right. We come from cells, and that's what evolution says. So One question, and I was putting a comment to that. You can go ahead and hit a comment with that, but here's my question. How do you, and you, by the way, I just want to say you gave an awesome explanation of how science is done through observation. I think that is exactly what it is. But using that, how do you empirically, now I'm saying empirically, how do you give the empirical data to actually prove or disprove creationism and intelligent design?
Great. A lot of good questions. Now, first, I've read quite a bit, and I might have read wrong stuff or forgotten it, but what I've read is people say, well, we didn't come from bacteria that's on the earth today. We call it archaebacteria. And that's...
yeah, that's archaea.
Archaea, okay. Archaebacteria. But
we didn't come from archaea. There's three different types of... I'm sorry, I don't mean to interject, but we didn't come from archaea. That's a misnomer. We have relations to archaea, but we don't come from them. And that still goes into evolution. I'm sorry, sir. I'm a little nervous. I've never been on the radio before, too, so I'm kind of shaky as I'm talking.
You're doing great.
All right.
Okay. Well, I've run into people who just said, no, you're simplifying by saying bacteria, but you would say a single-cell organism without a nucleus that reproduces by binary fission, okay? Would we agree with that?
Yes, that's bacteria.
Okay, right. But the first ancestor, the oldest ancestor of you would say, is a single-cell organism doing binary fission to reproduce without a nucleus, correct?
No, we use mitosis. It's a different type of division. Those are two different types of division that you're talking about. Binary fission is totally different from mitosis.
Okay, but apples and oranges, isn't it? Right. Because we're still talking about whether one is created and plopped down here in whole, or whether it evolves from organisms, be it bacteria, cells, who knows?
Right. Single cell, we'll just say single cell. What I've read has been that. I didn't pull that out of the air, and I understand you disagree with me, but you believe we have single cell ancestors.
Go ahead, Bill.
Correct?
Go ahead.
And you asked about empirical evidence for creation. Well, first, sometimes people say creationists don't make predictions. Well, I'll make predictions. You won't get matter from nothing. You won't get energy from nothing. You won't get life from non-life. Every flamingo tomorrow that gives birth will give birth to a flamingo. Every flea is going to give birth to a flea. There's a lot of predictions there, and that's what I believe.
However, we've always been told the divine creator came from nothing. Always was, always will be, is what I was taught.
Well, I was taught, eternal. I understand the Bible to teach God created matter, so he's not made of matter. God created energy, he's not made of energy. If he created time, he is outside of time. And I'd like to make a quick point. That blows me away. But imagine we're two goldfish, George, in an aquarium, and you say, boy, are we lucky. And I said, what do you mean lucky? You say, we're lucky to be in water. We're lucky to have a filter in the corner. And we're lucky food falls on our head twice a day. I could say, I don't think it's luck. I think there's someone taking care of us outside this aquarium.
Mm-hmm.
And you could say, prove it. Where did he come from? Why do we get fed only once a day? I want to be fed 4 times a day. I want a bigger tank. I'm saying I'm limited to what I can know about that. A goldfish can't understand motocross. We can't understand an eternal God.
We may never understand.
Right. We're humble.
Wild card line, you're up with us on Coast to Coast. Hi there.
Hey, George. How you doing?
Good.
This is Eric. I'm calling from Tracy, California.
Okay, thanks.
Big shout-out to all my other fellow truckers out there and streamlinkers and nighthawkers.
Absolutely.
I'd like to kind of touch on something. Art Bell interviewed Dr. Michio Kaku, and they discussed the possibility of a cosmic lottery, that we may have won the cosmic lottery. And it made sense to me when the professor said that he was told by his second-grade teacher that God loved the world so much that he put the earth just right closest to the sun. And I was wondering if your guest, Bill, can touch on that and tell us what he thinks
absolutely.
about that. And also what his thoughts are on string theory. And I also have something of importance that I'd like to get out to your listeners.
All right, I love it. Okay, we're going to put him on hold. Go ahead.
Okay, I'd like to talk about a lottery real quickly. sometimes, people think humans are the result of chance over time. And once at a high school, a very smart kid asked me, do you believe it's statistically impossible for an eye to have happened by chance? And my answer was absolutely yes. And he said, why? And I said, because I believe it's statistically impossible for one protein to happen by chance. If a protein can't happen by chance, an eye can't happen by chance, and an organism like a human can't happen by chance. And I'll go through this as simply as I can. Imagine an alphabet with 20 letters. Imagine I pick a word 400 letters long, and I say, guess my word. Your odds are 10 to the 520th power of getting that by chance. Okay, proteins are made up of amino acids, and it's in my comic book. I won't waste too much time on it. But the odds of one protein getting the right arrangement by chance, there's 20 amino acids. The average protein's 400 amino acids long. The point is, a protein's odds of happening by chance, and that's just the arrangement, not even the shape, is 10 to the 520th power. In statistics, if something is 10 to the 50th, it's considered statistically impossible. Well, the odds are winning. You could win the California Super Lottery 500 times in a row before you would reach the odds of one protein happening by chance. So if a protein can't happen by chance, an eye can't and a human can't. So statistics overwhelmingly says it's a result of design, because it's the inverse. If the chance odds are 10 to the 520th to the negative power, that it happened by design is to the positive power, the inverse of that. So I think that's winning the lottery. I know when to be humble. I've read the string theory, and I don't know enough to comment on it. I don't claim to know everything.
You're not a physicist, of course, and of course string theory changing the fundamentals of physics, and I will accept the fact that you can't comment on something that you're not well versed on, and I appreciate that. Wild card line, you're on the air with us. Hi there.
Hi, George. Hi, Bill. My name is Jeff. I'm calling from North Carolina. I'm one of your atheist callers, and I too am an engineer. And I'm an aerospace engineer.
Okay, Jeff.
So it's good to hear a fellow engineer on the air. Although I disagree with just about everything Bill said, but disagree collegially. Here's my question for you, Bill. I always ask this of creationists, and usually the answer I get is I have no idea. So I'll put you on the line, put you on point. If the designer is a marvelous and wonderful designer, then how come 99% of all animals have gone extinct? 99% of the animals existing today, 99% of them never get to reproductive age. 99% of the solar system is inhospitable to life. 99% of DNA is junk DNA. And I can go on. The universe is made of death, decay, and destruction from the second law of thermodynamics. 99% of the Earth's history was inhospitable to multicellular life.
Okay, is that it?
I could go on, but that should be enough to start the conversation.
That'll be the rest of the night, so go ahead.
Well, first, I disagree with a lot of his 99% because I have read up on the extinction 99%. And I've seen articles, a lot of evolutionists that say that's grossly assumed and exaggerated, that they're assuming animals existed that went extinct, that they don't have a shred of evidence that they did exist. The fossil record has phyla of many, many things that live today in the Cambrian layer. So I would politely dispute the 99%. I think that some people throw it out there to shock people. I don't believe that's an accurate number. 99% of animals don't reach reproductive age. Well, bacteria reproduces within 20 minutes. That's the most common thing on this planet, and I don't think they die after 19 minutes. So I would challenge that statistic. Now, one I'll definitely challenge is the junk DNA, because I have done a lot of reading on that. People, regardless of their worldview of creation evolution, are starting to see that there is not all the junk DNA that they think there is. For example, that you are, this is my belief, you are hardware, the nuts and bolts of the DNA, and you are software. That's the information, and that's the key part. For example, a symphony, if you want to hear the Philharmonic, they have hardware, but what makes them good or bad is the software. When do they play? When do they turn off? How long do they turn off? And people are learning that that's what they used to call junk DNA. Little history, people used to say if a segment of DNA does not make a protein, it's junk. They said it's a leftover from our past. Today in biochemistry, they're learning the junk DNA is synthesizing when the proteins should be made, when they should be turned on, when they should be turned off, and that it's not junk at all. And again, don't believe a word I say, but look it up. But more and more people are learning that DNA does not have segments of junk in it. Death and decay, we're stuck in the second law of thermodynamics. If I was God, I would do it differently. My daughter had leukemia. She did okay. She pulled through. I saw 12 precious babies die. Although I'm a creationist, I was mad at God emotionally. But I learned about red blood cells, white blood cells, platelets, bone marrow, and I just said, wow, man, you are the creator. But right now I feel upset about all this death that I'm seeing of little babies. And I can't fathom babies dying, but we are stuck in a creation that's cursed with death and decay. But during the suffering, a lot of people choose to walk away from God, and there's a lot of suffering to do that. But if they looked at creation, it would be easier. Because when we suffer, there's two choices. Humility, that I don't understand this, but I accept it, or bitterness. We'd all like God to sit down next to us and say, okay, this is what's going on here. Oh, okay, it doesn't happen. But it's easy to be humble when you understand you've got 60,000 miles of blood vessels, 75 trillion cells. Each cell does 100,000 reactions per second. And just say, hey, you're in charge. Help me get through it.
Bill, is there anything that could get you swayed to believe in the theory of evolution?
I would like to see living evidence. I would like to see fossil evidence. I'd like to see some genetic mechanisms besides mutation, because mutation falls woefully short of it. I would like to see empirical evidence, not just hypothesis, brought to the conclusion again. We have to base our conclusion on our observation. And, you know, I would accept it if it were true. I'd sleep in on Sunday morning and do other things with my life. But it's not a religious debate. It's a truth debate. And if creation is true, it's worth looking into.
Bill, I want to thank you for really making this a lively evening.
For all those who appreciate the work that we're doing here on Standing for Truth, please hit that subscribe button, because we are just getting started.